WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. They get their work in. Man, let's go.
Oh, give me some juice, baby!
Oh, yeah! Let's do it!
Got him! Ball game over. 7-6 Astros. Bennett Sousa. Save number 4 on the year. They didn't have their leverage guys in the back end of the pen, but Enyel De Los Santos in his Astros debut, and Bennett Sousa finished off this one-run victory.
Fortunately, we guys are here. We saw Brevin go down with injury. We'll continue to evaluate Brev and see, where he is. It's tough for everybody to see Brevin going down, knowing how much work he's put in to get back to this point of playing football and how excited he was to get back playing football. So just praying for him to have a successful return.
Okay, it was a wild day yesterday here in Houston on the sports scene. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. And we appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. We'll get to the Astros, Seth, in the next segment. That was a good win last night. I think the bigger news is where the hell was Josh Hader? And we found out after the game he's got a shoulder issue. That is
shoulder soreness.
Yeah, that's
no big deal. Nothing to see here. The spirits are high.
Yeah, he's pretty high up the list of guys you need if you're going to make a run here in August and September. But they do win last night. The Astros are a full game up on the idle Mariners from last night. We'll get to that. And then they're
sitting there, there's the Mariners just lazing around.
Just sitting around doing nothing.
Lead at stake.
Yeah.
Must be nice, Mariners. I guess you're just so comfortable with your vast track record.
Yep, cool with the wild card, I guess. Okay. So the Astros have a one-game lead in the division. Texans practice yesterday. We'll start with that because that got a lot of chatter going, too, in the aftermath of what was just a really, really tough scene at practice yesterday. A bunch of us were there in the bubble watching, and if you're a Texan fan and you're awake with us right now, Brevin Jordan suffered a knee injury. I'm not going to say he's out for the year because we just did this 6 days ago or whatever it was with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. It was a very, very similar scene with a couple of key differences I'll get into. But what was your reaction yesterday, Seth, when you heard about the Brevin Jordan knee injury? Well, I'm not going to say knee injury. It was some sort of leg injury. We don't have any news on what exactly the injury is yet.
It was probably the same as everybody. Crap. Yeah. We got a good thing going. And then my immediate reaction is always also, just get rid of training camp completely. If everybody only gets a week of practice before the first game, then fine. Everybody will be sloppy. There you go. And the teams that have new coordinators might be at a disadvantage. So be it. Yeah. Hire a better offensive coordinator next time.
Yep.
It just stinks. There's a personal level, obviously, which we're going to get to. But then on the team itself and what you're hoping to get out of the tight ends position, Brevin Jordan offers you a lot of versatility. He's one of those new age, kind of a slot receiver, kind of a tight end. He can line up in the backfield, all those things. And we've seen some of the things they can do when they use him in an unorthodox way. He adds an element to your offense. It's I don't want to say it's hard to replace, but it adds a lot of wrinkle to your offense to keep defenses on their heels.
Well, if you recall, Dalton Schultz did a press conference last week, might have been the week before, where he got talking about the room as a whole, and he just couldn't stop gushing about how Brevin Jordan had looked, how admittedly he brings a different element than Kate Stover and Dalton Schultz do. Brevin's had a good camp. In fact, there were some really sad parts about yesterday, the Brevin Jordan injury. Literally the play before. So let me back up here. The team was in 11-on-11 drills, and it was a form of 11-on-11 where they're starting deep in their own territory, and they're having to work the ball down the field. They're working on an actual drive. And C.J. Stroud hits Brevin Jordan on about a 25-yard route, just a nice drop in the bucket. Brevin got behind the safeties or linebackers, whoever was covering. Whoever was responsible for Brevin Jordan got beat bad. And it was just nice. And we're all watching going, man, that is good to see Brevin. And literally the next play, from about the 20, the Texans or the offense is near the red zone, and CJ throws a pass. I couldn't see who was covering Brevin Jordan. He was pretty well covered, but CJ sailed it. He threw it over his head, and Brevin Jordan went up to go get it. He came down, and then when he came down, he didn't get up. And at first he tried to get up. He stood up, was in a bit of denial over the injury, said, I'm good, and then realized he wasn't good. And then kind of very similar, Seth, to the scene that you and I saw me. Then everybody runs out to Brevin as he's being tended to and is gathered around him.
Yeah.
And then, so you can't see him from where we are. We're standing on the sidelines in the bubble. Then all of a sudden, all you hear, because it's all quiet, you hear these, it sounded like an animal got shot. Like just these wails, these cries. They were so loud, they sounded like they were 20 feet from you, but they were inside this circle of players. Just crying at the top of his lungs, Brevin Jordan was. And again, keep in mind, this is a guy coming off an ACL tear from last year. They put him on the cart. Everybody disperses. So you can see him on the cart, and he is still crying at the top of his lungs. And it was exacerbated by the fact that we were indoors. All the sounds inside. Nobody else
is like a parabolic effect there, where you can hear people when it's quiet. You can hear somebody from the other end of the bubble. You can hear their conversations.
Yes.
So when something's loud and it's quiet, otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. And so he is just crying at the top of his lungs. They drove him on the cart outside that side door on the opposite the media, and you could still hear him for another 10 or 15 seconds through the metal doors in the wall of the bubble. It was a highly emotional scene for Brevin Jordan.
And I wonder for Brevin, because I've been through that myself. After you come off a bad injury and you spend a year doing rehab, and then you injure again, it's the emotional part of it more so than anything else. So I would guess, obviously, I don't know what was going on. That's probably a big part of it, and hopefully it didn't have anything necessarily to do with the severity. There's two times where I think people really freak out about an injury. It's one, when there's the emotional setback part of it, but then two, there's when something's so horrific that you're looking at your leg and you're thinking that's not supposed to be that way.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's not a good situation either way, but if it was that he was emotionally distraught, then that might also mean that maybe potentially it's not as bad as it sounded. But who knows? Yeah,
we'll find out more, I'm sure, as as today, the next couple of days go on. I think the other thing about this one too is that, and I watched for this as soon as it was evident that Brevin Jordan had suffered some sort of serious injury, is how is C.J. Stroud reacting to this? And not because I was looking for a Tank Dell situation. I was looking more to see if C.J. had body language where he looked like maybe he was blaming himself for overthrowing the football, that kind of. It wasn't a good throw. It was not a good throw, and CJ's had a few of those in camp so far this year. Here's what I said when I called into the drive yesterday. I called in right afterwards to give the boots on the ground view of what happened, because I don't know where, somewhere along the way, it felt like on Twitter this was turning into a Tank Dell situation again, where CJ was crying and needed to be consoled, and then that turned into Clint and Show talking about CJ and him needing to be the guy who's the steady hand in this situation. And I said this when I called in. CJ walked off by himself. It wasn't a Tank Dell scene for CJ in terms of tears, but CJ clearly with his body language and kind of separating himself from everybody else, you could tell he was visibly emotional. And I stand by that. Team was gathered because D'Amico did that same thing he did in West Virginia after the CJ Gardner-Johnson injury, Seth, where he gathered everybody afterwards to talk to them for about 4 or 5 minutes. Even during parts of that, CJ walked off alone, it's not to the other far corner of the bubble, but 20, 25 feet just by himself, clearly processing the whole situation. Mm-hmm. I get home and I'm coming back to all these tweets about how CJ was crying at this thing and there were tears and there's this and there's that. And I'm going, what were people listening to that I said? I literally said that there were no tears there, that CJ just seemed distraught. and possibly distraught over what he perceives to be his role in his team getting hurt.
Right, yeah. And it sets off a whole debate about how much emotion a quarterback should show.
Did.
Which I sure enjoyed just watching on my couch and not having to participate in it.
I do too. I couldn't do that. They were all my replies yesterday.
People coming after you for saying something you didn't say.
Yes.
But then, Ron and Clint, kind of old school on this. I think I'm like a lot of guys our age. I'm kind of like, kids operate a little bit differently these days. And empathy is good. Empathy is really good. So I do think that if it's let's say this, if CJ's upset or feels guilty at all because he threw a high ball and that was part of the injury, that's something that it's cool that he feels that way and he feels that responsibility, because the opposite end of the spectrum is Mark Sanchez throwing hospital balls all over the place. Or remember Devontae Adams last year getting caught on mic saying, and I got to get that because he's being led into danger by his quarterback. Yeah,
Trevor Lawrence had one to Brian Thomas Jr. in the preseason game on Saturday.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I think receivers and tight ends and they really appreciate quarterback. CJ does a really good job of, sometimes it'll look like it's an inaccurate throw, but he's sometimes on crossing routes, he'll actually throw it a little bit behind a guy if there's a defender who's closing in, so a guy has time to catch it and slide down or evade him. And I know people out there are saying like, whatever, Seth, make it. No. Like there's times where he's deliberately doing that, which is great. So I don't know. There is an element of callousness where sometimes you're going to make mistakes and sometimes guys are going to get hurt because of it, and you got to move past that. I'm not. I think CJ's empathy for his teammates is something that contributes to his effectiveness as a leader.
Yes.
I think the thing last year, it wasn't as much as CJ's emotional response after the Tank Dell injury that concerned me. It was that he made mistakes on the field after that.
Yeah.
So you got to find that balance of, hey, it's awesome to have the emotional response, but how quickly can you pull it back in and compartmentalize and go back to work?
It's a great point, and that's why I will follow up by saying they completed the drive with a touchdown to Dalton Schultz.
There you go.
He got back in there, and he scored a touchdown. So
I really catch myself analyzing myself about how grumpy of an old man I am, because even with the kneeling circle around an injured player has become very, very common.
Yeah.
Which is nice. It's nice that they're showing that support.
Yeah.
There's a part of me that's like, all right. It's very
Move
often
this
after
guy, put the ball down. We got work to do.
We're having a wake here, and then you find out later. Remember with Camus Grugier Hill a few years ago? It was they stopped play. It was a very dramatic situation. That I don't know. There's a balance there somewhere.
Well,
there's a balance.
And again, I hope the news with Brevin Jordan is the same as the news was with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That this is not nearly as severe as the scene would seem to indicate it was.
There's two ends of the spectrum. You've got quarterbacks and players showing extreme empathy, or coaches. Dick Vermeil back in the day.
Yeah.
Dick Vermeil cried all the time.
Super Bowl champion Dick Vermeil.
Dick Vermeil's players made so much fun of him because he cried so much. But then you have the other end of the spectrum of, like, say, Nick Saban, who steps over an injured player on his way to yelling at somebody else on the practice field.
If he could pull out a giant spatula and just scoop the player and flip them off the field, that's what Nick Saban would do.
It's not right or wrong one way or the other. I think it's all on that spectrum of human responses, and it works for Dick Vermeil's way worked very well for him. Nick Saban's way worked extremely well for him.
Yep. By the way, shout out to Sideline Sarah for transcribing exactly what I said on the afternoon show yesterday and putting it up so I could read it there. Yeah, she just stepped in and put what was described I said, on the afternoon show. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Big homecoming yesterday. It was a playoff atmosphere out at Dyken Park last night. Okay, so we'll get to the good news from last night and the harrowing news from last night. It was a very complex night out at Dyken Park, but ultimately the Astros end up with a win. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, if you want to be out at Dyken Park, I'll tell you what right now, if you don't
Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
At first, it was surreal. I never thought I would get the chance to put on this uniform again, and I'm blessed that I get to do this again in front of all the fans here in Houston. We're very happy, to say the least. My whole family is super excited, and it's been a good week, and we just want to keep going.
It was an electric night out at the ballpark last night. Pendergast, Seth Payne with you as we welcome you back in here. There's a lot to get into with this game. For a regular season game on August the 11th, there was a lot going on last night. Seth, Amy and I were at the game, and we got there about 6:15 or so. I want to get there early to make sure we didn't miss anything. And we were walking in the concourse. We sat out in center field, first row, like right above the bullpen. That's our favorite spot to sit. It doesn't involve free food and being behind home plate. Mm-hmm. The concourse was jammed. It was one of those things where we went over to Kevin Eschenfelder before the pregame started and talked to Esch for a little bit, and he was like, "Dude, there's going to be over 40,000 people in here tonight."
I was really, You had texted me and you tweeted about it, and I was kind of like, Whatever, Sean. We'll see. Overly dramatic Sean.
Hyperbolic Sean. Yeah.
And lo and behold, man, on a Monday night.
Dude.
It was pretty cool.
Monday night where a lot of people are going back to school tomorrow. I mean, there are a lot of kids out there and stuff. So, we're into that time of year where the weeknight crowds, even with a team in a pennant chase, there's a lot of gaps in the crowd. And we were two things. Like, we were walking the concourse before the game, and it was shoulder to shoulder. It took forever to get around there, which is, is good and bad. It's bad because it takes forever. But it's good that interest, It's
annoying for all the right reasons.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. And then sitting in our seats, we got in our seats about 6:30 or 6:40, kind of waiting for the tribute video for Bregman, which I posted on my – if you haven't seen it, it's on my Twitter account, at Sean T. Pendergast. I posted the whole video. I've been, looking around 20, 25 minutes before the game. There's already people way up in the tippy top of the stadium. There's not nearly as much empty seat patches out there. Oh man, this is going to be a whole lot of fun, and it was. So there's basically three homecomings last night, right? There was Alex Bregman, there was Carlos Correa, and there was Christian Javier. We'll get into all three of them. We'll start with Bregman. Standing ovation for the tribute video. Excellent tribute video. I love the tribute videos with any Astro that leaves, Seth, because we get to relive, at least for 15 seconds apiece, both World Series championships.
That's right. Yeah.
See some champagne and things like that.
Yeah.
And then a few minutes later, he's depositing a ball into the Crawford boxes.
Yeah, what the hell, Bregman?
Yeah,
that was rude, really, if I would had to categorize it with one word, just rude.
Yeah, I mean, how your guy Javi is making his comeback after being gone for 15 months, and that's how you treat him?
And then I was eager to talk to you about this because on TV, it looked like the fan who caught the ball, an Alex Bregman home run, it looked like he did the appropriate thing if it's anybody other than somebody like Bregman or something. Mm-hmm. But I have a lot of respect for this guy if he did indeed throw the ball back on the field.
Amy said he threw it back. I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I'm getting this secondhand from my wife, who says she did see the guy throw the ball back.
He made a motion at first. On TV, you could see the motion.
Okay.
But then when I was watching some other highlights, it must have been on the Boston feed. He made a motion, but it was more of like a fist pump.
Okay.
On the Astros broadcast, it looked like he might be throwing it back.
Okay.
So I don't. If he did throw it back, my hat's off to you, sir.
Yeah.
That's a really personally, I would have kept it. I'd be like, okay, cool. I love Alex Bregman, even though I was mad at him for 6 to 9 months this offseason. But and even though I said no, hell no, when the prospect of him coming back, because I was still butthurt over all of that. I wanted to give credit to the guy who just said nope. Not an Astro anymore, and threw it back, if indeed that's what he did.
It is possible, then, that my wife may have gotten deked like a dog does, where you fake throwing the tennis ball.
Yeah. Amy's just looking all around the room, looking back at you curiously. Like, what devilry is this?
I might have. That's why I'm distancing myself from the guy actually throwing them. I'm putting it on her.
I do that all the time with promises I make to my wife. Yeah, I'm going to wash the windows this afternoon. And she's out there. She's there in the afternoon looking around like, what's
looking for the tennis ball.
What's going on? So Bregman hits a home run.
Hits a home run.
Yeah, This is the other nice little wrinkle here is we get to all three of the comebacks, Sean,
Yeah.
is Javier adding a sinker to his mix. I like that because that's become the thing for a lot of Astros pitchers.
Yeah.
So I like that in a loss for Alex Bregman's Red Sox, you have Javier out there utilizing his sinker, which is probably a trickle-down effect from Bregman telling Hunter Brown to use his sinker.
That's a great observation. I like that a lot. So Bregman got a standing O during the tribute. For at bat, he comes up to the plate. I need to know where you stand on this because the first at bat, there were still a few cucks out there standing for Alex Bregman. I'm like, you just stood for the guy 5 minutes ago. What are we doing here? And then I will credit the crowd by the second and third at bat, drawing enough booze to where the Red Sox broadcast was noting it to the extent that Ted Johnson texted me from Boston during the game, like,
really?
Yeah, like, hey, bro, what's up with the Astro fans booing Alex Bregman? And I said, Ted, he got his standing ovation before the game. Not you, also, Ted Johnson.
I like it. I wouldn't have done it myself.
No,
but I appreciate the hustle.
I do too.
I do. It's was it more of a playful booing? Sean, or was it an angry booing?
It was not anywhere near what Altuve gets in New York. Let's just put it that way.
Right.
Yeah, it was. It might have been playful. It might have been. That's one of those things. You're the enemy now, man. You're a character in a TV show. You're the enemy now. All
that
right?
had been my long-standing argument when the Astros brought Beltran back, is that I felt like because Astros fans had been booing him for 10 years.
Yes.
I felt like they should have just kept booing him as a matter of it had worked out well for him before.
Yeah. This is how I feel about it. It's almost like an actor playing in a TV show, in a drama. You are giving a standing ovation pregame to James Gandolfini. You are booing Tony Soprano. You know, that's how I look at it. Like Alex Bregman is now a character in the drama that is Major League Baseball, and he's on the Red Sox, and we must boo him. If you're booing him.
What you've described there, though, is that Alex Bregman has become a perfect television show character because you weren't always booing Tony Soprano. A lot of times you were in his corner.
That's true.
But then he would do something like sign with the Red Sox where you're like, all right, I see all his faults now.
Yes.
But then he'd reel you back in.
He would.
And he kind of reeled me back in. He went 2 for 4, but his team lost.
You know how he'd reel me back in? Opting out of his Red Sox contract and signing with the Astros this offseason. That's how he'd reel me back in.
How many infielders does this team need?
He can play second. He can play second. You know, slide him over there. Correa
Paredes
third.
is going to come back eventually. After he chooses not to have surgery.
Trade Paredes. Yeah, trade Paredes. Make sure that hamstring's okay, and then ship him out of here. That's what I say. So that was Bregman homecoming. The Correa homecoming was great. They didn't do anything for him pregame, which I didn't expect him to, but he got a loud standing ovation, tip of the helmet in the batter's box there, and then proceeded to strike out.
They said on the broadcast that everybody in the stadium was standing up, and when Callis said that, you couldn't see the Diamond box, the Diamond Club. And I'm like, let's see about this. And by the time we saw the Diamond Club again, like I saw a lot of butts in seats.
Standing. Standing.
Yeah, the crowd remains standing throughout the stadium.
Yep.
Oh, my God. The hoity-toities in the Diamond Club ain't going to be standing any longer than they need to. They pay others to do their manual labor.
We've already stood for the Bregman tribute video. I just want to say we're talking.
This is not how I'm rewarded for all my conquests in life.
Not everything in the Diamond Club except Joe Sutton. If Joe was there, I'm sure he stood. That's our guy.
Sean, I don't go to a game unless I'm sitting in the Diamond Club.
That's our guy.
I'm just playing the populist game here.
Correa did get an RBI in his second at-bat, and that was cool to see. That got things going. You know, a couple batters later, Christian Walker's getting a 2-run double. That was good to see the bats break out. Old Chazzy Mack got a home run last night. That was the first home run since, like, August of last year.
There's nothing worse than being on the schneid in anything at all.
Dude.
I know salespeople out there can probably appreciate it. You go through a dry run and you start, you're giving yourself all your positive affirmations, but in the back of your head, you know, I might never make a sale again.
Yeah.
I might never hit another home run again.
Yeah.
So you got to get off the schneid, and everything can flow.
It's good to see. And Chaz hit the ball hard in that last game against the Yankees, too, a couple of times. Maybe Chaz coming around. Maybe a little outfield depth once Jake Myers gets back. We'll see. So the Correa homecoming was great. It's still a little surreal to see him and Jeremy Pena out there together. For me, I think it's surreal in a really, really cool way. That play
I mean, that play he made at third early,
Yeah.
and just he gets the ball out of his glove on that transfer so smooth and fast.
Yes.
Him at third is going to be fun because of his length and some of the plays he's going to be able to make on hard hit balls that other people wouldn't be able to.
Yep. It was so that was really cool. And then Christian Javier last night. You know, at first it's like literally like two batters in. He gives up a single on the first pitch of the game, and then he gives up a home run to Bregman. And it's like, all right, so this is going to be another. This is going to shake him rust off, and he's going to give up a bunch of runs, and we got to sacrifice a game or two because we didn't trade for Dylan Cease. You know, like as I'm watching this, Seth, I'm going, all right, we're two batters in, and the strategy of your trade deadline pitching pickups being just all the guys coming off of the IL is not looking great so far. And credit Javier, man. He settled down, didn't give up any runs after that. You got 5 innings out of him. As he was pushing that pitch count up to about 25 in the first inning, I'm like, man, if he could just settle in and they get 5 innings out of him. And he threw 85 pitches and struck out 5 guys in 5 innings. And it turned out to be, if this is the Javier that we're getting right now, this will suffice for the time being. I think eventually it would be so nice if he got back to 2022 Javier, but I'll take this for now, coming off of Tommy John surgery.
Well, and I think the one thing with Javier is always as well that, man, you just don't know what he is in terms of, okay, a full-time starter for an entire season.
Yeah.
He's never pitched 143 innings, or what was his high? 162 innings was his high mark.
Yeah.
And that wasn't one of his better years. But we've seen him when he's used sparingly, or is that when there's a ramp up period, he can be brilliant. Yeah. And that's what we have here. As long as he's completely back from the Tommy John, he's got to play a third of a season and on into the playoffs. And we already know what he can do when he's used like that.
Yep, it was great to see last night. That was really, really cool seeing him come back out there. So those are the 3 homecomings last night. That's how they went. And Christian Javier. We'll get more into this Josh Hader news and headlines. It deserves more than the 60 to 90 seconds we've got left in this segment. But if we were to go into last night's game listing Astros just in terms of like power ranking them in importance for this team, I mean, Josh Hader is well up that list. He's having an outstanding season. And so we'll see what this is, man. This is a shoulder for Hader, reportedly.
Shoulder, did they say discomfort or soreness?
They actually said discomfort, yeah.
Discomfort.
Yeah.
Discomfort tends to be worse than soreness when it comes to the
In
Astros,
Astros
right?
parlance, discomfort's it's the D word, yeah.
Somebody needs to do a study on this. Just go back and see what the initial statement is about the injury and see if there's any kind of a tell between discomfort or soreness.
Okay, yeah.
It feels like discomfort is the death blow a lot.
Think ChatGPT or Gemini can get this done? Is this an AI thing?
I wouldn't trust it because it involves sports.
Yeah.
It's awful whenever it comes to anything statistical with sports. It's
statistical.
It's great. Yeah, that's how the kids get done in if they're when they're writing their reports with AI.
Yeah.
Like, kids, you got to at least go back and fact check. Okay?
Or when they're trying to dunk on us on the text page that we got something wrong. That's.
Oh, yeah. Well, the one guy tried to tell you that it wasn't his throwing hand that was broken.
Yeah.
He probably asked ChatGPT. Right. But now, even on Google will give you the AI version, and that screws stuff up.
Yeah.
I got in I try not to get in arguments on social media, and I got into an argument about some kid that claimed that the NFL doesn't test for HGH, and I'm like, I don't know where you're getting this from. So I Googled it, and of course is an article. The first thing in ChatGPT that came up was like some article from 2000.
Yeah.
Correa got in on the crying game a little bit last night. In a day where people were talking about C.J. Stroud's emotional response, he wasn't crying, as it was inaccurately some people assumed.
Yeah.
But he was emotional, and there was some debate about it. He said, I got chills and almost felt like crying, but I was like, I cannot cry before facing a possible Cy Young winner, so keep it together.
Boy, that's another thing, too. The Cy, in back-to-back days, Max Fried and Garrett Crochet.
Yeah, I guess they were talking about Garrett Crochet as the possible Cy Young winner.
Yeah.
It didn't look like it to me.
Yeah.
I don't think he deserves that fancy leg kick of his.
No.
Pitching the way he did against the Astros.
He's pretty intense.
Hefty rocket.
He does. Boy, he does have a pitching motion, though, where I'm just watching. I'm like, oh, this guy does look like he would be. I would not like to stand in against him.
This is definitely not how he usually pitches tonight. Yeah, you don't get away with a leg kick like that unless you're damn good.
That's right. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We are Payne and Pendergast here on Sports Radio 610. All right, it's headlines coming up next. Injury for the Texans yesterday. It was a rough scene out at practice. Let's get into the Josh Hader shoulder situation in headlines as well. And are the Texans going to see this guy in week one, a situation that gets stranger and stranger, not in Texans camp, but in an opposing camp? We'll get to that and a whole lot more in headlines coming up next. Oh, also, it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. We'll talk about that. Stay tuned in the 7 o'clock hour. You could be getting really good seats to the Texans preseason game against the Panthers on Saturday. But first, West Point Lincoln. West Point.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the Texans and rough scene out at practice yesterday. The Texans back at practice in the bubble yesterday. They'll practice today and tomorrow in advance of a joint practice with the Carolina Panthers on Thursday. But Brevin Jordan, the big news yesterday, tight end coming off of an ACL. Signed him to in the offseason. So the team obviously had plans for Brevin Jordan, and he'd been having a good camp. He was having a good camp right up until the play before he hurt his leg yesterday in practice. Had just caught a big pass downfield from C.J. Stroud. And the very next play, or within the next couple of plays, C.J. tries to find Brevin Jordan at about the goal line in the end zone and kind of sails the ball a little bit, overthrows him. Brevin Jordan goes up to try to catch it, comes down, and hurts his leg. Rough scene. You could hear inside the bubble, you could hear everything in terms of the emotion. Brevin Jordan just crying his eyes out over the situation. C.J. Stroud distraught about it as well. Not Kansas City Week 16 game level distraught, but obviously, no tears that we saw or anything like that. But C.J. obviously felt bad for his teammate, maybe for overthrowing him in that situation. Here's DeMeco Ryans following practice on the Brevin Jordan injury.
Fortunately, we guys are here. We saw Brevin go down with an injury. We'll continue to evaluate Brev and see, where he is. It's tough for everybody to see Brevin going down, knowing how much work he's put in to get back to this point of playing football and how excited he was to get back playing football. So just praying for him to have a successful return.
Okay, so Seth, the thing I would point out here to people, just having seen both the C.J. Gardner-Johnson situation last week, which both you and I were there for that in West Virginia, and then having seen the scene yesterday, they were almost identical in terms of the player reaction, guys taking a knee, how DeMeco handled it right after and gathering the team around. The big difference, we don't know what, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was 200 yards away from us because it's in this big open area in West Virginia. And the other big difference here is that Brevin Jordan is himself coming off of an ACL tear. Now, I don't know if it's been reported which leg it was that he hurt, if it was the same one. I've not seen anything. I probably should have looked for that. But suffice to say, it was a rough scene. I feel horrible for Brevin Jordan in this situation.
Yeah, it is. That whole the emotion that he was showing as the injured player is, to me, more potentially, I guess, telling or devastating in that usually a guy's not going to wail out like that unless it's an emotional part of it, and you sometimes realize that, oh man, I just went through all of this, and at that point he might have realized that it was a bad injury. Sometimes when guys get up first and don't realize they're injured, it's when you take a step or two and something just kind of slips or slides. I have zero clue what actually happened. I just know, just from personal experience and from being around this before, that's when you realize, oh, something's wrong.
Yep.
And that's where I could see where maybe he was just devastated emotionally. So there's two sides of that. There's Brevin Jordan himself. Man, if it is a really bad injury, again, the guy's worked his butt off. He's done everything the right way. He talks about so much in his press conference earlier this training camp, about just how much he just enjoys the journey and being out there and actually just being able to practice football.
Yeah.
So that's tough. He's going to be a part of really being able to, as he's done in the past, provide a wrinkle to that offense. And you can use him creatively in a lot of different ways. And when you spring him, he's got the athletic ability to do some really damaging things.
To your point about just the joy he was feeling in being back, he was the guy leading the pregame sort of hype circle before the Minnesota, before the Vikings game on Saturday. Like, he was the, whereas normally if he was in uniform, it'd be somebody like Will Anderson or, back in the day, Jimmy Ward when he was healthy, things like that. It was Brevin Jordan doing that before the game on Saturday, which I think is an indicator of what you're talking about, just the emotion the positive emotion he felt from being back, and now just waking up this morning for him, just devastated, I'm sure. We'll get more news on that injury, I'm sure, as the week rolls along. Other Texans news real quick. The Texans officially signed a safety, Jalen Mills, so they've got a little bit of veteran depth at the safety position right now, with C.J. Gardner-Johnson recovering from his injury and Jimmy Ward out. Foley Fatukasi and Derek Barnett both activated off the PUP. They were at practice yesterday. So that's your Texans news. As far as the Astros go, good news last night. They win 7-6 over the Boston Red Sox in Alex Bregman's homecoming. Bregman hit a 2-run home run in the first inning off of Christian Javier, who was making his first start in about 15 months. He ended up getting the win last night, 5 innings pitched, 2 runs. But to me, the biggest news coming out of this game, Seth, was Josh Hader did not close the game last night, which is a lot of people confused about that. We got clarity after the game that Josh Hader showed up at the ballpark yesterday.
Josh, he came in today, and, there is some shoulder discomfort. So we are, we're getting some tests done. That's why he was not available today.
Okay. This is bad.
Yeah.
This is not good.
Potentially bad. Just
Yeah.
we don't even have to. Are there any of our listeners we need to explain to just why shoulder soreness is never just shoulder
Maybe
soreness?
if someone,
often not just shoulder discomfort.
Yeah. And with the Astros, when it's reported as discomfort, if you're new to Houston, maybe you moved here in the last week or so in advance of the school year. This is a big time of year for people moving into town with job transfers and stuff. You got to get in before the school year. If you're new to town, just know that anything medical with the Astros, buckle up. That's all I'll say.
It's the relationship equivalent of when one of your friends might tell you that he and his wife are working through some things.
Yes.
They're like, I know there's a lot more to it than just that.
That's exactly
so
what
Josh
it is.
Hader is working through some things with his shoulder right now.
Yeah. Here's one more from Joe Espada. They hit him with a follow-up question on Hader.
He walked in today, and he was doing his plyos on before he threw his doing his throwing program, and he just did not feel right. So we went ahead and we got some testing done. We're waiting on those results, so we should have something more tomorrow.
Yeah, that's where I got nervous. As I mentioned earlier, Amy and I were sitting out by the bullpen. That's where we sat for the game last night. And we sat out there before, and Josh Hader has an exhaustive process that he goes through to get ready for games.
Yeah.
Even when he starts it in the 4th or 5th inning, so he probably does this every game.
Mm-hmm.
And the plyo thing that Espada's talking about, boy, he gets those big rubber bands and puts them around his leg, and he's stretching the legs, he's stretching the arms. He is doing something every inning, starting in about the 4th inning. And he just wasn't out there last night. He was nowhere. We were looking for him like, is Hader doing his exercises? Totally absent, not even in the bullpen last night. I'm like, well, this isn't good.
No.
It turns out it was not good. There's this De Los Santos guy who I didn't even know was on the team trying to close out the game against the Red Sox last night.
Well, and Yainer, as early in the game, I was asking Brandy. You know what, honestly, Brandy, I can't remember the last time they threw somebody out at second. When was the last time they caught somebody stealing?
Oh, that.
And, Yainer comes up big.
8th inning.
Yeah.
That was big, man. Yeah. Good job, Yainer. Astros back at it tonight over at Dyken Park. They hold a 1-game lead over the Seattle Mariners, who did not play last night. Matthew Stafford's back injury. This is important to the Texans because they play the Rams in Week 1. Kept the 37-year-old quarterback out of practice on Monday, Seth.
Oh, no.
We got reports over the weekend. You and I didn't get a chance to talk about this yesterday because it was just a 2-hour show. But on the heels of all this, like Adam Schefter saying this is no big deal, if he had to play tomorrow, he would play. This is last week, Schefter saying this, and then all of a sudden these reports come out that Stafford's getting epidurals shot into this disc in his back. Mm-hmm. And yesterday, he leaves practice to get into some holistic rejuvenation mobile.
Yeah, I saw that.
It said Immortal. It's the name of the company, Immortal.
It looks like I clicked on the article and I didn't end up reading it because something else distracted me. Mm-hmm. But it was just it's like an Airstream trailer converted into some kind of lab on the inside where I'm sure there's probably a I'm guessing there's. We'll have to check me on this later. I'm guessing there's a hyperbaric chamber. Yeah. I'm guessing there's a cryotherapy of some sort. Basically, anything they try to overcharge you for these days because it's the trendy new thing.
Yes,
There's probably an IV station, right? Yep.
Probably so. I haven't seen the inside of it yet, but in the Super Bowl winning QB, I'm reading straight from the article on NFL.com, was in street clothes and seen entering a, quote, restorative and rejuvenation mobile vehicle parked near the Rams facility, per the LA Times.
Okay, it does red light therapy. Well, that's good stuff. A lot of our listeners told us about red light therapy when we were talking about it. Yeah,
Amy's done that. She likes it.
It's got some kind of, electrical PEMF. It's got vibroacoustics.
Okay.
uses sound and vibration to induce relaxation and reduce stress.
Okay.
What kind of vibration? That's starting to sound a little sketchy. Molecular hydrogen inhalation.
Okay.
There's one thing I hate is when I inhale non-molecular hydrogen.
Yeah.
It's good that they pointed it out that it was molecular instead of non-molecular.
It's better for you, the molecular.
Right, yeah.
So knowing all this, knowing that he's hanging out in some hyperbaric trailer trash mobile and that he's getting epidurals, what's your gut tell you on Matthew Stafford playing week 1 against the Texans right now?
I think we get a Jimmy Garoppolo show. I think we get, honest Sean, especially if C.J. Gardner-Johnson is back. I think C.J., I'm not even exaggerating. I said earlier that I think Jimmy Garoppolo might throw 17 interceptions.
Yeah.
I'll be really disappointed if he doesn't throw 4 interceptions versus the Texans if Jimmy Garoppolo starts in week 1. Because remember, the Rams always start off slow, too.
Yes.
They usually typically get off to a slow start. They don't play any of their starters in the preseason. Let's do it.
When the Texans take on the Panthers in Saturday's preseason home opener, you can be there watching from the front row at NRG Stadium. How? Just be listening in the next hour. That's how, as well as the noon and 5 p.m. hours for 3 chances to win a pair of seats in the bullpen. They could be yours courtesy of your favorite sports station in town, the Marconi-nominated Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Ticket Tuesday on Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio 610. Up next, D'Amico Ryans has had a chance to take a look at that Minnesota film. What did he see? And key component with Nick Caley, how is Nick Caley going to be handling his duties as offensive coordinator? D'Amico was asked about that yesterday, and the Mike Sando QB tier article is out. One of my favorite articles of the year is out. Where did C.J. Stroud land in the QB tiers? That's coming up next.
It's just one preseason game, but it looks KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
D'Amico Ryans met with the media following practice yesterday. The big news, Brevin Jordan suffered an injury that we'll learn more about here, I would imagine, over the next few days. Lower leg. It looked to be a leg injury. So we'll talk about that more as the show rolls on. But there was a practice yesterday. There was a game on Saturday, and D'Amico Ryans was asked, hey, what did you see now that you've had a chance to go back and rewatch the Minnesota game?
One thing I liked is just the physicality, starting up front. Like, I turned on the first snap of our offensive line, the way we were coming on off the ball, all right, resetting the line of scrimmage, Yacht coming through, playing physical at that fullback position. I just like the physicality that was shown. Of course, there's always room for improvement when it comes to technique and finishing some blocks and things at the second level, defense being on the same page, like finishing plays. But overall, I'm pleased with how the guys showed up. And it was just, that's the first one. Now I tell guys that the first one really doesn't matter. It's how you show up on the next one and what type of improvements are you showing. So I'm really excited about this week. Like, let's crank the intensity up. We get to go against another team, and let's see who have taken the lessons, learned, and can they apply them this week.
So two things that he mentioned there. One, when I went back to watch and just fact-checked myself on my impression that the offensive line was playing very physically. Yeah, they were, at the point of attack, they were moving guys backwards. They were changing the line of scrimmage. That was really good. I also agree with D'Amico on the finishing blocks at the second level. Juice Scruggs did some good things at the line of scrimmage, but when it came to getting up on linebackers, he couldn't quite stay attached to guys. Jakob Johnson did some good things, but also I think can finish his blocks a little bit better. I mean, but he comes with an oomph. I'm excited about that. Hopefully some of this is just timing and all the rest of it. Ariante Ursary looked really, really good, but also still has some things he can clean up with his footwork, which is really encouraging because I don't expect him to be pristine 2.5 weeks into his NFL career with his footwork just yet. But that was all really good. Defensively, the defensive performance in that game was almost the opposite of what the concern was last year. Last year, they would play awesome 97% of the time, but then they let up a deep shot or a long run or whatever it might be. This was death by 1,000 paper cuts and just sustained drives down the field, some deeper shots, but really when you've got basically your entire first and second string defensive line wasn't out there other than Tim Settle and Darrell Taylor and a couple guys early on. It was a lot of guys fighting for position and the Texans playing zone defense. So without a ferocious pass rush, there was just catching balls against zone, and I'm cool with that. I wasn't overly distraught by any of that.
I know that there's a ripple effect on the interior of the offensive line with the question I'm about to ask Seth, but I'm going to ask it anyways in general. Week 1 against the Rams, would you rather see a tackle combination of Ariante Ursary at left and Titus Howard at right, or Cam Robinson at left and Ariante Ursary at right, which would obviously mean Titus Howard bumps inside to right guard? That's a good defensive line. They've got Jared Verse, who you love.
Yeah, I feel more solid about right now with Cam Robinson because Ariante Ursary would still be out there. It'd just be at right tackle. I think I'd like Cam and Ariante, and with Titus Howard at guard. The one real unknown thing is, okay, Cam Robinson. Cam Robinson has been a steady enough offensive tackle in his career. When he got traded last year to Minnesota, it was a rough fit for him, I think. It was a new scheme. It just didn't he didn't put his best work out there. And he hasn't been impressive in camp so far when he's been healthy. But I went a couple years ago, I did this with George Fant. I thought George Fant looked awful in camp, and then he ended up as a veteran player coming out and playing there are a lot of guys that when they can actually game plan for an opponent and they spend a week getting ready for an opponent, it's a whole different deal. So for now, as excited as I am about the upside of Ursary at left tackle, I think I'd like Ursary at right tackle, Cam Robinson at left, and Titus Howard at guard.
Yeah, Fant was all right. He was all right. I liked Fant. Yeah. Any other observations that you saw from Minnesota playing off?
I talked to Cecil Shorts on our Believe in Texans podcast. We do that on Mondays and Wednesdays, and I really wanted to talk to him about the the Cade Stover incompletion, where it looked at first blush like Davis Mills had overthrown Cade Stover. Going back and watching it, I'm like, all right, my caveman D-line brain feels like Cade might have been in the wrong spot on this or should have kept extending it. Cecil agrees. Cecil thinks that Cade was on the wrong landmark, that he should have been out on the numbers. So Davis threw to where he expected Cade Stover to show up, and Cade Stover is just still feeling his way out and wasn't in quite the right spot. So I give Davis Mills a pass on that. I think he probably threw exactly to where he should have. And Cade Stover, I still give a pass because these are some of the things he's got to refine. But I'll give him a pass for 2 more weeks, and then it's got to be like, no, get it right, rookie.
Yeah, you got to get it right. Yeah.
I still think of him as a rookie.
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody's a rookie to this new system. That's the other thing. And, so they're still internalizing that. I believe that was not Davis' fault for 2 reasons. 1, Cecil Shorts is smart. 2, that would have been very uncharacteristic for the type of camp that Davis Mills has had. He has not been missing guys. Like, he's been very accurate throughout this camp.
And if they had connected on that, you got to remember it was extra impressive by Davis because Blake Fisher at right tackle was losing his pass protection rep. Yeah. And if Davis was sent longer to throw that might have been a strip sack.
Yeah.
Because that defensive end was coming around the corner and could have easily gotten Davis when he was going through his throwing motion.
Nick Caley was in the booth for this game. Where will he be for the next game? Here's D'Amico Ryans.
For Caley, he wanted to call it up top. I think as a coordinator, you have to get your feel as a first-time caller. You get a good feel for doing it up top and also doing it on the field. So for him, I think the first one he was up. Now this week we'll flip it. He'll be down this week. So that's what we use preseason for coaches as well, right, to go through the mechanics of how we operate on the sideline. But the communication was really, really great from the offensive and defensive perspective.
Okay. We know Bobby Slowick was a down on the sideline guy. You and I kind of chopped this up last week, tried to predict, I think, what Caley would be. And obviously it's still a TBD. They haven't determined yet what he's going to be. What do you think? Do you think he ends up being a sideline guy or an up-in-the-booth guy?
I think he ends up being an up-in-the-booth guy.
Do you? Okay.
Was Josh McDaniels, is he a sideline guy or a booth guy?
I think he was a sideline guy. I'm pretty sure.
And part of that is there's no right answer. It's just how you operate best. I don't know. It's hard. For me personally, I think I would like to be in the booth because you just see so much more.
I agree with you 1,000%. It's
the difference between being able to observe a battlefield if you're a general versus getting reports in a bunker.
Yep.
It's just different if you can observe the battlefield. That's at least how I approached it when I was a Roman emperor. And I like to see, I like to see how all the legions were doing.
Yeah.
But, I'm over. Whatever Caley thinks is right, then that's what he's going to do.
It gets messy down on the sideline sometimes. In all honesty, some of it probably comes down to the trust that you have in your quarterback's coach and the other assistants who are getting with CJ and sitting down with him and looking at the iPad with him and whatnot.
Yeah, even with, D'Amico. Obviously, D'Amico as the head coach is going to be down there. But in him calling a game defensively, he's got to have some guys in the booth that he really trusts to be looking very specifically at what he would be looking at.
For sure. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, Mike Sandoz, Seth. Mike Sandoz QB Tiers article, one of my favorite articles of the year, dropped yesterday. And
I like it for the anonymous quotes more than the actual tiers, right?
Yeah. I like both. You like the anonymous quotes. It's really good. I mean, Mike Sandoz is one of the kings of getting quotes from anonymous folks. And so this one is a combination. The panel for this one, Mike Sandoz, the 2025 QB Tiers, complete with commentary from the panel of 50 voters who were granted anonymity to share candid evaluations. And again, it's tiers. So they're Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, and Tier 5 quarterbacks. Tier 1 are the elite ones. Tier 2 is high-level starters. The panel is 6 GMs, 6 assistant GMs, 6 former GMs, 5 other executives, 8 head coaches, and then 19 other coaches, including 15 coordinators. So it's a pretty good cross-section. The 4 veteran quarterbacks. Okay, so these are a couple teams. They got Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson on here from the Colts. They've got Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco on here from the Browns. None of the rookies are in here. So there's none of the rookie classes included in this exercise. It's 5 tiers, from the best, tier 1, to the worst, tier 5. Quarterbacks were then ranked by the average vote. So they're just putting them into tiers, and it's the average vote. The survey excludes rookies. Tier 1, Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow are tied for the best quarterback in football, according to this. And then Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and then Matthew Stafford, Seth, sneaks into tier 1. Those are the 5 tier 1 quarterbacks, according to this group of 50 voters in the NFL. The first 4, you cannot find a quarterback power ranking that has a different 4. You can find different orders, but the top 4 in literally, I feel like every quarterback ranking I've seen this offseason is some permutation of Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Joe Burrow. Stafford sneaks in at 5 with them on this exercise.
I'm cool with this. I think Stafford's the one that people are afraid to. They're afraid to just kind of pull the plug on him or acknowledge that age has started to take its toll.
Yeah.
A lot of these are done, before we knew that his back might be as serious as it is, so that's got to be taken into consideration. Stafford, I think, right now he's a lesser version of how people were looking at Aaron Rodgers last year. I think because Stafford's still a very productive quarterback.
Yeah.
But last year, Rodgers, I think people were still giving him the benefit of the doubt, wanted to see what would happen, etc. The last time you give Grandpa the keys to the car, and then he ends up in a fountain somewhere, and you're like, all right, well, that's it. We can't. So he got bucked down on the tiers. Stafford, it wouldn't be as dramatic a fall, but I think he's still getting a little bit of the benefit of the doubt because of his incredible career.
Here's the definition of a tier 2 quarterback, according to this exercise. A tier 2 quarterback, and there's a reason I'm reading this, because as you can probably tell, this is the tier that C.J. Stroud landed in. We'll tell you exactly where he landed momentarily, but this is the definition. A tier 2 quarterback can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. He can handle pure passing situations in doses and or possesses other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above the tier 3 quarterbacks. In other words, he has a hole or two in his game. So here we go. Number 6 overall on this list, and the first in tier 2, Jaden Daniels, who is kind of this year's he's this year's 2023 C.J. Stroud, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, and I think the consistency there was a little bit of a wave to his season where the offense kind of started to lag in the last third of the season or so, and then they did some good things to rebound from it. But I think especially coming on the heels of Jaden Daniels breaking all of C.J. Stroud's records, people they're going to be hesitant to really crown him up there in that top tier until he does it for 2 years.
Got to do it 2 years. CJ learned that, man. Number 7 on this list.
Okay.
And CJ's coming up in a second here, but this is just, you and I are on the same page. We're simpatico on this. Taking these Justin Herbert drugs that they're taking. Number 7. Name me the one memorable game that Justin Herbert has ever played in the 5 years he's been in the NFL. The only games people remember with Justin Herbert are him blowing a 27-0 lead to 18th-ranked Trevor Lawrence a couple of years ago in the playoffs, and then getting his ass kicked by the Texans last year in the playoffs. Justin Herbert, man, arm talent can sure get you a long, long way in these polls with all these GMs and executives and coordinators.
Now, Sean, you know how I feel about this. I'm not going to change my take about him from before the playoff game, and then he played miserably against the Texans in the playoffs, was that he did a pretty good job of being a game manager plus last year.
During the season, yeah.
Yeah. Like he actually, it felt at times like, okay, Jim Harbaugh's doing everything he can to take all the pressure off of Justin Herbert, and yet he was smart with the football. He wouldn't put up huge numbers or anything, but if you look at expected points added or any of the more advanced stats, he was a pretty good quarterback. He was effective in the role that they asked him to play.
Yeah, no question about it. He was like 22 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. That's great. Like Nick Foles did that with the Eagles several years ago, where they just game managed the hell out of him. He threw 2 picks all year. But 7th. An offensive coordinator said this. A lot of people have him as an automatic tier 1. I want him to take it. It seems like he's almost there, but he hasn't really done it. End quote.
Yeah.
I'm
not as just went off in that Chargers game. I'm not put out by CJ being behind any of these quarterbacks simply because he simply didn't have a great year last year.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, there were reasons for that. It didn't make me doubt C.J. Stroud in the long term at all. But I totally get when people are looking at these rankings. You've got CJ's full body of work is a really, really impressive rookie year, and then a year that everybody, for the most part, is giving a pass on for last year.
Jared Goff is 8th, and now here we get to CJ Stroud. Okay, this is interesting. He is tied for 9th with the reigning defending Super Bowl MVP, Jalen Hurts. And I think what's interesting to me, and we'll get to the anonymous quotes here in just a second about CJ, and I'm happy with where he landed. Like, if you have any emotional investment in something like this, which, Seth, as you know, I do. It's a power ranking.
Yeah.
I'm happy with where CJ landed here. He's in the top 10. I feel like that's where he belongs. It's funny because I'm happy with this. I would imagine most Texan fans are cool with him landing tied for 9th among all quarterbacks in the NFL, especially considering the regression, at least statistically, last year. If there's Sean Pendergasts up in Philadelphia today that is emotionally attached to things like QB tiers in the NFL Top 100, they are ready to run up to the athletic offices and burn the place to the ground.
They're livid.
That Jalen Hurts is tied with C.J. Stroud at 9th place and behind Jared Goff and Justin Herbert. And I would imagine Jaden Daniels, who he beat by 3 touchdowns in the NFC title game last.
Jalen Hurts is never probably going to get complete and total love or confirmation of status by a lot of people in the NFL because he's unconventional in the way that he operates. And it's not even the conventional dual threat quarterback type of thing, because that's always an issue too. It's that he's so unorthodox in just the way he looks and throws and even the way he runs as a quarterback that there's going to be a grudging acceptance of him. So I kind of empathize with Eagles fans that I think I don't think he's ever really going to get probably the appreciation they feel he should get.
And I have no idea if Jalen Hurts cares about this or not. He can just show everybody the ring he won last year and his Super Bowl MVP trophy.
You're never going to be able to figure out what his emotions are about anything.
No, that's a good.
He has the same facial expression whether a loved one just died or he just won the Super Bowl.
Really good point. What I was going to say was the other thing that penalizes Jalen Hurts is his GM is too good at his job.
Right.
The one criticism that I've seen with Jalen Hurts when these types of lists have come out and he just can't crack the top 6 or 7, and there's guys in front of him who he literally has beaten head-to-head in the last 12 months, is that he doesn't need to carry his team. They got a defense that has a bunch of all-pros on it. He's got great receivers, a good tight end. He's got the best offensive line in football. He's got Saquon Barkley, who was the offensive player of the year in the same backfield. He just doesn't need to do as much, which is that's a slippery slope. Jalen Hurts has had games where he's had to carry the Eagles at times. But anyways, tied for 9th. You want to hit these? You want to hear what people are saying about C.J. Stroud? All right,
I'll rank them on a scale of idiot or genius.
Okay, I love this. Let's do this. All right, here's what they're saying about C.J. Stroud. Tied for 9th in the Mike Sando QB tiers, firmly in the middle of Tier 2. One defensive coordinator said this, quote, "He got rattled because of the offensive line, and you saw that in his play. When I watched them, I felt like he felt the rush. Because of that, I still think the talent is in there," end quote.
I think that I agree with him.
That's accurate.
I would give him genius, especially in the fourth quarter of games. The Packers game and the Chiefs game are the ones that stick out in my mind as, man, by the fourth quarter, the stuff that was bad in pass protection and on the offense had really started to affect the clock in CJ's head and some of his decision-making. And I think if you watch those games in their entirety, you can't really blame him, because he just had no reason to trust the pass protection, and it kind of rattled the entire operation because of it.
Yeah.
So yes,
those 3 games, the Green Bay game, the Indianapolis game at home, and that Jets game on Thursday night, that was the time of year where I'm like, oh man, this just looks different than CJ's rookie year.
Yeah.
Next quote comes from another defensive coordinator. Said this, quote, "Everybody wants to downgrade CJ Stroud. His number 1 wide receiver was out. The line didn't play great. The run game wasn't there like it should have been," end quote.
Yeah, genius, I guess. I got to stop giving this genius. Some of this is just plain folks' common sense.
Yeah.
I'll give him a Garrison Keeler on that.
I don't know who that is.
I enjoy stories about smart enough, but reading from a script. Everybody wants to downgrade that one. You know what? No, I give him idiot on that because obviously not everybody wants to downgrade CJ.
Right.
He ended up almost exactly where he was last year.
Yeah.
So I say this guy's an idiot because he misgauged how much everybody wants to downgrade CJ. People are very much in a holding pattern on CJ Stroud.
Yes.
This is the sense I get from everybody I talk to out at training camp, from the national reporters, from articles you read, anonymous quotes like this. Everybody is just in a holding pattern where they really like CJ Stroud, but the production was what the production was, so they're just waiting to see what happens
that
this
he
year.
Consistently lands between 8 and 12 in all these rankings, and the league is sort of in a holding pattern on him.
Yeah.
Says a lot about the level of respect that he's getting right now, I think.
So we're going back to the old scale. That guy's an idiot.
Okay. That guy's an idiot. All right, here's an offensive coach said this about C.J. Stroud. Quote, I read an article. They said it's time for him to take the next step. What is the next step? It's time for his team to take the next step. He's pretty damn productive, end quote. Let me just say before you grade this, Seth, I love that this quote began with, I read an article. Like the guy.
I read an article this offseason.
I hadn't heard of C.J. Stroud, but I did read an article about him, and this is what they said in the article.
No, they said it's time for him to take the next step. I disagree with this, and you know what? I don't like this guy's methodology on life. What the hell? Everybody's always got a next step. Everybody's always got a next step.
Yeah.
What kind of look who you're coaching?
So idiot.
Because everybody's always got a next step. With CJ, I do think that there are times where, as almost every single young quarterback does who's made of the right kind of stuff, in his first couple years, sometimes a little too aggressive or a little too willing to hang on to the ball and try to attack downfield. CJ's got to find a little bit of a better distribution of knowing when it's okay, especially on first down, to take the easy money, and then when it's okay to extend the play.
Yep.
And he'll tell you himself, like CJ will give you a list of 7 things that he's probably working on. Of course there's a next step to take, idiot.
Right.
I agree about the other stuff. Yes, the team has to get better around him, but CJ's always going to have next steps to take. This guy's team is going to suck this year. I'll tell you that much.
Dude, I read an article as the first part of that quote just tickled me. All right, a couple more.
That's what I tell my players every day in the meetings. You guys are all just fine, okay? Just go out and try to stay exactly the same, all right?
I read an article, and it said we're just fine, yeah. All right, a couple more here. These are anonymous coaches, voters, executives, GMs that voted in Mike Sando's QB Tiers poll. 2 voters compared C.J. Stroud to the Packers' Jordan Love. One of the voters said this, quote, very similar to Love in that some of the disguises, he'll hold the ball quite a bit, take some sacks, throw it into coverage at times. The decision-making can be average, end quote.
That's about as harsh as it gets when they say the decision-making can be average.
Yeah.
I guess I would have to put this guy, I think that's and actually not all that harsh assessment.
I don't think it's unfair. I don't know if I totally agree, but I don't think it's unfair.
No, and I do. I think the part about the decision making, that's where it's hard to separate it from everything else going on around him.
Yeah.
And I think because of the lack of precision elsewhere, I think it made it a lot harder for CJ to make the right decisions at times. There are times where I'll go back to that Packers game where, man, if CJ had held on to the ball a little longer, his third choice in the progression when they were down in the red zone at the end of the game would have been a John Mechie touchdown.
Yeah.
But the problem was CJ had gotten hit by unblocked pass rushers multiple times in that game, and I think it affected his decision making. So yeah, I'd say that with some excuses that I'll make for CJ, there was average decision making.
Yeah. So not a genius, but not an idiot. This guy, this particular coach,
the actual evaluator.
The quote. Yeah.
Well, I can only do one of 2, so I'm going to get him put on brilliant.
Okay. The defensive coordinator who faced Stroud did raise concerns. So there's a defensive coordinator who voted in this that faced C.J. Stroud, raised concerns over the quarterback's 86-yard game against the Green Bay Packers. Just to refresh, that was the first of the 3 games I just referred to. That was the first of the games where the pass protection was really bad. Because they started the season, the Texans did 5-1, if I'm not mistaken. So it looked, there were a lot of good things going on the first 6 games, or at least decent things going on. And then that Packers game, that was the second game without Nico Collins. Anyways.
One curious decision by Stroud was to throw that ball to Tank Dell.
Yeah.
on the sideline, which did nothing for them at all other than stop the clock.
Yeah, and they wanted to keep the clock moving because eventually
didn't give them a first down. Didn't give it even if Tank Dell had caught the ball, it would have stopped the clock.
Yeah,
that was. And remember that was after they had stopped. There had been the 2-minute timeout, and afterwards. One of the coaches said that there hadn't been a discussion with CJ about like the actual approach or strategy at that time. That was frustrating.
It was frustrating, and the Packers go down and get the ball. They win on a last-second field goal. This particular defensive coordinator who was concerned about that particular CJ Stroud game said, quote, "He can carry the team. He is special in my eyes because he can throw from the pocket. He can throw off schedule. He's been really good with the game on the line. The one thing that would sway me to go to Tier 3 for him opposed to Tier 2 was his performance at Green Bay. I wasn't crazy about the play calls at the end, but if he had won that game, he would be a solid 2. He is a 2 to 3. So this guy, okay.
This is another coach I don't like. This is one game.
Allow me. Idiot.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Okay.
Yeah. If he had completed this one drive, then my overarching evaluation of his 2-year career so far flips an entire tier. Come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. You take that one drive, that one decision, and that affects your whole thing. So, yeah.
I feel like that might be the Packers' defensive coordinator giving himself a pat on the back.
Maybe.
There's that one play where I basically turned him into the shell of a quarterback that he is.
Yeah. In the AFC South, obviously Cam Ward's not in it. He's a rookie. Trevor Lawrence, 18th. The Colts might be sneaking into. They might be picking in the top 5 again this year. Daniel Jones 30th, Anthony Richardson 32nd.
I predict that Daniel Jones.
I want to read some Anthony Richardson quotes.
Oh, okay, good. I wanted to read the Trevor Lawrence ones. Read the Anthony Richardson ones. Those will be better.
Those
You're
might
right.
be more fun. Let's see here. Here's what the anonymous people are saying. They have a title quote at the beginning of the kind of the rundown of each of these guys, like in a bigger font. And the big title quote is, "I think it's a pipe dream right now." All right, here's what they're saying about Anthony. An exec said, "I think it's a pipe dream right now based on what I've seen to say he's a starter in the NFL. The accuracy isn't there. If you want to do college RPO type stuff, that's your guy. But some of the stuff last year was not starter quality." End quote. All right, I need something.
It's exactly what, if you don't, there's so few people that have actually watched many games in the AFC South. So they genuinely, anything positive they feel about Anthony Richardson is almost fueled entirely by highlights. I've seen nothing that's sustainable. I can't believe, honestly, that they haven't bailed on him already. It's amazing how bad he is.
Okay, that's the most vanilla. I just skimmed the other quotes in here. That's the most vanilla of the Anthony Richardson anonymous quotes. A head coach said, quote, "That's a tough one to overcome. If you can, more power to you."
Yeah.
I love that.
Trevor Lawrence one that I liked a lot. I have a lot of Texans fans feel this because we've seen Trevor Lawrence come in and do some scary things in kind of like in an Anthony Richardson fashion. Boy, he'll throw some pretty balls.
Yeah.
Boy, he'll lace it sometimes, and he kind of layers the ball and just does some really pretty things. But all in all, this one head coach says, "I thought he would be better, but he just isn't naturally accurate." And that's where I am with it. It's just some of the easy stuff that he screws up. And he's got that long motion where it just doesn't feel like there's nothing that feels like he's a naturally great thrower of the football.
Yep.
And I know they can, and then they blame injuries. But you know my stance on quarterback injuries. I don't accept them. I don't. Right. It's just that's what being a good NFL quarterback is a guy that fights through injuries. And if it's affecting your play more often than just for smatterings of a part of a season here or there, I don't accept it as an excuse.
Yep.
Stop getting injured or play through them better.
Here's just a couple more on Anthony Richardson, just to circle back over. A defensive coach said they're not ready to say they effed up, but they are hedging.
Yeah.
The Colts. And then one voter said simply, "The Anthony Richardson experiment is over." Do you think it's over? I feel like they started him in the first preseason game. I mean, they're clearly still trying to jam this square peg into a round hole.
I think they started him and were upset that the injury was just a finger because he gets injured every time they use him.
Yeah.
This is the problem. I saw a lot of people say, "Oh, it's just a dislocated finger that happens all the time. Anthony Richardson leaving the game with an injury. And are you going to tell me that the guy who's got a 49% completion percentage isn't going to be affected by a dislocated finger if he did come back into the game?
Yep.
Open your eyes,
Yes.
sheeple.
Thank you. You say sheeple?
Yeah. It's my favorite. One of my favorite indignant social when tryhards are angry at people on social.
It's pretty
media.
good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Text message 713-572-4610. A lot of texts rolling in on this topic. Is Justin Herbert our generation's Dan Marino? Great arm, but can't win with talented teams and good coaching. Do you see
Dan Marino won a lot. He just never won a Super Bowl.
Never won a Super Bowl.
I don't think that's fair to Dan Marino. Dan Marino's a Hall of Fame quarterback. Justin Herbert is not. Yeah.
Dan Marino is in most people's top 10 quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah.
He just piled up crazy. I mean, Dan Marino piled up crazy, insane numbers, especially for the era that he was playing in. Like his numbers. And he played in an era with a lot of good Hall of Fame quarterbacks. His numbers were space-age numbers for that time.
I feel like that's an incredible amount of shade to throw at Dan Marino at 7:34 in the morning by comparing him to Justin Herbert. I know what you're going for there, but no, I just don't know.
Yeah.
I don't like nobody has ever once said that Justin Herbert is as good as Dan Marino or anywhere close.
No. Justin Herbert is the most overrated QB in the last 10 years. I'd have to go back and look. There's probably a couple that may be more over. He is overrated, in my opinion. I don't rate it, but I think he is seventh is too high for Justin Herbert. He's played enough football now where his ranking can no longer be based on he's got a big arm and he's more mobile than you think he is. His ranking has to be, and that's part of his ranking, I get it. But he's played enough football games and had enough failure in his career where that's got to impact his ranking at this point.
And this is where, because I don't want to disrespect the listener. I think that, obviously, he was more comparing the situation than the player himself. I would say that I still reject the analogy just because Dan Marino was a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback who never had a great team around him. Yeah. I don't think the Chargers are held back any more by their team than by the quarterback himself. I think that he's not as impressive a quarterback as Dan Marino.
Yes.
Has he been held back by his team at times or the Chargers curse, I guess, whatever. But I don't think that, I also don't look at him as a guy that's been, shafted because of the situation he's in.
Text message, all those QBs above CJ have amazing teams around them. Mahomes looked terrible with pressure compared to CJ Stroud. I think that's an interesting point. Now, I'm not here to say CJ Stroud should be above Patrick Mahomes in a list like this now or yet or however you want to put it. But it is fair to point out, like the pressure you saw Mahomes under in the Super Bowl, that pressure percentage that he was under and looked horrible is the same percentage that CJ saw on a weekly basis throughout the regular season.
Yeah. No, and I think the biggest difference between Mahomes and that offense was the Chiefs, at the very least, were not wasting first down so routinely. The Texans were so bad on first down, especially when they tried to run the ball, that CJ ended up in so many in second and long and third and long situations, whereas the Chiefs were really good at getting to 3rd and 3. And Mahomes, if he had to be, he wasn't going to be spectacular last year, but they were much more effective as an offense, partly just because they knew how to get first downs. They knew how to, hey, news alert, Andy Reid's a better offensive coordinator than Bobby Slowick.
Go figure.
Controversial, I know, but I'm willing to say it.
That is a hot take right there.
Yes.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's give away some Texans tickets right now. You want to be out there for the preseason game on Saturday, week 2 of the preseason, Carolina Panthers in town? Well, pick up your phone. Give us a call right now. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 is going to win a pair of seats in the bullpen to see the Texans take on the Panthers. Saturday, noon kick, preseason home opener, 713-572-4610. It's caller number 5. Now, this is your first of 3 chances to win throughout the day. If you miss out this time, be listening to In the Loop in the noon hour, be listening to The Drive in the 5 o'clock hour, and listen for your cue to call, just like I did right now, and you're going to win a pair of seats in the bullpen. They can be yours if you're caller number 5. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Christian Javier had a nice, solid start last night. I have a question. After one start, where is Javier on the, if the playoffs started tomorrow, starting pitcher power rankings for you? next. But first, Prize Picks. I had a little.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. You're talking about NetJets during the break, Seth. What were you saying about NetJets to me?
I was saying that I'd rather, if I were in the market for a private jet, I would totally be a NetJets guy before I was.
Instead of owning one.
I'd never want my own jet. Well, NetJets has a really good safety rating. And also, just I don't like signing contracts no matter what. Even though I'd be signing a contract with NetJets,
yeah.
But it's a year-by-year thing. I'm not tied to something for the rest of my life.
Refresh my memory. Didn't you take flying lessons at one point?
I, sir, was a private pilot with a license.
You had a license?
And almost got my instrument rating.
So
but then I quit.
So are you a backseat driver when you're on a plane? Like, do you walk up to the cockpit? Like, if you're sitting, you fly a lot, so you wind up in first class quite a bit. Do you like that because it's easy? It's a short walk for you to just poke your head in the cockpit and go, I would turn here if I were you.
Yeah, Dan, I get off the plane, I'm like, I probably should have used the flaps a little bit more on that landing there. Oh, that's all right. You'll be better next time.
You know, guys, I was looking at the map feature on the screen in front of me there, and we're going the wrong. If we're trying to land in Houston, there's a shorter way that you can go right now.
Basically, I'm too absent-minded. I know that. You know that. Yeah. You really know that. And I decided I had too many fatal flaws. It was gonna end with It was going to end in fire. Yeah. However, it ended with me being a private pilot. At least I wouldn't have but I didn't want it to necessarily be quite as soon as it inevitably would be if I kept flying airplanes.
That is the way to go. I mean, you're going to know for about a minute and a half that it's going to end, but when it ends quickly, yes.
Oh, and my God, does the FAA freak out when you decide to have a few beers while you're flying an airplane? I did. I did not do that.
No,
I did when I would mess around on my flight simulator. You get on a flight simulator and you try to operate with all the flying the pattern and listening to flight control, all that stuff. A couple of beers, it'll affect your performance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
my advice to all the kids out there. Try not to drink when you're flying an airplane.
That's really good advice.
Yeah.
It is excellent advice. All right, question. Christian Javier, 5 innings pitched, 2 earned runs. He has now started 1 Major League Baseball game in the last 15 months or so. Here's Joe Espada before I ask the question to the audience. Let's see what Joe Espada thought of Christian Javier's performance last night.
That was really, really good performance. He looked strong. I think he pitched to some trouble there, and he had all his pitches working. Aside from the home run for breaking the first, I thought he was really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, literally, and honestly, Seth, I can write that off to just nerves of being back out on the mound for the first time in 15 months
and
in a big league game.
Getting comfortable, right? And that's about as much as you could hope for, other than the storybook no hitter or something like that. That's about the way you'd want it to go. If he's going to face early on when he's just still getting comfortable and ends up being really good after that. And he's pitching opposite of a Cy Young candidate who the Astros offense ends up running after the 5th inning. It was really, really good.
This is indicative, though, of just how slippery a slope and how thin things are with the Astros, and maybe indicative of whether or not Dana Brown should have gone a little harder after some pitching at the deadline. Is that I think if the playoffs started tomorrow and you're playing, let's pretend you're playing in a best 3 out of, I guess best of 3, whatever. You're playing in a playoff series, whether it's wild card, ALDS, whatever, where you need 3 pitchers, to at least to get through the initial part of the series. I think it's Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez in some order, maybe depending on matchups, but those are your top 2 unquestionably. I think equally unquestionably right now, Christian Javier would be your 3rd starter in a playoff series, and that is a scary proposition considering how little Major League Baseball pitching he's done over the last year and a half.
Yeah, my whole thought about your trade deadline acquisitions for the pitchers are going to be the guys you got coming back from IL. It kind of takes a hit when on the day that Christian Javier has his first start back that Josh Hader ends up with mysterious shoulder discomfort. So that's on that side of it, at least there's a little hopefully it really is just genuinely shoulder discomfort and it's something that he felt in his warm-up, and he's being careful about it. He's being a veteran and a pro, and he's heading it off. That's what I'm hoping for right now.
I am too. How comfortable are you with Brian Abreu being your closer for this team?
I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
You think I'm not comfortable? I'm totally comfortable. Why would you suggest I'm not comfortable?
Well, no.
Everything about me is comfortable right this moment.
Like
Weird.
You're like
so weird that you would suggest I might be uncomfortable.
You're like that Martin Short character on SNL back in the day. Why do you ask me that? He's smoking. I forget the guy's name. Yeah, he was the tobacco company. Right? That's what it was. Why did you ask
sweating.
Me that? Yeah.
Sir, all these studies show that secondhand smoke.
Yeah.
Where are you getting that? I haven't seen that. That's not what our studies show.
That was you just now. And maybe the presence of Abreu makes me a little less uncomfortable about the news we got with Josh Hader. And if you're just now tuning in and you didn't stick with the Astros game till the 9th inning last night and watch this De Los Santos guy and Bennett Sousa bring the ship into the shore for the save situation.
And Yiner.
And Yiner is the catcher. Yeah. Josh Hader did not pitch last night because he has shoulder discomfort. He showed up at the ballpark with shoulder discomfort. And I guess from a closer standpoint, I mean, Brian Abreu's not Josh Hader. Few people are, but he can close games, and he's got closer stuff too, I think. The big thing I saw yesterday or last night, Ryan Presley is out on the streets, Seth. Do you bring Ryan Presley, park him at the front of the car wash, and then hit the on button for the Astros pitcher car wash, and then run him through there with all that tire cleaner and rust proofing and whatever else?
Well, it's two parts to that question. I'm all for bringing him in and, run him through the Astros car wash, but you're not bringing him in as the closer. Per se. Not
if you have Brian Abreu on the roster. No,
right,
but there's a ripple effect. Ryan Abreu's pitching the 9th. Now you need somebody to pitch the 8th. There
was that always awkwardness of Ryan Presley still being on the team but having been demoted, and he didn't make it a secret that he wasn't happy about it.
Yeah.
This feels like there would be a little bit of a reset on that. It might not feel as awkward. It might just feel more like a seamless, like, hey, we're bringing everybody back into the fold, and Ryan Presley's just the latest one.
Look, he got DFA'd by the Cubs. If he's feeling awkward about not being the closer on the team, you don't sign him. I mean, if he's still that emotional about it,
I'd be really surprised if he did feel awkward.
Yeah, I do too. I am too.
It feels. It might in some ways feel more. You might get the better version of him. Whatever he has left in the tank these days, because he's back in a comfortable environment, and whatever awkwardness they may have been, I think that's just kind of thrown out the window.
Yeah.
So I'm all for bringing him back, but I don't, only if he's genuinely cool with being a guy that might come in the 7th inning or the 6th inning.
Yeah, he's got to be, for sure. Yeah, I would do it. I would definitely do it. And he's getting his money from the Cubs, so it's not going to be a salary issue. I'm guessing he comes in, it's the vet minimum for it. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. For the love of God, text message, can we stop putting Hector Neris out there? Yeah, another guy we brought back who I like having around.
So much.
Amy and I are sitting there, and it's 7-2, and it's the 7th inning, and I say, because Amy and I both have to get up early. We're like, okay, if they're still up 7-2 after this inning, we'll hightail it out of here. And then in comes Hector Neris. So doop. Next thing you know, it's 7-6.
Hector Neris,
I guess we're still leaving. We were planning on going.
He's so damn likable. But then just the other likable thing about the Astros that you can only like when a team is winning is Jesus Sanchez and Jose Altuve on the base paths at the same time. Just such a recipe for a Benny Hill skit.
Oh,
just
Yakety sax. Oh, my God. Are you, sir, ready to get petty in the next segment?
Oh, yeah. I've been thinking about it all night. I barely slept last night.
Pettycast. Yeah. We got some good ones in here, too, man.
Warmed up. I'm ready to go.
We got some good petties in here, man. So, Pettycast, text yours in. 713-572-4610. We'll do the Tuesday Pettycast. Hey, about an hour from now, James Palmer is going to join us, formerly of CSN Houston and the NFL Network. Just big news with him career-wise yesterday with The Athletic that we'll get to. We'll get his thoughts on some of the camps that he's been to, stuff he's been watching around the NFL. We love catching up with James Palmer. We'll do that at 9 o'clock on the show today. Stay there.
Hey, we are smack dab in the middle of storm season, and
TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. And if you listen to this show, first, thank you for listening to this show. If you listen to the show, you know 8 o'clock on Tuesdays is when Seth and I are at our most petty. We're petty all the time, but we take it and we turn it up several notches Tuesday at 8 a.m., right, Seth?
We take PEDs before this segment. Sean and I have been on a mixture of amphetamines and alcohol. Yeah.
Syringes right in the butt. All right, so let's do this. Let's get petty. Let's listen to other people get petty. We call it the Petty Cast. And let's start with this. We played this towards the end of the show yesterday, but I think it fits perfectly into this segment. The Patriots unveiled a statue for Tom Brady. Head was a little small, body was a little off, but whatever, you know.
He looked like the character in Beetlejuice that's waiting in the purgatory waiting room there, who had his head shrunken by cannibals.
That's right. That's exactly right. But Tom Brady's speech at the statue unveiling at their preseason game against the Commanders this past Friday. Here was Brady to Jet fans.
But in the end, this statue isn't just for Pats fans. It'll also give all the Jets fans something to throw their beers at as they leave the stadium every year. Probably in the second quarter. Maybe the third.
Okay, you are writing checks on behalf, Tom Brady, of the 2025 New England Patriots, not the 2014 or 2016 or 2003, any of the Super Bowl teams. Hell, any of the teams that didn't win a Super Bowl but at least made the playoffs. You made the playoffs practically every year. So there's that. But a very petty joke towards Jets fans, which I understand. I'm here for it. I like it. I just feel like that. I feel like the Jets and the Patriots aren't all that different in 2025.
Yeah. You would. What did you feel like statue making in sports has taken a step back?
I think there's two things that we need to stop doing. I feel like statue making in sports has gone backwards. When was
Like,
I can't remember the last time like there was a statue unveiling where like that is. Boy, that looks exactly like
what an impressive statue.
Yeah.
There's probably, I'm guessing there's fewer sculptors these days.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Most of the good artists are going into the graphic world,
yes.
right?
Yeah, we got to stop with the statues. There are no more good statue makers, it feels like. Ask Dwayne Wade. Go look at the Dwayne Wade statue. The other thing we need to do away with, Seth, old-timers games. Do you see that? The Yankees?
Why? I love it. I love seeing fat Johnny Damon.
It's depressing.
That was awesome.
Poor Mariano Rivera shredded his Achilles in this damn thing.
What are you going to do?
There's a reason why nostalgia works.
Yeah, I'll tell you what those guys didn't do.
Yeah.
They didn't get around in a circle and kneel down in silence.
They didn't. They scooped him up out of there and said, we got an old-timers game to finish.
They probably laughed at him. Yeah. That was what we did. Back in the day.
Yeah. I'm watching some of these highlights from the old-timers game. I'm like, this is depressing me. That's Alfonso. I had Alfonso Soriano was the linchpin for a very good fantasy baseball team I had back in the day, and I'm looking, and he looks less fit than I do. He was like a 40-40 guy.
You are petty. I like watching. I wish the Astros did more of that. I think the statues. Part of it with the statues is ever since I feel like it's hard to put up a statue these days without eventually finding out that somebody toppled the statue. Like the Panthers owner.
Yeah.
I don't know how Karl Malone's statue is still standing, but there's like I feel like you're putting a target on your back whenever you have a statue put up for yourself.
Yes. Yeah. All right. So
anything that 100 yeyears from now, they're going to be toppling all these statues because they find out that we ate animal meat or something. It'll be like, I heard he was a meat eater. That guy. Topple his statue.
Away with the statue. All right, so I'm a little petty in that one. Tom Brady, obviously petty towards the Jets, so we like that. Did you see this? He's like 13 years old. That was in an umpire get-up over the weekend at a Cubs-Cardinals game.
I saw a picture of it, but I hated the kid immediately,
okay,
so I didn't read anything about it.
So this kid named...
Oh, no, was he sick?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
not that I know of. Not that I know of. I think he just...
That's a little too petty.
He's into... umpiring, I guess. I'll let him explain. This is a Cubs-Cardinals game in St. Louis. This kid lives in Florida, okay? So he and his family drove up to St. Louis for a 3-game series, and he dresses up in a Major League umpire getup, and he's got all the body motions down. Like, he puts on the mask ferociously like an umpire does. Somebody hits a home run, they flash to him, he's doing the home run signal. Like, he is into being an umpire. I'm guessing he wants to be one someday. He explained to the Cubs sideline reporter, whose name escapes me right now, Taylor McGregor, I think is her name. How did this all come about?
So I was actually at a Marlins game, and then I was looking at the umpires, and my dad said, "Who are you looking at?" And I said, "The umpires." And then since then, I asked him for umpire gear and, all sorts of different stuff. And then we started going to minor league games, Cardinals, spring training, and then we just did a bunch of different stuff.
And what brings you specifically to St. Louis?
Well, definitely because of the Cardinals, and I also heard that it's a 3-game series with the Cubs, and I was super excited to go, and I saved up my money, and we're coming to all 3 games.
Okay, so here's my petty with this whole thing. The kid sounds like a great kid. It's actually I don't know if he's good at playing baseball or not, but if you're looking for an avenue to get into baseball,
but setting your sights on a niche career that other people as children don't have.
Yes.
Roger Goodell, from the time he was a young teenager, wanted to be commissioner of the NFL.
Correct.
I would hazard that he was the only child in America that had that specific goal.
Yes.
So you kind of you shrink the field of competition.
Yeah.
So now he is also choosing. His dream is to become a job that is largely going to be marginalized with the advent of the
computer,
the automatic strike zone.
Yeah.
They're still going to. I mean, there's still going to be a lot going on. Obviously, a lot of ways to be an umpire.
Yeah. There'll be humans out there. There'll be jobs.
Yeah.
I would say too, it's a job that fewer and fewer people want to go through the grind of doing. Like Little League and Pony League and high school and college.
They don't want to deal with the parents.
That's my point. Yeah. It's not worth it. So that part's smart. The petty part is this kid stands in the middle of the aisle to do all this stuff. If you're sitting there, he's a bit of a nuisance.
This is why before I heard
he
the
acts
kid,
like an ump the whole game.
Sounds like a nice enough kid and everything. It just feels like it's the Costco guys. It's all this he's bringing the boom. It feels like it's built for social media and everything. Yeah, it does. It just annoys me.
All right, Bradley. So
I'll be petty towards a child.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, there's the rules in the petty cast are very few. All right, so that's that we're petty towards Bradley. Astros win over the Yankees. There was a play. I forget who the hitter was for the Astros, but hits a pop fly behind second base that lands in between three Yankees. Runners are on base. Jose Altuve is running home. And Cody Bellinger tries to throw Jose Altuve out and looked like Timmy Lupus on the Bad News Bears. The ball slips out of his hands, and he looks like somebody who's never thrown a ball before. Here's what it sounded like on the broadcast.
Popped up. Shallow left field, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. Here comes the runner, and the throw just goes awry. So Altuve scores, staying put at second is Walker. It's a pinch hit single for Arias. I'm not quite sure what happened with the ball by Bellinger.
Yeah, it just slipped out of his hand. He was and running in, and thought he might have a play.
It was hilarious. He's going to be memed forever for that, and I love it.
Yeah,
I am petty towards Cody Bellinger.
Cody Bellinger, who perpetually looks like he ate too many edibles before a game. It's fun when anything like that happens to him, especially when we've been the victim of his actually impressive arm at times.
We have.
There's a pettiness angle here too, and it has to come in talking about Astros third base coach Perez Chica.
Yeah,
because Perez Chica. I like to, by the way, pretend his first name is Perez and
his last name is Chica.
His last name Perez Chica. I'm petty towards people who have zero memory of how they felt about Gary Pettis back in the day, because there was nobody more despised than Gary Pettis. Sending people. This is before it was when people were still getting used to the Astros' aggressive base running, and. The thing is, Pettis was still actually, I think, making good calls based on what the Astros wanted to do. Perez Chica, I'm cool whenever there's a play at home. I'm cool with sending the runner home, because that's the theory is that more times than not, it's even if it's a great outfielder, it's not going to be a perfect throw to home. So send the guys home. I'm not a fan of Perez Chica sending Paredes on plays where he makes it halfway to home plate when the ball arrives. Yeah, this is where he's not. He's nowhere close to Gary Pettis at this point.
Love that. That was a random petty I did not expect from a Cody Bellinger botch in the outfield. And by the way, if you're wondering, maybe you're new to Houston, or maybe you just have a short memory and you don't remember. Why are we so petty about Cody Bellinger? This was from February of 2020, right after the Astros got punished in the being better than everybody else scandal.
I thought the apologies were whatever. I thought Jim Crane's was weak. I thought Manfred's punishment was weak, giving him immunity. These guys were cheating for 3 years. I think what people don't realize is Altuve stole an MVP from Judge in 2017. Everyone knows they stole the ring from us. I know personally I lost respect for those guys. I think I would say
big league right there. The show.
Everybody in the show.
The show. You sound like such a dork. Oh, my God. Everybody in the show. What?
Bellinger, too, and there's other comments, too. It showed that in a lot of his comments, he showed that all he had done is watched a couple of videos and hadn't actually read anything about everything that had happened.
Yeah.
Because he talked about Altuve changing, that false story about him changing his jersey in the dugout and everything. Anything that John Boy had put out that was false about conspiracy theories. Bellinger saying that they had cheated for 3 years when it was, okay, again, it's obvious that Bellinger hadn't actually read anything.
Yep.
The thing that annoys me to this day is there's still people that errantly will say that none of the Astros ever actually apologized because all they did was watch the press conference and then listen to other pundits who didn't actually do their homework and see all of the comments that individual players made afterwards.
Yep.
Yeah. He'll always be dead to me, this Cody Bellinger.
I like that. That's petty right there. Text in your petty, 713-572-4610. This is just me being petty because I got a big kick out of it. CeeDee Lamb in street clothes getting run over by a line judge in the Cowboys game on Saturday. If you haven't seen it, CeeDee Lamb takes a pretty big hit. CeeDee Lamb celebrating a Jonathan Mingo catch, and he starts running down the sidelines with CeeDee Lamb does with his number one finger up in the air. He's all celebrating.
In the restricted area on the sideline.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been in this area. He gets a penalty for this, actually.
Yeah.
The line judge is trying to run along with the play, and he plows over CeeDee Lamb. Here's what it sounded like.
Yeoman's on the sideline, CeeDee Lamb on the sideline. Kyle?
Yeah, guys, this happened right in front of me. CeeDee Lamb was celebrating Jonathan Mingo getting behind his defender. He was so excited he jumped in front of an official, and the official ran over CeeDee Lamb. On the sideline, that's where the penalty comes in, and he was off the sideline. He was outside of the box, and so CeeDee's the one that's being penalized here for the Cowboys sideline infraction.
Pettiness in me loves that. He got popped pretty good. Like, there was some whiplash in that hit by that line judge right there.
Yeah. I saw, were they fake reports that CeeDee Lamb was injured, I'm guessing?
No, because the video of the clip that we just heard, you can see CeeDee Lamb like laughing and joking with his teammates about it.
You say no. I asked if there were fake reports. I saw fake reports.
Oh, I didn't hear fake. Sorry. Oh, okay. I didn't hear fake. Yeah. Probably.
I saw some immediately that had like 500,000 retweets, but then saw no more news of him being injured.
Yeah.
Not that. Now I'm guessing 75% of idiotic Cowboys fans think that the official is somehow to blame for this.
For sure. For sure. Yes.
Well, no. CeeDee Lamb's idiocy was to blame for that.
What's he doing?
The umpire is watching the play, not trying to attract attention to himself.
That's right.
Like some people.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, last one here. You sent this one to me yesterday. This is outstanding. This is as petty as it gets. This is an employee, I'm going to say, of a department store.
Yeah,
right.
Sean and I don't know how the law works, so I'm going to bleep out the name of the department store just in case. I don't want to get sued over this.
A prominent locales around the United States, small and large. Yeah. That's all I'll say. This is an employee quitting her job at this particular place by grabbing the overhead microphone, the PA inside the store, and saying this.
Attention, all shoppers, associates, and managers. My name is Shauna from Cap 2, and I just want to come on here and say Henry is a racist, stinky prick. Giovanna is racist. Elias is a prick of a manager. This company fires black associates for no reason. This company treats their employees like especially Cap 2, and Jimmy from Sporting Goods, Joseph the cashier, Larry from Garden Center. You are all perverts. And I hope you don't talk to your daughters the way you talk to me. Shout out to Ariel. Love you for getting me this job a year ago when I needed it most. The managers, this company, this position, and that big lazy bitch Chris Price. I quit. I'm out.
Okay, Ben, good job keeping that in there. I'm out.
I applaud the pettiness.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll tell you what, honestly. All right, if she's got serious complaints against those people, especially Jimmy, Joseph, and Larry.
Yeah.
She went about this in the wrong way, man. Because for one, she's got to get another job presumably at some point, unless she just got engaged and saying like, no, honey, you never have to work no more.
Yeah.
That also, particularly if you're Jimmy, Joseph, or Larry, that would be the one that would be the most. I don't know if those guys are married or not, but they were the ones that she called perverts. She might be facing some lawsuits from some individuals on that, like blasting it all out on social media. I don't know what the rules are. Like I said, I don't know the law so much. I applaud the pettiness.
I applaud the pettiness. I'm thankful for the content. I think this is advice you and I give out at least once a year, and usually it's when somebody in our industry is let go from their job, which is, and we've seen this with others in our industry, don't burn bridges on the way out, kids.
Yeah.
Don't take to social media and talk about how horrible your former employer is or how you got a raw deal. Like, put your nose to the grindstone and go get yourself another job.
If you do, like the accusations she was making are very serious accusations, then pursue a legal route to it and do it the right way. When you just put it on blast out there publicly,
viral.
it does nothing good for you.
Yep.
All it does, you get a little flash of attention and maybe support. But in the long run, it does not serve you well. You have to fight and fight and fight to not just get petty publicly about things that might have happened at your former job. I'm not saying to not, if you need to be a whistleblower, then do it, but do it the right way.
Yes.
Don't do it just by putting it on blast on social media.
I asked people to send in petties on the text page, and there's a bunch of people saying, "Hey, play Correa now," responding to Bellinger. Sure. I may play it later in the show. I know, Ben. Yeah, Ben. I know that's a tough one to go find. Someone is petty about Bregman's home run ball getting thrown back last night onto the field.
Okay.
A little disrespectful.
Very divisive issue. You should do a Pender poll about that. I thought it was pretty respectably hardcore in a way. But at the same time, I put myself in that situation. If I were sitting in the Crawford boxes and I caught a home run from Bregman in his first game back at Minute Maid, I'd have an emotional attachment to that. I wouldn't want to throw it back out on the field. Now, it's easy to say that after the Astros win.
Yeah.
If the Astros had lost, maybe I would have thrown it back out on the field at the end of the ninth inning. I don't know.
Here's the problem. If you do it like if they're losing the game in the ninth inning, you just throw a ball on the field.
Yeah.
You get escorted out. When you throw it back right after the home run, it's a ha-ha funny moment.
That's true. That's a good point.
Why did
what
Seth
if I
just
burn it in
throw
the
a
parking
baseball
lot?
on the field? Now, that would be interesting. Yeah. All right. Those are our petties. That was a petty cast. All right, up next, ESPN ranking the futures of all 32 NFL teams. Quarterback, roster, coaching, front office. Where did the Texans land, and where were they in this exercise when DeMeco Ryans arrived 2 years ago? How do you feel about the rebuild when we share these numbers with you? We'll do that coming up next.
How do you feel about your retirement plan? And maybe you feel like, man, she's
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, 713-572-4610. Ranking the futures of all 32 NFL teams. Man, these exercises that ESPN does throughout the right up my alley, man. And it's more fun to read these articles about the Texans now than it was a couple of years ago. The Texans, as far as the future goes, Seth, have you looked at this article? Because if you haven't, I was going to have you guess where they landed on it. But
I don't know.
Other mic.
I looked at it. What's that?
Other mic.
Oh, the wrong microphone. Sorry about that. We have a young man in observing today who is going to learn exactly what they don't teach you in broadcasting school. Or maybe they do. Maybe if I gone to broadcasting school, I'd remember to hit record or speak into the correct microphone, whatever it might be. These are the details that the professionals pay attention to.
You're not a classically trained broadcaster.
That's right. How would I know which speaking tube to speak into? No, I don't. I do not remember the rank. I just kind of looked down through some of the. I didn't look at the rankings because I'm not into it, but I looked at some of the reasons for hope and concern and all that stuff.
Okay, yeah. So the Texans.
I'll guess based on those.
Yes. The Texans. So it's ESPN.com, and they rank the future prospects for all 32 teams.
Yeah.
They rank the overall roster minus the QB. There's 4 categories. Overall roster minus the quarterback. Quarterback gets his own category, which he should, means that much. Coaching and front office. Those are the 4 things. You had to take a stab at where you think they are on this thing, Seth. Where do you, before we read the reasons for hope and whatnot?
The overall roster, if you look at it, defensively, obviously, it looks very good. I'm just trying to think of it from an outsider looking in.
Yeah.
The wide receivers, most outsiders aren't going to give much credit to the young second and third round pick right off the bat.
Yep.
But Nico pulls that up a lot. And the tight ends, I think people would be out on, not all that excited about. The offensive line, I don't think people would be excited about. And we're not looking at quarterback. I'm going to guess I think 11th or 12th on the total roster.
For overall roster. Okay, so we'll do each of these. The overall roster, they're ranked 8th in overall roster.
Good.
Yeah, 8th.
Well, even as I was going through that, I already had 11th or 12th stuck in my mind. But then I realized, man, there are a lot of teams that have a lot of question marks on the offensive line that don't have all of those other that especially at the edge pass rusher and at the cornerback position.
Yeah.
Okay, I can live with that.
8th for overall roster. Where do you think C.J. Stroud is in this metric here?
Let's see. We've every single power ranking we've looked through basically put C.J. somewhere between 8th and 11th.
Yes.
Do they not?
Yep.
So I'm going to guess, and let's go on the higher side of that median and say 9th.
He's 9th. Yeah, good job, Seth. He's 9th. All right, the next category is coaching. Where do you think DeMeco Ryans currently stacks up in the rankings of coaching in this exercise?
People are very bullish on DeMeco Ryans. And I would say for his first 2 years, he's had a pretty promising beginning. I think that DeMeco Ryans, but he still hasn't, accomplished great things yet.
Yep.
I think they'll have him 9th.
They've got him. Wow, Ben with the benefits. They got him 12th. They have him 12th.
Okay.
This is how I feel about DeMeco. I love DeMeco. I'm glad he's the Texans coach, and I think he's going to take this team to places they've never been before. It feels like in a lot of these rankings, Seth, that DeMeco. Remember back in the day when Phil Mickelson had never won a major, and for years it felt like he's the best golfer to never win a major.
Yeah.
It feels like DeMeco Ryans right now is being viewed as the best head coach to not make a conference title game. If you look at any power ranking, and I don't know who's ahead of him in this particular thing, but they've all been to a conference title game. Mike Vrabel's been to a conference title game with Tennessee,
There's with the coaches, think about coaches like John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin.
Mm-hmm.
If you had started the clock on them immediately after the year they won their Super Bowl, relatively early in their tenure, but then and you watch the rest of that, they wouldn't be ranked nearly as high. People would still like them a lot, but not at the same level that they do having that Super Bowl tenure behind them.
Yep.
I feel like that's where DeMeco is right now. They look at them in that category of a guy. Yeah, he's a really good coach, but he has to make it to a Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl, do any of those things before we really start to put him up there in some of the rankings of guys that have won Super Bowls or have made it to conference championship games.
All right, the last one, so D'Amico 12th. So he's the lowest of all these things so far. 8th for roster, 9th for quarterback, 12th for head coach. Where do you think the front office is ranked among NFL front offices?
Most people outside of Houston have really changed their tune about Nick Caserio in the front office in the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
The drafting of C.J. Stroud, and I'm thinking ticket items. They're not going to necessarily know as much about the people's frustration with Nick Caserio drafting offensive linemen. So I'm going to say for front office, 7th.
10th.
Okay.
Yeah, 10th. You add it all up, and the computer spits out an overall 8th ranking for the Texans in the NFL. So they're at the bottom of the upper quartile right now. 8th overall team, which, how about this? Just 2 years ago, not 3 years ago when it was Lovie Smith coming off of David Culley. This is just 2 years ago with D'Amico Ryans getting ready to make his NFL head coaching debut. They had a roster that was 30th. Their quarterback, C.J. Stroud, having not played a snap yet, was 23rd, which is actually pretty aggressive for a guy who'd never taken a snap. Yeah. Coaching, 25th. That's D'Amico. They used to include the draft as part of the evaluation as well, and the Texans actually got a decent grade there 2 years ago. It was 15th because they had drafted C.J. and Will, and they picked high a lot of years, right?
Yeah. They had the classic draft that's easy to like because you had multiple first-round picks and you had nothing but guys from big-time
Huge
schools.
Marquee guys, right? Yeah.
I know the name of that fifth-rounder.
Yeah. How about this, though? How about this? If you want, this may be the person who might have come the furthest in terms of their impression or their perception of them, maybe Nick Caserio. 2 years ago, Seth. 2 years ago, almost to the date, front office for the Texans, 32. Out of 32. Nick Caserio in the front office for the Texans. Here's what they Here's what they said at the time about Nick Caserio. The Texans' trade from 12th to 3rd for Will Anderson was the second largest first-round overpay in the last 20 drafts, according to the approximate value-based draft pick valuations. It can work out. The top overpay, the top one, the only one higher, was Julio Jones after all. But expensive trade-ups for non-quarterbacks are exactly the sort of move that we have learned on average are bad bets. It was not a trade that instills confidence in the front office, which ranks 32nd in these rankings.
The Will Anderson trade that's a risky trade for not even a non-quarterback, but not a non-skill position player. Yeah. That it's without knowing everything about Will Anderson, and seeing kind of how he's different as a person. Yes, people were correct to raise their eyebrows on that trade. It had to work out. If it didn't work out, it was going to be easy for people to say, I told you so, the idiotic trade. So that was impressive. You also have to remember, when they were the 32nd front office in 2023, that was coming off of, you were still less than a year removed from firing Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
And I cannot emphasize enough, now that it's been almost 3 years since Jack Easterby was fired, there were so many people that tried to act like, no, that's all just nonsense, or that's just sensationalism. Jack Easterby isn't that big. No, it was bad.
Yeah.
He was such an incredibly divisive person within that organization. To a degree, even though I knew it was really, really bad, it was bad. It was really, really bad. And I don't think Caserio was aware of, Caserio had a previous relationship with Easterby, but he didn't know what Easterby was like as a guy that was actually pulling strings in an organization when he got here. And it was bad. It was really, really bad.
It's a great point. I think the other thing, when it comes to the front office being 32nd 2 years ago, we know all the reasons why they're 10th now. They've, Nick and his staff have done a lot of good things. They were coming off of firing 2 head coaches back-to-back, one-and-dones. And the perception was by a lot of people that, D'Amico's just the next coach they're going to fire. Yep.
Can't believe D'Amico took the job there.
Took two one-and-done coaches back-to-back, because the narrative was that no GM should get a chance to hire a third head coach. You come in with one, you get a second one. Boy, if you get a third mulligan, And I think that was part of it, too. I'm just glad we're not in these numbers anymore. You know, it feels good. No more 20. They were tied for 29th 2 years ago in terms of the future, how the future looked for the Texans. So, other AFC South teams in these rankings, again, the Texans 8th. They have the 8th brightest future, according to this. Jags 20th. Titans 25th. Colts 27th. Boy, I might have to go find an outlet where I can pick the Colts to finish last in this division.
You know what's interesting is that Chris Ballard's been the GM of the Colts for about 8 years now.
2017 was his first year. Yeah.
Hasn't won a division championship. Longest tenured GM who hasn't won a division championship, other than, I don't know, various guys like Jerry Jones who own the team or whatever. And it's weird because he's put together some good teams and some good rosters with the Colts at times.
Yeah.
He just flat out has not been able to find a quarterback after having a quarterback retire out from underneath him.
Yeah.
And so where are they in the future now with Jim Irsay's children, and one of his daughters is going to be the main decision maker on all of this, as I understand it. They could, with all respect to Jim Irsay, maybe they end up being a better organization or figuring some things out just with a different person in charge in the front office, like a different owner. And I'm not saying that to insult Jim Irsay or anything. It's just sometimes change is good.
Yeah, they've never won a division. They've won one playoff game, and it was here in 2018 in that time. And not just that, Seth, not just that level of failure, but they haven't done anything in the last 4 years. Like, they haven't made the playoffs in the last 4 years. 9-8,
it's been
4-12.
I knew with Ballard, I didn't have to do hard math on it or anything. I saw a graphic this weekend of the last 10 AFC South champions.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for the Colts logo, and by gar, I couldn't find it.
Go figure.
And I know Ballard hadn't been there a decade, but to stick around as a GM without even winning a division championship in a division that's been one of the weaker divisions in the league for most of that time.
Yep.
But I good GM all except for that tiny little quarterback detail.
A little quarterback thing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday, 713-572-4610. How you feeling about those rankings we just read for the Texans? All right, I am conflicted on one of the biggest stories over the weekend, a big debut in the NFL, and I am very conflicted on this right now. I need Seth to kind of talk me into one side or the other on this one. We will do that coming up next.
Despite the loss, our guy. from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so I would say the biggest story from the weekend, I don't know, Shedeur Sanders and the performance he had around the NFL in
I would
week
think
one
so. Based on clicks that it gets, that's got the most capacity to end up being like it feels like it's got the potential to be a Tim Tebow type of situation.
Yes.
Where you've got a polarizing quarterback who might have success and but on whether he's actually doing well or if it's the other certain. I think that this has the most potential to really blow up and into an annoyingly large story throughout the season.
Yes. So here's where I found myself on this, Seth, is that as you know, I've had my issues with the Sanders family on social media over the last couple of years when I predicted TCU to take them to the woodshed in the opener for Deion at Colorado, and that didn't happen. Boy, it was ugly for me for a couple of days with all the Colorado people and I think Sanders family himself and this and that. So I always had a certain feeling about the Colorado program and Shedeur by proxy. And yet here I was kind of like almost rooting for Shedeur a little bit in this game. He was good, 14 of 23, 138 yards, 2 touchdowns. Granted, mostly against second stringers. You know, like his first few drives weren't great. He got his touchdowns against guys that were a little further down the roster. And this was Shedeur after the game on getting a chance to show his talents.
I haven't went through this situation, you know, that I'm in ever. So it's really just a test, you know. I feel like from God or whoever it's from, it's just a test. But anyway, I'm just thankful that I was able to see the day of light and get out there and be able to play. So, you know, they didn't have to let me play. So anything and everything, you know, is good for me.
Okay, I mean, this is the opposite of the kid that we heard about all those combine interviews where he was just so off-putting. I listened to that cut right there, and I watched a decent chunk of the press conference. I'm like, he seems to have had a wake-up call. I kind of like this kid.
I think with Shedeur, the playback had gotten so extreme that I felt like you have to, at this point, it's his first time in his life being away from his dad in a football environment where he's genuinely going to be on his own. And it's almost like, okay, you can evaluate Shedeur as the individual instead of him being a part of a bellicose father-son trio that is, just very, constantly creating attention or whatever it might be. It felt like, all right, give the kid a chance to do it on his own. And if he had at any point come off like the guy that people were claiming he was in those interviews or anything, I would have abandoned it completely. Yeah. But all the reports out of Cleveland are that, man, the kid just shows up and he asks questions and he works and he's got a great attitude. There's not been a hint of him throwing shade at the other draft pick or anything like that. So yeah, I'd like to see him be able to prove it on his own and be his own man.
So that's where I was.
And yeah, I'm going to be annoyed, though, if he's actually, if he's doing all right and a bunch of other people are trying to make him rookie of the year. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's where I'm still in this middle ground right now because I came off of that press conference and that performance going, I'm rooting for Shedeur Sanders. I can't believe this is where I am. And then, so I listened into Cleveland radio on Monday to see what they said. And here was Ken Carman, who I like. I think he and Anthony Lima have a really good show in Cleveland. This was them. And by the way, what you're about to hear, I am so glad this isn't where we're at right now with the quarterback position in our team. So this is into the performance of their 4th-string, 5th-round rookie quarterback on our sister station, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland on Monday morning.
And I'm going to do it. Super Bowl! Super Browns! Yeah! I think we might have one.
The circus is here.
I think we might have one. Then fine, call me the ringmaster because I'm excited. I'm so excited. I can't believe he did what he did. I thought
Carmen and Bailey, we're here, the circus.
I was hoping it was going to be okay. I had no idea it was going to be that good. I am busting. I am so excited. I have no idea how this season is going to turn out. But damn it, what an exciting moment. What a night. I hope you all enjoyed it. And nearly as much as I did. I was watching this thing and go, it's getting better. Oh, my God, it's getting better. And it kept getting better. And then it came out in the third quarter. It's like, okay, there's your typical Browns luck.
Okay, so that was Ken Carman 92.3 The Fan. So this is my reminder, and this is not directed at Ken Carman personally, but he is the morning host. He is our counterpart on a city that I've had issues with before. Back in 2019 when I was doing my CBS show and they had hired Freddie Kitchens, and I warned them that Freddie Kitchens was just some backwater hick that was handpicked by Baker Mayfield, and that's how it turned out. I had to tell them repeatedly that I was right about that. Here's the thing. If I am pulling for Shedeur Sanders, it means that I am choosing to be on the same side of history as two entities. These fools, Louis Riddick, too, who is carrying the torch, carrying the water for the Shedeur Sanders was being set up to fail last Saturday, that there's this conspiracy theory that an NFL team is intentionally themselves botching a pick and setting him up to fail. Louis Riddick has been unbearable, insufferable during this whole Shedeur thing.
The ESPN draft broadcast was unwatchable because it was a Shedeur Sanders show.
Yeah.
You couldn't, every fan base except for Cleveland basically was saying, could you please talk about the guy we just drafted for a minute?
Yeah.
Could you do it for a minute?
Yeah.
No, cannot.
So what do I do? That's my question.
What do you do? I think this is the other reason this gets annoying is it's a preseason performance. Yes, it was a good performance, but if you've been watching the NFL for any amount of time, for 3, 4, 5, 6 years in your life, you know that you got to take all of these performances, good and bad, with a grain of salt. I put more weight into bad preseason performances than I do into good preseason performances. If a guy stinks against backups in the preseason, it's hard for me to get excited. If a guy is good versus backups in the regular season, I think, oh, all right, we might have something here. But I just don't know.
Yeah.
And with quarterbacks especially, it's all the classic things. They're cliches for a reason because they're true. You're going against vanilla defenses. You're going against defenses that haven't game planned against you. Yeah. You're going against backups and or guys that aren't going to make the team. So, yeah, it's a promising sign, but I feel like Ken Carman must have been exaggerating.
Lenny Lima went on to say, I feel like we're Carmen and Bailey right now with the circus, doing a circus thing, carnival barker.
A little showmanship too,
100% showmanship. And yet, if I were a Browns fan, I would get excited about that performance on Saturday.
About the potential that it might work out.
Yeah,
but then you also do have to ask, all right, but still, why is he still behind Dylan Gabriel? And what exactly? What are the coaches seeing that we're not seeing?
Yeah.
Why exactly is he so far back on the depth chart right
and he
now?
Still is.
That's where you get to be a Browns fan and worry that the organization is just simply messed up.
He still is fourth on the depth chart as of yesterday. They put a new depth chart out yesterday. He's still fourth.
I know during OTAs, I was getting annoyed because people were talking about how incredible Shedeur looked during OTAs, but Dylan Gabriel had been taking reps with the ones, and Shedeur had been taking reps with the two.
Mm-hmm.
But people were saying, like, oh, he's clearly going to be the starter. He's clearly better than Dylan Gabriel. Like, man, it matters. Like, there's a big difference between 11 starters and 11 backups when you're going against them in practice.
Text message, I was going to say boo, and then you played that clip from Shedeur, and now I like him. That's what a texter
said. It just sounded like a wholesome kid that was just good. And there is, two things can be true. He might have genuinely botched the pre-draft process.
Yep.
He might have done all those things that people said he did, but then he also might have learned a lesson from that. And he also might be out from the umbrella of his father and everything that comes with that. And he might just be a different version of himself now than he was 6 months ago.
On the same what are you doing with it? I'm going to do whatever you do. Are you rooting for him right now? Are you?
I want to, except that I also don't want. If the Browns feel like Dylan Gabriel has genuinely been more impressive in training camp, I don't want Dylan Gabriel to get shafted. So that's the part that it's hard for me to. It's hard for I'm pulling for Shedeur, but I don't feel like, it's an injustice if he's not ahead of Dylan Gabriel. Let's remember, Dylan Gabriel is not a top 10 pick who's going to be number one on the depth chart no matter what. I would have to believe on faith that the Browns are treating this like a genuine competition.
You're no help. I need extremes. I need one or the other.
Life is hard sometimes, Sean.
I know.
It's not always a clear-cut answer. Okay?
Nuance to this. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, James Palmer, our old friend from back in the CSN Houston days, just landed a new spot on a pretty prominent podcast, and we love talking NFL with James Palmer. He's going to join us coming up next. We'll get his thoughts on training camp around the NFL, get his thoughts on the Texans as well, heading into year 3 of D'Amico Ryans. And C.J. Stroud, he's an Ohio State guy, so he loves talking about C.J. Stroud. We'll do that coming up next. Stay there.
The Texans lost. WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Old friends in the studio here right now.
There's a little advice I was just doling out. Advice for young people that might one day have a job.
Yes.
Hopefully almost all of you.
Yep.
Unless you're some trust fund kid. Then go do you. But never, ever forget that your job is to make revenue for your company.
Yes.
And some people forget that sometimes.
In
and they
the
start
end.
thinking like, I just want I want the company to be sure that I'm being fulfilled in every single way. Your job is to make money for the company.
If they tell you you're being measured by any other metric, that may very well be true, but the primary metric is cost.
All that other good stuff, the foo-foo,
Yes.
feel-good stuff, it's all good, yes. And that helps you ultimately make more money for the company to be judged, and they'll have checklists and score ratings and all of these other things. At the end of the day, they want to know, is this guy actually helping our company make money?
That's right. Lettuce, cheddar, scuttle.
Yeah.
It's all code for money. Hey, speaking of old friends, look who's on the hotline right here. Joining us right now, he is the new co-host of the Scoop City podcast for The Athletic with Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel. Of course, Houstonians remember him from his time covering the Texans for CSN Houston, and also his time with the NFL Network. Our good friend James Palmer joining us. James, how you doing, my friend?
I'm great, boys. I'm a little upset, though. I should have had Seth on speakerphone with my son sitting here before he starts 7th grade, just to let him get in the right mindset of what's to come and what he needs to accomplish here.
That's right. You know, he's a constant danger of becoming a Marxist or something. We need James Palmer. James did that for me. I was during COVID. I was speaking at an alumni thing for the football team, like a career day type thing, but it was via Zoom at Cornell. And what I did was I had James Palmer and I had Ross Tucker and another couple people just do little 1-minute videos giving advice to the youth. And it was thank you, James, for doing that.
Oh, nice. So, James, what was your advice to the youth? Do you remember that? Or if not, just make something up right now. What did you tell Seth?
Well, I told him, really, which is funny because this now is coming full circle. I remember my specific minute video was essentially, it comes down to the company money. That's the only thing that matters. Is that if you're making them cheddar,
lettuce.
I think I said, even, which is lettuce also. I said it all, which is weird. So, like, he must have watched the video again this morning like he usually does just to get his day
for inspiration.
I put a musical bed underneath it, and it's even better. That was I like the part where you told everybody not to worry so much about ethics because, again, remember, it's about the money.
Yeah, it's about entertainment. We're in an entertainment business. Values, ethics, come on. Journalism.
James Palmer joining us. James, it's been fun watching you over the last year or so kind of, I guess kind of take your game in a different direction here. And this is a big one here. The Scoop City podcast is a big deal with Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel. Tell us about that opportunity. We'll talk some NFL here in just a second, but congrats on that, and just give us a little insight as to what the next chapter is here for you.
Oh, appreciate it. Yeah, this is going to be a blast. I mean, I kind of jumped at the opportunity because I mean, if you don't subscribe to The Athletic, now I sound like a company man. You're really not getting, I think, all the NFL, coverage you can get. I pretty much read it front to back, old newspaper term, pretty much every day. I love the writers. I have so many of them are really good friends. I mean, my buddy Mike Silver came over from NFL Network. I think he's still one of the best NFL writers in football. Jordan Rodriguez, outstanding. Like, they just cover it so well, and they're such a great reputation, and the chance to, jump on with them as they look to get more involved in podcasts and video. And you see this happening with a lot of print places. Size doing value that, and so I've known both of them and Diana and Chase for so long, and so just the opportunity to work with people that I know well, want to talk football, want to have fun. It's been a blast. But then, during this year, like Steve Smith and I created a show, and we're still gonna be doing that moving forward. And so getting a chance to do insider work for Bleacher Report and just all these different places I can kind of like wear different hats, be a different host, reporter, insider, analyst. Just knowing this league and the way I've covered it over the last decade has been super fun, and now getting a chance to do it in a bunch of different platforms. I think that's kind of, really appealing to me, is being able to go to all these spots. But the Athletic's going to be a blast. We have such a great stable of writers that are going to be jumping on there. Like, I'm doing an interview with Mike Sando coming up today about his quarterback tiers.
Yeah, we did that earlier. We hit that earlier in the show. Yeah.
And so I'm going to find out what was on the editing room floor, guys. See what was not in a piece. Which I don't know. It's so long. I don't know if there's anything left.
Well, it's always there's stuff that ends up on the editing room floor because you don't want to become a Nolan Naraki. So you gotta there's always a lot of more information out there that. Well, and one thing about James, and this is where it's relevant to the Texans, is I do think from the very beginning when I first knew you at CSN Houston, I was impressed by, I think you just have a certain relatability, and I think because we were joking about ethics earlier, you are very careful, I think, to always do right by the athletes that you're covering, and you try to approach it with a journalistic integrity that maybe it's not the standard in some parts of the business anymore. So when you write about the Texans or when you report about the Texans, it's usually something that you've been very careful about, but that is meaningful. And I say all that to preface just what's the scuttlebutt, or what are you feeling about Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud, everything around the Texans so far this offseason?
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of a team that's going under the radar, and I'm not entirely sure why, nationally. I do think obviously people are scratching their head and go, all right, what's with the offensive line? Because you mentioned the two guys that are a big part of that offense, in Nick and CJ. But obviously it doesn't really work if you didn't fix the offensive line. I honestly think if I call around, the majority of people would tell me that it's one of the most important, decisions, position groups to figure out in the entire league. Because I think a lot does hinge on them. Because I think when I say they're going under the radar, it's kind of like they're not getting the attention during camp because there's these other massive storylines, whether it's Shedeur Sanders or it's Matthew Stafford's back, or, these rookie quarterbacks, or the Broncos are getting a ton of love right now because Sean Payton's really pushing that narrative out there. I think people forget how they finished the season with the injuries that they had. And I was at that game in Kansas City that, they gave them a run for their money in the postseason. And this is a team that when you ask people in the know, they have a really good general manager. They have a really good young head coach. They have a quarterback that in a lot of people's minds is a top 10 player and probably wasn't done right by the way this offense went in the year two. A lot of high expectations by certain people. I just don't think they're being spoken about enough.
James Palmer is joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Hey, James, let's drill down a little bit on the C.J. Stroud part of this. You mentioned Mike Sando's QB tiers article that we talked about earlier in the show. C.J.'s tied for ninth on there, tied for ninth with the reigning defending Super Bowl MVP, which they're probably in Philly. I know you've got some Philly history as well. They're probably feeling a certain kind of way about that in Philly, I would imagine. But as far as C.J. goes, do you think that ranking is fair? And among the criticisms, I guess, of CJ in year two, which ones do you think are valid, and maybe which one do you think is the most unfair?
Well, I think his spot is accurate. I think he's a top 10 quarterback in this league. And I think the rookie season was so outstanding that, everybody calls it a sophomore slump that comes out there when any guy doesn't live up to the rookie season. We'll see what Jane Daniels does, because his is even, in terms of, popularity and talk, I would say, has maybe overshadowed CJ's a little bit if you compare the two. But I just don't think there wasn't an evolution. And I think that's kind of the one thing that I've been kind of told, asking around about it, is that, he wanted to grow. He wanted to have more on his plate mentally. He wanted to have more say at the line. He wanted to have more options and more, and they did that stuff at Ohio State, honestly. Again, OH national champions. But he was able to kind of do some of these things at Ohio State that they didn't do before he got there. And they did it because of him. So I think he's going to have more command of an offense moving forward that he wanted. I think some of the criticisms that you mentioned, it's sometimes holding on the ball a little bit. I think he wants to make plays. I think finding that balance is something that we've seen a lot of these guys try to make, right? I think Josh Allen has been finding that balance, and it took him a minute to do it. I think Mahomes is finding that balance, about holding on to the ball and making good decisions with it. But the arm mechanics are outstanding. He's a better athlete than people thought. And so this guy has everything to be a top 10 quarterback. And if he's already at 9, I think it's a pretty considering the way some people picked apart his sophomore season, I think it's actually a pretty good ranking.
It's funny when you mentioned that it seems like the Texans are flying under the radar. I got a text from Greg Rosenthal yesterday from the NFL Network, basically saying like, "Hey, so what's going on with the Texans? Like nobody's really saying much about them at all." I feel like because of C.J. Stroud and the fact that most people are pretty bullish on him, it just feels like in the national media, people have almost just kind of set him off to the side, and they're waiting for one more year to really want to say anything conclusive about his trajectory right now. Is that about the feel that you get?
Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. And I don't, the first things that I was thinking, I was like, he just plays the position pretty well, and he plays it kind of quietly a lot of times. He makes big throws. He makes a lot of really good decisions. He moves the football up and down the field. Like, I'm not sure what people are looking for to pay attention more, but I think it's a recency bias, I think. I mean, that's how they're down on 2s and 3s in a preseason game. And I think that's kind of where a lot of the attention goes. And I think there should be more attention. And the other part is, like, you got hold-ins all over the league, right? I mean, you got Micah Parsons, who Jerry's finding a way that he's talked about every single day, the circus that's going on there. And then, Trey Hendrickson and James Cook's back on the field, and he's not on the field. And, like, CJ just kind of goes about his business. Like, if you talk to anybody about how he worked in the offseason, like, he was back in there immediately and working on getting 1% better every day. I know these are kind of cliches, but that's kind of the way he operates. And I think maybe the attention comes after this year. He goes out and balls. He got a lot of new weapons. I mean, Steve and I on our show like the world of Higgins. And so, like, I think if you start to see this offense really go out there and put some points on the board and play the way, maybe matching the way this defense plays, I think that's the one group that maybe is getting the attention in Houston, that this is going to be one of the best defenses in football. I think then people will start noticing and remembering maybe the way that rookie season went.
You just brought up something interesting, James. We're talking to James Palmer, NFL insider here on Sports Radio 610. You brought up Micah Parsons, Trey Hendrickson, James Cook. I'll throw Terry McLaurin in there as well, a guy who's in a contract dispute. Of those,
another Buckeye, no big deal.
Yeah. Of those four, which one do you think has the best chance of ending in an outcome that is not a long-term contract with the team they're on right now? Like like anything dramatic, that they either get traded or they walk in free agency eventually. Like, which one is the most acrimonious to where it ends in something other than a long-term deal with their existing team?
I'd probably say Trey Hendrickson. I honestly, truly believe that this Micah Parsons thing is for show. Like, I mean, Jerry just had a Netflix premiere last night for the 90s Cowboys or whatever, like the last time this team's been relevant for performance on the field. Like, and so this has happened with each guy over the years. We're still talking about Micah, and every show is leading with the Cowboys, yet, they didn't make the playoffs, and they hired an internal head coach in Brian Schottenheimer. No shot to Shoddy, but, like, there's not a lot of flash there, but we're still talking about him all the time. I really think this is the way Jerry does business, because there's a track record that he does. I think Terry will not take like a 1-year sweetener deal. I do think they understand how important he is to that offense. How, I made the comparison that, like, his importance to Jaden Daniels in year 2 could be compared to the way things got stagnant in Houston in year 2 for CJ. Like, the offense didn't evolve. Well, if you want your offense to evolve, you're going to need your number one weapon back in camp. And so I think they do come to a conclusion, even though their numbers have been far apart for a while. And Trey, the reason, and James Cook's back on the field, and I think they're pretty close in numbers to my understanding. So with Trey, that's the one where you have a guy in a tremendous golf attire out there during OTAs doing a press conference on the field about why he doesn't want to be there. He's in Cincinnati for the start of camp, and then post pictures about driving down to Jacksonville when the numbers aren't there. It's been the one that's been the hardest to predict, and it's because he's asking precedent. And he has every right to ask what he's asking, because in my understanding, the AVP is kind of up there with Hunter and with Max and maybe even above them, but they won't guarantee him what they guaranteed in terms of money with Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. Now, they didn't do that for T. Higgins, but they did it for Chase and Burrow, and they're at the tops of their position. Well, if they're willing to pay Trey Hendrickson at the top of his position, why wouldn't you give him the same equal guarantees? And that's been the sticking point there. And this one's just been the one that's the most all over the place. So I think that's the one that's probably been the most unpredictable.
Speaking with James Palmer, you can follow him on X at James Palmer TV. He's a co-host on Scoop City, the Scoop City podcast on The Athletic as well. The 89 podcast with Steve Smith is very, very good. I love watching that with you and him. But we were talking about the Browns earlier, James, and Sean's in a predicament because he likes to hate listen to Cleveland sports radio, and yet he's kind of come around to being in a huge reversal. He thinks he might be in Shedeur Sanders' corner right now.
It's big.
But the big dynamic is still for me. All right, why is Dylan Gabriel ahead of Shedeur Sanders on the depth chart? And what's the potential for huge controversy there in Cleveland, given that as of right now, or at least before that preseason game, the Browns had Shedeur as their fourth best quarterback right now?
Yeah, well, he's been behind. And, I mean, I went to this – it wasn't a pro day, guys. It wasn't a pro day. I went to the showcase in Boulder.
right.
Shedeur throw up there, and Steve and I went together. There actually is some. You're on Jimmy Horn Jr., by the way. He was outstanding in that showcase. He stayed with the Panthers when you guys have your joint practice. He can really move. Light, but he can really move. But anyway, they knew in terms of the operation of an NFL offense, all of these things, Shedeur was kind of behind. Things were kind of set up for him to succeed in CU to make sure. And listen, you do that for your quarterback. But Gabriel, with all the snaps he had in college and the different offense he's been in, he just understood the operation more. They really, truly believe Dylan can play meaningful snaps this season. Like he's prepared to have that happen at some point. And a lot of the, we can sift through, I think it's been done enough, the draft process with Shedeur, but some of the stuff was definitely very real in terms of him having some work to do. Now he's put in the work, to my understanding, and he's obviously the type of guy that when the lights come on, he's Deion's son. He plays his best, and he shows, that he can make some throws. There were definitely NFL throws in there, but I would be trying to say how I say this. The Browns are not as high as the general public right now on what happened after that preseason game and what has happened through camp. I would put it that way. I wouldn't say they're down on him. They think he's developing the way a rookie quarterback should hopefully develop. But I think Joe still probably starts the season. But I think they understand that they put themselves in a very Browns way, Sean, in this predicament with 4 quarterbacks and multiple first-round picks in 2026 when there's going to be a bunch of quarterbacks. So it's fascinating to watch because they do have to figure out between Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur if they have a starter, have somebody in the future, because they might want to make a run on one in 2026 a better way. They may win 4 or 5 games this year, but at least they'll know if Tyler Shuck's the guy or not, and then they'll be right at the top of the draft to reset and get one of these guys. Maybe it's Arch Manning going back to Grandpa's zone down there in New Orleans. But so I just think it's so much that Kevin Stefanski has to sift through. I would just say they're much more realistic on Shedeur than probably the national perception.
And then there's Deshaun posting pictures from inside the Browns facility yesterday on his stories. Like Deshaun Watson.
Oh, yeah, he's still there.
He's still there, too. Yeah, it's crazy.
Still there?
It's crazy.
He was on a yacht, Peloton on a yacht the other day.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, he's a travel influencer. He's not a quarterback. He's a travel influencer.
See that. Oh,
it's the best. It's the
best. It was like a drone shot. I think his wife now, I believe, was laying on a lounge chair next to him. He was on like a Peloton on a yacht, and then the drone like flew away while he was working out. I mean,
see,
what was the hashtag?
Well, I'll go look it up during the break. See, this is where I'm a little surprised when James, you said his wife, I believe, because if you follow Deshaun on Instagram, he tweeted out pictures from his wedding for the next 2 weeks afterwards because it probably cost $5 million. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He wouldn't stop sending out pictures of his wedding. I'm like, all right, we got it. You're married. I understand.
Well, yeah, but he's also married to an influencer.
When I was in Japan, I might have missed that time. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. James Palmer, Scoop City Podcast, 89 Podcast, insider for Bleacher Report, and our dear, dear friend as well. James, when are you coming down to Houston? Do you have your schedule for the traveling during the season or anything yet, or is it still a work in progress?
I don't yet, but I was on the phone with Steve yesterday actually, and he was trying to get me to come down because he'll be down for the joint practice. I'll be down for the joint practice and calling the game for Panthers TV, and so he'll be down there for a few days. He wanted me to come down and play a little golf with him. That's his big thing. I think he's pretty good. I'm not sure, but. Okay. I can see him getting very angry at the ball.
Well, yeah.
Steve Smith. Don't go well, but keep an eye for Smitty out there and ask him about, if you can, he really, really likes Jaden Higgins a lot.
Okay.
When we went through our process, I'm not going to lie. So, see if you can pick Smitty's brain while he's down there. But he tried to get me to come down, but I don't think it's happening.
All right, I'm going to name drop you when I walk up to him. Is that okay?
Oh, do it. 100%.
Okay.
That's
Awesome.
my guy.
Awesome. All right, James Palmer joining us here on Sports Radio 610. James, great to catch up. Congrats again on the addition of you to the Scoop City podcast, and we'll talk again soon, my friend.
Oh, appreciate it, guys. You're the best. Love you.
Yep, love you too, man. Appreciate you. That's James Palmer joining us here on the show. All right, we went a little over, but that was worth it to catch up with James Palmer. When we come back, we'll circle back to the Astros. Carlos Correa, the biggest reason he is excited to be back with the Houston Astros is coming up next.
You've been in an accident, and boy, your world is spinning. You've
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
First, it was surreal. I never thought I would get the chance to put on this uniform again, and I'm blessed that I get to do this again. I'm very happy, to say the least. My whole family is super excited, and it's been a good week, and we just want to keep going.
Oh yeah, family's excited, man. I saw the picture. That was Carlos Correa. I saw the picture on social media last night with his wife. She had the City Connect jersey on, and she was with his two kids, just kind of in the either out on the concourse or in the bowels of the stadium somewhere, and they were just over the moon to be back in Houston. It sounds like from all the interviews I've seen with Carlos is that they kept a home in Houston. The family, like the extended family, still lives in Houston. So this is a fortuitous move, and Carlos gets all his money too. I'm guessing the checks all come from the Astros, but the Astros got some nice checks from the Minnesota Twins. We thank them for that. We thank them for being the Twins.
They've gotten pretty good at doing that, at bringing guys back into the fold. Well, another organization pays for part of your guy's salary.
Yeah, it's really nice. Here was Carlos.
It feels like something you'd be selling on a infomercial. There's how to hire great employees, but have somebody else pay their salaries.
Right.
You can all get it with my system.
Yep. Tiny classified ads. That's the key. Don Lepre. Here was Carlos Correa yesterday before the game. This is what he is most excited about in coming back to the Houston Astros.
The best thing about being back with the Astros, I get to play with Jose Altuve again. To be honest with you, as soon as I got to Boston, I gave a big hug. I told him I missed him. He's an unbelievable player, but the human side of it, when I get to hang out with him after the games, we get to go eat after games. We just talk at the same level. It's something that I definitely miss a lot, and I get to do it again, so I'm not going to take it for granted.
I totally get that. I totally get wanting to be around Jose Altuve as much as you can possibly be around arguably the nicest athlete in the history of the city.
The thing that free agents from other teams always say when they come into Houston, without having been here previously, is that the culture is just different, that the locker room's different, and it's hard to point to a lot of other people other than Jose Altuve at this point, because he's a guy that's been there through a lot of through that culture. So, and these two, obviously, they've been very, very good friends for a long, long time. It's got to be pretty cool for Carlos.
They got brought up a lot, Seth, when they were going through that stretch in June where they were winning games and we had no idea how they were doing it. Mm-hmm. They talked to a lot of the guys who had come in here, like Christian Walker and other guys who had come in here as new players and saying, well, this place is just really, really different, and they'd get asked why, and the answer always circled back to Jose Altuve. I think that's where Carlos Correa coming back, I think, from a leadership standpoint, is excellent for this team because you've got two different leadership types. I think Altuve is a lead-by-example guy, and he's the guy that if he is doing it, you do it. If he is not doing it, you do not do that thing. Whereas Correa is a way more, I think, just my perception is this. I'm not in the clubhouse, but my perception is he's just way more of an extroverted leadership style, They
don't really have, what the one thing they're missing is a Jonathan Papelbon type of leadership.
Nut job.
I know they don't have anybody that's going to choke a team. Sure, that might actually be one of the strengths of the culture, but maybe there's room for one guy that's willing to choke his teammate in the dugout.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. So that was good. So Carlos Correa, his first chance back here at Dyken Park last night to get to meet with the media, play. They beat the Red Sox 7-6 last night. The bad news is Josh Hader has a shoulder injury, which we've not gotten any updates on. The Joe Espada said after the game last night that they're taking a look at it to see what's up. But this is not good. Josh Hader with he's an all-star, and you get into the I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I was about to say you get into the postseason. If this is anything that's any level of serious, you get into the postseason and you can't feel comfortable about shortening a game down to a 7 or 8 inning game. That's a problem for this team.
It's look, I don't think we don't have to tell anybody anymore. Yeah, it's okay to get alarmed by any Astros player having discomfort or soreness or something. Yeah. The most recent examples as of late, I mean, Paredes, that hadn't turned out so hot. You have, I mean, McCullers had his finger blister, and that was much more than 10 days ago. I don't know what to do. There was nowhere in my brain where I had kind of accounted for the loss of Josh Hader potentially.
No.
And it's freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah.
I almost haven't really tried to process it because I'm just trying to do the traditional thing of just wait and see, and it's something minor and it's IL. Maybe it's not even that. I don't know how to process it.
Oh. And he just threw 36 pitches on Friday, so how much of the shoulder soreness had to do with, he pitched 2 innings in the win over the Yankees on Friday. So how much of that? I hate this. I hate this for the Astros. They are 1 game up on Seattle. I tweeted this last night, Seth. Yesterday was last night was homecoming night for Bregman and Correa and Javier as well. But specific to Bregman, I tweeted this, and this got a lot of very diverse opinions. I said, Bregman got a standing ovation during his tribute video pregame. Acceptable. Mm-hmm. Some fans stood again, ovation style, during his first at-bat. Unacceptable. Many fans booed in his second and third at-bats. Acceptable. I said, once that tribute video is over, he's the enemy. If you stood and cheered in his first at-bat, you're a putz.
I'm okay with them standing and cheering it. Come on, Sean. I don't know.
Just stood for the guy 5 minutes ago.
I'm sorry. There was a nice gesture by the fans and by Bregman himself, perhaps. It's like, and then they booed. They flipped. Not everybody booed, obviously. I kind of like that it went to such extremes in the course of just one, not even a full game, over the course of a few innings. They went from the standing ovation to okay, we got that out of our system. Now we're enemies.
To be clear, I'm cool with the boo myself, but I'm cool with the spirit behind it, which is he's the enemy now. Totally cool with the standing ovation during the tribute video. I stood myself and filmed the tribute video so I could share it with people who weren't in the building last night. And it wasn't everybody, but it was a couple people across the aisle from me and Amy that he comes up, and you got to understand, this is literally like less than 10 minutes after the tribute video, and they stand again. I'm like, no, the game has started. No. I almost grabbed them by the lapels, and I said, what are you doing? And I threw them back down in their seat.
But Sean, if you have great memories of the Astros after they, won a couple of World Series, went to 4, all of those things, if you have some fond memories of that, should it be that simple of a division? Should it be just black and white and that's it and that's all it ever will be? Do I abandon my fond memories of Alex Bregman and bury them somewhere deep in my subconscious like so many other things? No, I don't want to do that. I want to enjoy the wholesome things in life, Sean.
I get it. And I'm the first to
it's baseball.
Yeah, no, and I'm the first to tell people don't tell other people how to fan, which is exactly what I'm doing. So I understand all that. Look, text coming in, all caps here. All facts, Sean. I agree. Thank you, texter. Thank you very much. Who agrees with me? Do I need to Pender poll this?
We've got 2 divisive things, all on the squishy side of things. 1, how should Alex Bregman have been treated? And 2, are football players being too emotional when they see their quarterbacks?
Perfect.
Those 2 things, no X's and O's, no chalk talk, no inside baseball, just very much about nope, this is the way the world should be.
Touchy-feely.
Nope, this is the way the world should be. There's a stark divide on both these topics.
There are. In fact, I'm guessing that'll come up in the final segment. We need to circle back to Brevin Jordan, who suffered a to this point undisclosed injury. I've not seen any reports on what exactly it was. It didn't look good, didn't sound good, didn't feel good, all of those things. Where do the Texans go? Who does this open up a spot for with Brevin Jordan? Whose chances of making the team? It may not be as simple as just, hey, Luke Lachey, next man up. Depending on how they put this roster together, I think there's at least one name that had a maybe that you're not thinking of that had their chances of making the team increase fairly significantly yesterday. I'll tell you who that is coming up next. Oh, but first, didn't have the rundown open. I don't need to. I just need to hear that, and I know exactly.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Fortunately, we guys are here. We saw Brevin go down with an injury. We'll continue to evaluate Brev and see, where he is. It's tough for everybody to see Brevin going down, knowing how much work he's put in to get back to this point of playing football and how excited he was to get back playing football. So just praying for him to have a successful return.
Yeah, we'll see. We haven't heard any news on Brevin Jordan's injury yet. The scene around the injury yesterday in the bubble was, I would say, like 90% similar to the scene that you and I witnessed, Seth, with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, just in terms of the gravitas of it, everybody taking a knee, the cart coming out, taking the player off the field. The big difference was Brevin Jordan was vocally, loudly emotional. And he's coming back from an ACL tear, so we don't know if it's a re-tear of the ACL. We just know, to D'Amico's point, he had worked hard to get back to where he was. He was having a good camp, too. Hell, he was having a good practice. He caught like a 30-yard downfield shot from C.J. Stroud 1 or 2 plays before the play in which he got injured. So that was a tough scene yesterday for Brevin Jordan, who brings something different when healthy to that tight end room that is difficult to replicate at that position for this team. Athleticism.
With Brevin Jordan himself coming off of the long recovery from an ACL, and he's been very vocally happy about just the fact that he can even go out and practice football. He's just loving every minute of it. I hope that the extreme, emotional or at least vocal output from Brevin Jordan I hope that it was emotional more so than it was an actual, a devastating injury.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just something that, in the moment, it just felt like it was a huge setback. We don't know until we get updates. And I would imagine we'll find out something this afternoon.
Yeah.
Because if it is a devastating injury, we're going to know today. And or we would have had it leak already. So maybe that's a good sign. From the football side of things, it's not. I feel good about Cade Stover. Cade Stover still has some developing to do. Dalton Schultz, I think, may have had some injury issues last year that were holding them back, and I think this offense might be good for Dalton Schultz. But Brevin Jordan provided an athlete that you want. Your wide receiver room is kind of like your wide receivers. Your tight ends room is a little bit like your wide receivers room, where you want different types of guys. You want a more physical guy that's a good blocker. You want a guy who's more of an athlete and can be used as a slot receiver. You want a guy who's kind of a combo guy. And Brevin Jordan provided that bulky slot receiver type of dude that could line up out wide, could line up in the backfield. You could do some creative things with him. Yeah,
I don't know if this guy was already making the team or not, but if he wasn't, I feel like this increases the chances for Jakob Johnson to make it as that sort of as a hybrid tight end fullback. I mean, obviously very different player than Brevin Jordan, but I don't think the team's going to look at it and go, well, we need to go find somebody that's really fast that plays hybrid tight end. It's just they may have to cobble together the back end of the roster with a different kind of way. And I feel like that increases the chances of them. Because I don't know who the third tight end is going to be right now. It's Dalton Schultz, it's Cade Stover. I know Luke Lachey, they drafted in the 7th round.
Irv Smith's been injured. I mean, he did some good things there at the end of the year.
Yep.
That one long drive in the Chiefs playoff game, Irv Smith did some nice things as a blocker.
Yep.
So it's you've got options. It's just that, this was a valuable part of your offense. We don't know exactly what the injury was or how severe it was.
The other thing this has turned into is a referendum on C.J. Stroud's kind of mannerisms after an injury like this. And I kind of just walked into this on Twitter yesterday because I came on with the guys in the afternoon, and we don't have the audio, but Sarah transcribed my description of the scene. I called into Clint and Ron yesterday afternoon to kind of give them the feet on the street, eyes on the injury sort of report as to what happened with Brevin Jordan. And they asked me as a follow-up to all the Brevin stuff, they said, was there anything else noteworthy about the scene going on out there? And I said, well, C.J. Stroud was taking it kind of hard. And I said this, quote, C.J. walked off by himself, which he did. It wasn't a Tank Dell scene for C.J. in terms of the tears, but C.J. clearly with his body language and kind of separating himself from everybody else, you could tell that C.J. was visibly emotional, end quote. So I said that on their show. I get home and I pull out my phone, and there's all these push notifications from Twitter with replies and things like that it had been reported on 610 that CJ was crying like he was in the Chiefs game. And I'm like, no. I specifically said that he wasn't crying. Yeah. Either way, crying or no crying, either way it turned into sort of a referendum, I think, on their show about does CJ have the right demeanor when things like this happen? Because he was clearly affected by it. He wasn't crying, but I could tell you he was clearly affected by it yesterday.
This is where I've settled in on this, Sean. I've decided, because you can have a knee-jerk reaction one way or the other, where I think it's a little bit more complicated. In that, I think CJ crying when Tank Dell got injured last year was notable because it's not something you normally see. It's just, and immediately when you see something you don't normally see, you either hate it or you love it. You either think it's the worst thing in the world or you think it's a display of empathy, whatever it might be. Most guys respond to this. For me, it's really my attitudes about whether a quarterback or a player cries when somebody gets injured. I'm going to approach it the same way I would approach maybe if you're hanging out with a lady friend and you get a little too excited a little too quickly. Okay?
Yeah.
Maybe it's after your first date, or maybe somebody you've been married to for 30 years. I don't know. But you get a little too excited.
A little too excited, yeah.
It's only a big deal if you can't recover quickly and get back in the game.
Okay.
So that's whatever your initial emotional response is, you got to get your head back in the game. So I'm cool with it. I just want to be sure that if a guy has that extreme emotional reaction, it's great that he cares about his teammates. I just want to be sure that also he can then compartmentalize and get your head back in the game.
Okay. You did a nice job with that analogy. I just want to tell you that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think
without making it too.
I think the people that know what you're talking about, and I don't think.
Okay, good.
I think it generated
sometimes
any
you can just
questions.
get overly excited about things, but then you calm down and then you get back into it.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
So that's where for CJ or anybody else, it's cool. It's good that you care about your teammates. It's awful to see them get injured, but then you got to draw a hard line and get back in the game.
Yes.
And then, if anything, a lot of times, when we're talking about the situation with your lady friend, you end up being even better after that.
Yeah. Well,
because some of the pent-up emotion and energy and everything is just been diffused.
Once D'Amico gathered the team, talked to them for a few minutes, and they continued with practice. You know how that drive ended? The very drive that Brevin Jordan was injured upon? Touchdown, Dalton Schultz. CJ got back in the game like you asked him to, Seth.
Good.
Yeah.
And I mean, he pleased Dalton Schultz. That was now you.
Coaches.
Ideally, you'd be doing it with the same partner, but that wasn't going to be the case with Brevin Jordan.
Yeah. See, I see the partner in this analogy as the coaching staff. Like he pleased them. So that's that was good.
It is. And we said earlier, there's like a broad spectrum of what guys show emotion in which situations. Dick Vermeil was a very emotional guy.
Yeah.
Cried all the time.
Yep.
To the point where, according to some of the guys that played for him, it kind of got to be tiresome how much he cried.
Yep.
But it's not like it kept him from being a great coach. Whereas then on the other side of the spectrum, you've got guys like Bill Belichick and Nick Saban, now who are, better, they're higher on the power ranking than Dick Vermeil, but they're the exact opposite of that and never showed hardly any emotion at all.
I got two things in terms of how I feel about this topic. One, I would say it was a practice. You know what I mean? This isn't the bedside manner or the managerial style that you're showing or your presidentiality that you're showing in the midst of a playoff game, or in the case of the CJ last year, Week 16 in Kansas City. This is a practice that's got a couple dozen media members at it, so you emote how you want to emote. And it wasn't nearly to the extent, I'll repeat, that it was in that Kansas City game. I think the second thing is, even if part's baked into the good part of C.J. Stroud, I think a lot of the things that make C.J. Stroud a good leader and a good teammate, a good friend, are things that end up revealing themselves or manifesting themselves the way they do when guys that he is very fond of get injured. I think this is just, there's like Brett Favre. I'll take the opposite with Brett Favre. People love the gunslinger in him until he throws interceptions. That's part of, you know what I mean? Like part of setting the record at one time for touchdown passes, the way Brett Favre did it, was he was also the record holder for interceptions. So whatever you perceive, whether you perceive this particular character trait of C.J. Stroud as bad in some way. I think it's part and parcel, and also like kind of interwoven with what I feel like is the heavy balance sheet towards what I would say is good for C.J. Stroud. You know?
Yeah. What's the quickest you've recovered from crying in your life? What have you ever just like had to do a quick turnaround, like you had an emotional moment and everything, and you're like, all right, I got to get back in the game?
I don't know, I don't know, a few minutes. Yeah, a few minutes.
I think I like it. Sometimes at like funerals, one of the things that sucks about becoming an adult is when you realize about all the behind-the-scenes stuff that goes into things like funerals and whatnot, and that, oh, man, boy, I am actually really emotionally in a bad place right now, but I got to get the hors d'oeuvres out.
Yeah.
I've been at funerals a lot, I think, where I'm kind of like, you have your moment, and you're like, but I also... And then you got
important stuff.
And you've got a babysitter at home or stuff, like all this other stuff that, you learn to... But that's where you learn also is that's one of the best ways to at least in the moment function. Like, oh, I got stuff to do. All right, get it together. I got to get it together.
What's yours?
The funerals.
Yeah. No. Like how long? Like I said, a few minutes for me. Like what is it for you?
I was saying like 3.7 seconds.
Yeah.
If I can, I've learned mastery over the more raw human emotions for me. It used to be anger was my big struggle, and I had to figure that out. I can snap myself out of being angry in about very, very quickly.
Where are you on the crier scale? Like, are you on a scale of 1 to 10? Like 1 being no faucets, 10 being constant faucets. Where are you on the crying scale? Like, how much do you cry?
If it's a soldier being surprising a family member where they're reuniting, that one's almost I get teary pretty quickly with that.
Yeah.
These days I'm definitely more prone to crying now than I was when I was younger.
Yeah.
Just thinking about stuff in a good way.
Yeah.
It's like thinking about people you love, or then you imagine somebody you love dying or something.
Yeah.
Especially if I have a good life insurance policy on them, then the waterworks really come.
Yeah, tears of joy. Yeah, I'm gonna be rich. From 1 to Vermeil, I'm like a 5 or a 6 probably. Lopez is nodding his head during.
Yeah, because when I was like 30, 35, I was probably like a 3 or a 4.
Yeah,
and now I'm like a 7 or an 8.
Oh, it's like TV shows.
When you get older,
movies. Yeah,
when you get older, it's just like I don't know. I guess you just settle down and you're more mature and you get more in your feelings.
And there's
stuff.
Reggie scoffing at all of us over here. Probably.
He's a 2 right now, but he'll be a 9.
Where are you on the crier scale?
Yeah,
Reggie?
I'm very low. I probably.
Yeah.
I'm not happy about it.
You're disgusted with yourself.
Yeah, no, for real. Like I'm very much not a crier. For a good amount of time, I was concerned as to like why it didn't hit me as hard when my maternal grandmother passed.
Oh, okay.
Like I was like, I've seen people have their grandparents pass, and I've seen how they are, and I was like, I don't think I feel that way. Why don't I?
Yeah.
But like, if I am experiencing sadness, I won't allow myself to cry, and I think that's a bad thing because, like, why am I fighting it? But it'll sit with me for a while.
Okay.
Like, it will sit there and linger. And so I don't know. Now this is a therapy session.
I know, that's what I feel like.
I'm trying to figure that out with myself, but it's in there somewhere.
I'll tell you what, man. It's kind of like crying to me. It's kind of like vomiting. It's like you fight it, and then and once it happens, you're like, oh, why didn't I do that sooner?
Right. Yeah,
I feel so much better. Very cleansing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Question of the day, boys.
Question of the day. So Josh Hader felt discomfort, quotes.
Yeah.
After doing plyometrics, and we talked about this yesterday on the show. I was working on a workbench on Saturday or Sunday. And I dropped a hammer on my toe. And
dummy.
Pretty much, yes. What's the silliest way you've ever injured yourself?
Okay, so mine is...
And just on the hammer thing, real quick.
I've got one.
On the hammer thing, I drew the hammer back.
Yeah.
And it flew into the air. And then how you try to catch it?
Oh, jeez.
I tried to catch it, so it went like 2 feet higher and then came straight
Oh, wow. You shouldn't have been hammering things with bare feet.
And so it landed right on my toe.
Okay, I'll do mine quick because Seth is excited about his real quick. It was both times I broke my collarbone. The first time, my friend Jay Forsalina tackled me in Chris Cobb's front yard our senior year in high school. We were just messing around one day after school. We had to go back to school for something.
Yeah.
Like, let's go to Chris's house, probably to drink beer. And Jay Forsalina wraps up on me as we're throwing the football around in the front yard and screams, "Lawrence Taylor!" And then he slams me on the ground, breaks. It's a time capsule. Breaks my collarbone. The second time I broke it was 14 years later.
Oh, wow.
A hairline fracture this time. It was a clean break the first time. Hairline fracture. Me and Ken Hoffman were busy winning the Texas All-Star Wrestling Tag Team titles at a show at the Humble Bingo Hall, and I got slammed on my shoulder, and I had a hairline fracture of my collarbone.
I thought it was fake.
It's scripted.
It's scripted.
It's not
But
fake.
very real.
I know.
The bumps are real.
Reality is a construct, John.
Yeah.
I like where
okay,
you're
so this happened this weekend. I was somewhere. I was out like doing something in a bush for my wife. I had to just trim up this bush a little.
All right, Lopez.
All right, wait a second. Jeez.
What?
All right, I was doing some yard work.
There we go.
And I start walking back towards the house, and there's like something hits me in the head, and I'm like I thought it was gonna be a horsefly or something, and I kind of waved at it, and it hit me again in the head, and I'm waving at it, thinking I've got a horsefly or something after me, and I look behind me, and I saw of either a bee or a wasp or something, I don't know, and it wouldn't stop. And I'm thinking, so I'm starting to think, like, I'm looking all around me, and I start kind of jogging towards the house because I thought there was a swarm of bees after me.
Yeah.
And I started flailing around. I started panicking a little bit.
I wish I could see this.
I ignored every bit of advice I've ever given to a child, where I'm like, the bee's not going to hurt you. Don't worry. Just don't freak out, and it's not going to do anything. I ended up, as I'm flailing around for this bee, I whack myself on the bridge of my nose with any of the wrestlers out there know it's like right what you would use to cross-face somebody. It's the hard part on the inside of your wrist.
Flat part.
Like, right on my nose, and it's still red right now. And I don't even remember. The bee stung me right about that region. So luck it died because it deserved it. But I'm a little bit embarrassed that I freaked out like I did, and that I did almost break my nose with my own wrist.
Oh my God, that is tremendous.
That's why I'm always very staunch on the idea of like pushing back on people that are like, well, if I was in that situation, I'm like, you have no idea. The emotions of the situation change your mindset by like 1,000%.
I saw a pony get killed by a swarm of bees when I was a child.
Oh no!
And I used to have this huge fear of bees, and I've gotten over it to the point where bees don't bother me at all. If there's one that lands on me, I kind of I'll just wait for it to leave. It doesn't freak me out. But yeah, in that moment. And kind of because it caught me by surprise, and I started thinking, like, wait, is this a swarm? Can I just not see the other one that died like old Spud did? Yeah.
Spud?
Spud the pony.
Spud the pony.
R.I.P.
Yes.
Dude, that's a tough visual right there.
Yeah.
That's a tough visual. A pony getting killed by a swarm of bees. Yikes.
Circle of life.
Yeah. We all got to go sometime.
Yeah.
You know, all right.
Is that where you thought you would dismount on the show today?
Yeah. Spud the pony. Sorry, Spud the pony. We all got to go sometime. All right, boys. Well, have a great show. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a quick refractory period to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Amy, thanks you as well. We are done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston. An Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
D&M Auto Leasing got to be happy about that one. They got their money.
That's more of the dismount we expect.
Yeah, Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
They got their money's worth.
Yeah,
there,
they did.
Baby. All right, let's get going. On a Tuesday in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I don't know why I said it like I was from Baltimore. Tuesday.
Yeah.
In the great city. of Houston. That's right. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you on the various meetings that you have where you can get involved with the program. I'm just going to try and battle through the cast of The Wire over here. Hitting me with various Baltimore pronunciations. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. 713-572-4610. And our appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream. YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. And yesterday was a doozy, John Lopez. Let's start with what I thought was the most fun, which is the entirety of all the happenings at Dyken Park yesterday.
It was an event, man. It was an event not to miss, and boy, Todd Callis was talking about the script writers are in prime form today, and boy, they were from beginning to end, from before the game began, even just kind of the hugs between each other, Correa and Altuve and Bregman and all that, to how it broke down, and Correa's reception, all the way to Bregman, going yard in his first at bat. I mean, it was something to behold.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, this might be way too much of an oversimplification, and let us know, were you able to be out there at the ballpark? What were the vibes? How did you feel? I know that our very own Sean Pendergast was out there. I know that T-Mill. Actually, Sean, where were you sitting? Because I'm very
by the bullpen.
Our low-key favorite spot to sit. We sit in the front row out overlooking the Astros bullpen.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
our favorite spot is to the left of that, near the pole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's where we watched the World Series. We've been there about 2 or 3 times.
I don't mind sitting in the outfield, and I like sitting above the bullpen. The guys will chat with you sometimes or whatever. They're very interactive out there. But, not to go too far off on the vibe thing, Amy and I noticed 4 innings into the game, where's Josh Hader?
Yeah.
He's not, because he's usually doing all the, he stretches out every
Plyometrics.
day. He's doing the plyometrics.
Yeah.
And he usually, because we sit out there quite a bit, he's usually starting them in the 4th or and it came back to roost. But the vibes were awesome there last night. The concourse
sold out, by the way.
Sold out. Yeah, we went over. Amy and I went over to say hi to Kevin Eschenfelder before the pregame show, and he said there's going to be 42,000 people in here. And we're like, it feels like it. You guys have been in there before, for playoff games or big games. The concourse was packed.
Oh yeah,
it was really hard to get around, which stinks because you want to get around easily, but it's good because it means the place is full. 20 minutes before the game, there were already people in the near the rafters. The lower bowl was much more full than it is.
The standing room areas were packed.
Yeah, it was a really, really cool environment there last night.
I'm sure. I know T-Mill was in the Crawford boxes, which was a very good seat for good and bad reasons.
See the one that threw back Bregman's home run?
We have to check in with him because I did not ask. I asked him if he was super hyped when, obviously the offense really got after Crochet.
Yeah.
And he said he was hype AF.
Yeah.
So I was like, that tracks. But he very well could have been the one who threw that ball back.
I legitimately want to know if he would throw it back if he caught it.
Oh yeah.
Because T-Mill seems like he's kind of the live wire out of all of us. You know what I mean? Would he be angry? Because he loves Bregman, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But I also feel like he could get into enemy mode really, really fast.
100%. You're dead to him.
Would he be a
Right.
putz?
Oh, is that how you view
You
it?
saw my tweet, right?
Yeah.
Do you agree with me?
No, I agree with Seth.
That it's okay to continue to give Bregman a standing ovation 5 minutes after you gave him one?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a putz.
You either
dude.
like him or you don't.
No. He's a character on a TV show. I compared it to this earlier.
Yeah.
The video
You're
on the
a
board.
putz, too.
The video to James Gandolfini.
And then your feelings change like that?
Then he's Tony Soprano once the game starts. He's a character on once the game starts, he's a character on a TV show. It's a WWE fan in me. He's a heel.
Yeah.
I hate him.
You hate him?
I hate him. I sports hate him. He's on the Red Sox.
So here's the thing. I am not
Standing
going to...
ovation. 2 standing ovations.
Sure.
In 5 minutes.
Sure.
I'm ashamed of you.
I try to be a logical person. In this very particular instance, I think I'm with Sean, actually, because it's the situation, right? You are facing off against a team that if you lose in this particular game, you end up tied with the Seattle Mariners.
But you can't. I've said this multiple times.
I'm rooting for me, right? More than anything.
You cannot change how you feel.
Yeah, but you can act. You can act outside of how you feel.
You can act like you hate him.
That's right.
Hate him,
that's all he's asking for.
Act. That's the WWE coming back.
That's right. How long don't break kayfabe, gosh darn it.
How long you gonna cheer for him?
No, you either like him or you don't.
You can like a lot of people.
Come on,
but not
Lopez. You are way too
him.
old to think that it is all that simple and
So
it's just binary as like him or don't.
You like him until you don't. And from the first introduction to the second, that's a short window right there.
I need some prominent Aggie to go into the transfer portal that John Lopez loves.
Actually,
and
you don't
then
even
boat
need
races
that.
The Aggies on a Saturday.
You don't even need that. I wish I remember. There was one gentleman that I know had previously played for your squad that no longer played for your squad, and I heard how you talked about him off air.
I like what's his name, the quarterback at U of H. That's not going to change.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he was talking about
you guys wait.
He was
to
talking.
me. It was in addition to the just the my WWE stood for the guy 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Okay, we got it. You like it.
I love
you got it. You're standing up again. You just standing ovations are supposed to be special. You're just giving them out like they're Skittles.
This is a very Seinfeld response from Sean. This is a very East Coast.
That's extra.
Enough already is what is the
That's what I'm saying.
is the summation.
It happened right across the aisle. This couple's across the aisle. I'm like, you're standing again? You just stood for the guy.
Sit down already.
You stood for the guy 5 minutes ago.
Sit down already.
Oh man, no, but obviously a lot of fun
Anyhow,
in those.
atmosphere.
Yeah, atmosphere. Honestly, it came through on the TV broadcast.
Yeah.
Like in listening to the broadcast, I was like, oh, it's very loud,
Yeah.
and that's not even with the I could tell this ain't the fader being pushed up or the volume being turned up on the crowd mic.
Yeah.
No, it was just loud in there, and deservedly so. Look, I'm going to way too simplify this game because there was a lot of different facets of it as we've even started getting into. Bigger portion of this game for you, Christian Javier's outing, or was it the offense getting to a very good Garrett Crochet? I mean, and it's not like it was a Garrett Crochet who came in and clearly was having a down outing. He went through your lineup the first time and looked like, oh, it's going to be one of those days. And then the second time through the lineup, the Astros were like, we're swinging all of your first pitches. We're swinging early. We're swinging often, and we're sending them the other way.
Yeah, no, that was good. But for me, it wasn't even close. It was Christian Javier. I mean, first of all, it would have been real easy for things to get off the rails real quick after Bregman's home run. Shout out to Alex Bregman. After Bregman's home run,
and forget Anthony had a hit right, like it was hit, and instantly you're down 2-0.
But beyond that, I was texting with you guys. He was missing. He missed his spot on one. I think it was in the second inning on one pitch by at least 2 feet. Oh
yeah, that was the sinker inside.
Yonner was set up. Actually, was it outside or inside? Doesn't matter. And the ball went like about 1.5 feet outside of the strike zone, up high, at least 2 feet, maybe 3 feet. It would have been easy for him to go off the rails. And I know it's something of a cliche, but it was truly, you could see it happening. He gathered himself. He sort of reset. Started throwing really good pitches, hitting his spots. His stuff had more action. To me, it's a long-term. It was a short-term and a long-term good thing that Christian Javier. Because what have I been saying? Just give me one. Just give me one of these guys coming off the injury list to be what they once were. And Christian Javier showed a lot more than Spencer Arrighetti did, and he might just be the guy that can sort of bolster the rotation. It's not even close for me.
I mean, especially if you are inclined to try and spin this even further forward, you might even make the case that this was one of the better situations that you could expect coming off the IL for Christian Javier, because it wasn't that this was just easy and smooth sailing. He had to go and get it out the mud in a way, and he did, right? He did that I don't know what the right word is, but he kind of was able to steady himself, find himself, get himself to where he could, accumulate outs and get through 5, right? And it was, 5 innings of work, only 2 earned runs, those 2. And then he got to work. Like, 85 pitches, a good number of pitches, and he allowed only 1 more hit after that. Like, that is peak steadying yourself and getting right back to it. And maybe you can even get to the place where this is a playoff environment where maybe you start going, okay, nerves got him. And once he was able to settle in, he ended up being a Christian Javier that you would absolutely feel comfortable putting out in a playoff environment if you needed to, which that's been the thing that we've been looking for. I think that's been the one porthole left to kind of gloss over to get yourself as an Astros team ready to contend for the rest of the season and into the postseason.
The way they approached and had success against Crochet the second time through the lineup and really into the third time, it's what they needed last night. Christian Javier is just what they needed. And that's why I think Christian Javier is the answer here, because that was big time. The starting staff has needed it. All I've wanted is these pitchers to find one guy. It seems like he might be the guy at least off to a good start. Yeah,
it's funny as much as I said all that, I'm offense guy. I think at one point during the game, I actually texted you guys. All right, I believe in the offense, like fully, because the way that they went about. I'm trying to remember which inning was that off the top of my head.
Fourth,
it was the fourth, actually the third, in fact. The way that they came out and they were just like, all right, here it is, right? We're just going to, you had Cam Smith double, then a Pena single, then a Correa RBI single, then, you started just hit, passing the baton. We've talked about this before. This is against now a Garrett Crochet as opposed to a Miami Marlins and against the Yankees squad that either was throwing out pitchers that were kind of so-so, or Max Fried, who has been so-so since the All-Star break. This is a Boston Red Sox team that was playing good baseball, that had probably one of, if not their best pitchers on the mound, and you did the exact same thing. That tells me in any situation, this offense is going to be able to put up enough runs, and honestly, just enough, as evidenced by the 7-6 final.
We forgot about that part.
Right? Just enough for you to be able to withstand whatever was happening with your starter and your pen. Shout out to Hector Neris, who a little dicey in this one. But regardless, they had enough room to be able to make it work because your offense is picking up a little bit more of the slack than they had in months prior. So, no, that for me is bigger because you talk about Christian Javier, and that's cool. There are parts of the season where those first 2 runs might have doomed an Astros team for the entirety of the game through the first 2 at-bats.
Sure.
This offense giving these guys a little bit more room to wiggle with, I think that is huge. That matters a lot to me, especially as you continually trying to get more guys back and feel how this starting lineup or starting rotation rather goes, and then also figuring out this bullpen that now has a little bit more of a hiccup to it as well.
See, I looked at the same thing and saw it differently because you're right. 2 runs in the first 2 at-bats, first 2 batters might have doomed this team in the past, but it would have doomed it because all of a sudden that 2 runs with an erratic starter would have turned into 6 runs or 7 runs and would have turned into you overusing your bullpen, which has been a topic this year. But it didn't. You know why it didn't? Because of Christian Javier.
Yeah.
Because he did reset. Because he did he was mowing them down there for a long stretch. You mentioned only 1 hit after that. So like I said, it's the same thing. You're looking at it one way. I'm looking at it like that's a guy that can help this team long term.
And here's the beauty of it. I took one route, you took the other route. We got to the same place, which is this is a stronger Astros team. And I mean, in the long run, but also in the short term, obviously there was so much happening, right? There's the Bregman return, there's the throwback on the, throwing the baseball back on the field. There's all of the Carlos Correa. Did you like the walk up music?
Oh yeah.
I don't think I heard it till the second time he came back. But man, it's like, oh, okay. Yeah. Like he wants you to make sure that I am also feeling the vibes. Like sometimes I think in sports, the narrative can be contrived on the outside when the players don't feel it. He's like, no. We're all in on this moment, right? We are all in on this reunion and this return home. But even with all of that being the case, right, the larger kind of spectacle was cool. I keep looking back, and maybe this is just too myopic. Maybe this is too much being in the moment when you still have a good stretch run ahead of you. But that half game swing or that 1 game swing versus being tied with the Mariners, as where you are now have a game. All of that feels like it's so massive because of the way that the Mariners have played. They had the night off yesterday. They'll be playing a 3-game set against the Orioles, who are nobody that really scares you. Like all of that, anything that any ground that you can recover from the ground that you kind of gave up over the last few weeks is huge to me.
Well, I mean, it's August 12th. You can watch the scoreboard now. A lot of people, the players.
Oh, it's no longer early?
No, it's August 12th.
God bless.
You can watch the scoreboard.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's no.
Sorry, Figgy. Players and coaches and managers will tell you, oh, no, we're just worried about us. That's a lie. Yeah, that's not true. They watch the scoreboard. Round about this time is when it really starts ramping up. So you're exactly right on that. That was a big swing. It's kind of one of those where you kind of circle it and say, maybe that's one that's going to really spell the difference long term.
Also, shout out to Ramon Urias.
Yeah. How about that?
I love this dude, man. Like, again, we've at the trade deadline, the guys that got so much attention, obviously Correa, for a moment like this, right? The return home, the leadership that he brings that has become even more evident, the kind of swagger and bite that he brings back to this club in a way that almost it felt like had kind of diminished in some ways. You highlighted the fact that last game he's coming around the bases, touching on the chest, on the jersey, as if to say, ain't no buzzes involved here, baby, right? Like all of that comes back. You also have Jesus Sanchez, who in the outfield has been solid for you. Really, more importantly, brings you that left-handed bat, which is huge when you talk about the tactics.
Is he the professional hitter?
What do you want me to say to that?
Well,
what would you like me to say to that? But then Ramon Urias, we kind of talked about him as, all right, cool, the utility guy, defense, the bat's not going to be. He had 3 hits. Scored 2 runs yesterday, and the defense has not just been solid. The defense has been incredible.
Well, we talked about it some when they brought him in, and secondarily, as you mentioned, behind the other guys, but the options he gives you. Dubon was in left field yesterday, and made a huge grab, made a pretty good play as well. That approach at the plate. It's what he can give you, the options he gives you defensively. And one more shout out, because it's been a year, dude. It's been a year. Chas McCormick with a home run.
That's right.
Chas McCormick with a no doubt home run.
I had forgotten. I texted Tyler and asked him if he was hyped.
Yeah.
What made me text him was Chaz going yard. I was like, I know you hype right now. Chaz McCourt, white boy Chaz?
Yeah, Tasmanian Devil.
Tasmanian, that's right.
Is that kind of
Tasmanian Devil?
Isn't that kind of sad too? Because I looked at the graphic, I said, it's been that long.
Hey,
it's been a year.
Don't you yuck my yum right now.
I know.
Why are you being negative in this moment? We celebrating, dog.
I'm like, dude, great. A year? It's been a year.
He gave that same kind of he was like, hey, it's been a long time. Like almost laughing at himself, a little self-deprecation in the post game. But no, a fantastic night, a celebration all the way around in what was a huge Astros victory, 7-6. And then, I mean, the importance only continues on. It's not going to feel exactly the same. I imagine people will still be in that building. Like, I know that there's going to be some people that are cheap like me that were like, hey, I have to be there for the first time Carlos is back. I'll be the second time that Carlos is back.
Yeah.
So I imagine today is going to be fun, but also Spencer Arrighetti on the mound. So, like,
big one.
What does he look like the second time around? Because if he looks more tenable, I might talk crazy. I might start talking crazy about this Astros team. Who knows? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Thanks for rocking with us. Things just getting going here on a Tuesday. Coming up next, the downside of yesterday. I ended up going to practice, and unfortunately, I was right in front of, or I was very what could be a really, really big loss for the Houston Texans. Brevin Jordan was injured at practice. Where do we go from here? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
The Texans lost their preseason opener.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
That's not awkward at all.
When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is, too.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
I maintain it's not awkward, but it is something that you would have to fix. I don't want you to think that I'm here saying you just clog a toilet and walk away. No, you want to make sure it's fixed, but you don't have to feel
bothered by
you don't have to feel shame about it.
Hey, stand on
Don't
it.
feel shame about it, ladies and gentlemen.
Stand 10 toes down, man.
Yeah.
You ain't got to explain yourself.
We've all heard about it. Everybody poops. Nothing to feel shamed about. But definitely fix that toilet. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's a Tuesday. As you can tell, very loose, having a good one. You feel loose with us, 713-572-4610. Get involved with all of it. Wasn't loose in that bubble at the Houston Methodist Training Center yesterday. I'll tell you that. Very excited. I think you saw this with me, and I was like, oh, I could actually get out to practice. Like, it's not happening during the time that we are broadcasting today. Not so much. They are doing that. They're about to get into practice probably here relatively soon in the next 30 minutes or so.
They are, aren't they?
But yesterday they practiced a little later. Obviously give the guys a little bit easier time to get into things at 2. And once they finally got into team, right after all of the other things that they'll do, some group install, they got into team and they were going up and down. And as they're moving the football, actually this was team 3 period, not that that's very important, but as they're moving up the football, they're getting towards the red zone. They're trying to kind of take a shot into the end zone. And there's a play where, CJ, the ball snapped to him, and Woody Marks is in. He picks up a blitz. And I was like, I had completely forgotten that this has happened. I'm literally looking at my notes like, oh, yeah, great blitz pickup by Woody Marks. Ball goes a little high to Brevin Jordan, and he comes down hard. Now, I didn't see exactly what happened as he came down. However, he stayed down for a good period of time. And once you see, in any football setting, once you see players start taking a knee, you go, oh, this is serious. And that bubble got just entirely quiet. Solemn, somber tones in there. It took a few minutes for them to ultimately get him stood up. When he was standing up, he was just standing in that one place. The cart eventually comes over. The entire team comes and huddles around him. And eventually they'll get him on the cart. We can't see him because, again, the entire team is there. And all of a sudden, I just hear wailing. I hear like yelling. And I'm like, oh, no, this is not good. And I said, wailing is after we've stood him up. After we've got, like, this is not injury happens and I am wailing. It happens after a period of time. And ultimately, so it looks like a lower leg, like probably a knee, but I can't say for certain, and I wouldn't want to report by any means. We're still waiting on information from the Texans, but it seems very clear by the circumstances that I laid out, and obviously as other reporters gave you to the general public yesterday, Brevin Jordan, this is a serious injury.
Yeah. The other thing is, first of all, it's heartbreaking considering what he's been through already, having had that ACL. He joined us right off the field at training camp, and obviously, it seemed to be just in an altogether different place, just happy, understanding, appreciative of another opportunity, et cetera. It's just heartbreaking, first of all. Secondly, you do have to immediately kind of go to the football aspect of it and how it affects this team. But I think beyond that, Brevin Jordan was representative of what this team is for DeMeco Ryans. He always talks about, the perseverance and the swarm and being a good teammate and, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's what resonated there. He was wailing, as you put it.
Yes, that was the only word that came, because it wasn't just yelling. It wasn't yelling in anger. There was anguish in there.
I was going to say, he was wailing more because he was mad that it happened.
I'm certain.
It was just that it happened.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought about before I even knew all of that. When I heard the injury, I'm like, be frustrated, that this happened again.
This is terrible timing. Like, he's headed into his 5th year. He's already had an ACL injury. There's a possibility that this could be another one. Again, that is my words, not anybody else's, and I'm not reporting it. So this is the possibility.
He's got something.
Or something else substantial is a possibility within this. I always, default to the idea that players know how their body feels, how it's supposed to feel, and when something is different, they can usually tell that. And that's how I took his, like, that wailing, that kind of anguish that seemed to come out of him was, damn, this definitely feels like a problem that might have taken me away from this game that it's very clear that he loves. He enjoys so much, not just the football, but being around the guys. Like, I think the personality, the bubbly personality that he has, as you mentioned, we talked to him. You've seen him in the various social media videos that the Houston Texans have put out. He is one of those types of guys that's bubbly, that brings a lot of energy, and it's just a love for life and a love for being able to do what he does. And so to have another one of these, in between him and being able to do what he does and enjoying this, and honestly, possibly hampering the future of his career moving forward without having to talk too much about those things, you really do feel for the dude.
Not only that, but he knows more than anyone else on the planet. From the last time he hurt his ACL to whatever it is this time, he knows what he had to go through to get back to this point.
Yeah.
Like, he knows, the machines they put you on after surgery, then the machines they put you on, trying to rehab, then going to rehab, then, the atrophy in your legs and coming back, and if you're ever going to be able to play, if wondering if it's ever going to be as strong as it was before, and then starting to walk and then jog, and then realizing that you have a long way to go. Am I ever going to get to that place? And then he got to that place. He was in about as good a position, looking as good, seemingly feeling as good, obviously competing. And then he has to go back to that.
Yeah, this was supposed to be his comeback year.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be the year to prove people wrong, maybe prove himself wrong,
right?
Maybe take that next step that we've been waiting on for so long, and now it's like 3 steps back.
And immediately as we say that, a number of Texans reporters are reporting, and I see this from DJ Bieniemy of ESPN.
Texans reporting it.
And the Texans obviously making this known. Brevin Jordan has now been placed on injury reserve. And so that got me thinking, where do you go from here? Because with Brevin, that's just one of the guys that's out of here, right? But also I'm hearkening back to Dalton Schultz when he was talking after one of the days of practice a couple weeks ago. And one of the things that he highlighted, I believe it was Saturday, honestly, he was talking about how the tight end room, and he really did not talk about the Irv Smiths or the Luke Lachey's. He talked about 3 guys, himself, Cade Stover, and Brevin Jordan, and the ways in which they kind of fit together nicely. Puzzle pieces is my words, not his, but almost like that. We're very complementary. Each guy brings a different thing. And now they're losing, at least for a period of time, but possibly for the entirety of the season, a Brevin Jordan that was clearly the athlete, the dude with explosion in that tight end room. Like, where do you go from here?
Yeah, what you're looking at is maybe some of these guys that have been hybrids. We talk about Jakob Johnson. Obviously Luke Lachey is going to get more looks, but you do have it's a problem. We've talked extensively about how much they use the tight end position, how much they lean on it. And now you're missing one of the key cogs there. Now you're going to have to kind of scramble a little bit to try to find that piece. And by the way, just obviously it's not a replacement, but the corresponding move that the Texans signed is also a little interesting. With putting Brevin Jordan on the reserve injured list, they have signed Connor McDermott, a tackle, 6'8", 305 pounds veteran in the NFL. So they bring in a tackle as well. So they're still manipulating and trying to get the roster together.
Worth noting about Connor McDermott, because obviously we're talking about Brevin in the tight end situation, but worth noting he is a former Patriots 6th-round pick from UCLA, and he overlapped with Nick Haley with the Rams last year. So there's obviously the connectivity. Hopefully that allows him to pick up what you're doing and actually be able to get in there and compete in a real way as opposed to just kind of being in there. But I don't know if there's a good way to get some level of whatever Brevin Jordan was delivering, at least from a tight end position.
Right.
Because who do you have beyond the 2 guys that you immediately think of at the top with Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover? And it by the way, I'll tell you a little bit more what I saw at practice. It does feel like that is still the hierarchy for me as I was watching practice. Dalton Schultz, then Cade Stover. We'll talk more about that as we go. But, beyond that, you have Irv Smith, who, He is with all respect to the man. I don't think I've seen him be utilized in any other way. All right. Beyond that, Luke Lachey, who is a late round draft pick and clearly has some upside, but there's lots of room to develop. Is that something where you would want to put him on the roster and expect him to try and find some level of impact on a team that should have the caliber of team that you have? I don't know. And then beyond that, like Dalton Keene, who is tight end, fullback type guy. Obviously, you mentioned Jakob Johnson, but I don't know that his role will overlap in that same way or if they just expand his role.
Right.
And then how much of this is just, are you going to do less two tight end type things in the way that you might have with Brevin Jordan, and then bring in, play more of an Xavier Hutchinson in as like, all right, this is a big guy that has some of that explosive qualities to maybe have some level of facsimile of what you would have gotten out of Brevin Jordan.
Yeah, I don't think they're changing their approach offensively. It didn't all hinge necessarily on having Brevin Jordan as one of the three, so they're going to have to find a replacement, some sort of hybrid, as we talked about, for him.
Really, really tough to hear if you're just tuning in. Brevin Jordan on the IR after having a pretty significant injury, knee injury, it seemed like yesterday at practice. And so, yeah, the second kind of big-time injury that happened for your Texans. Thankfully, all the news is pointing towards nothing too terrible for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But unfortunately for Brevin Jordan, that is not where it seems. We're still early in the process, and we haven't gotten much when it comes to injuries there. I mean, D'Amico Ryans immediately after practice really was just, as he seemingly always is, talking about the player and how he feels for the guy. And we've talked about that. Clearly, player, that portion of it hits you, right? The ways in which he's had a number of injuries. He's worked his way back. He clearly has that, brings a level of vibe to the team that is going to be lost. And that matters a good amount. But where the Texans go from here is going to be very, very interesting indeed. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, and I don't know if I intended it to exactly line up like this. Our guy John Lopez had a weird injury yesterday or this weekend, and Josh Hader realized that he had felt some discomfort doing some plyometrics, and that got us thinking. 713-572-4610 for the question of the day. What's the silliest way that you've injured yourself? Let's try and lighten it up next.
It's just one.
Berryville monthly sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, if you're just tuning in, you might have missed it. You probably saw the news that Brevin Jordan was hurt at practice yesterday for your Texans. The news that was coming in as of, about 15 minutes ago is that the Texans have placed Brevin Jordan on injured reserve. It is a knee injury. Same knee is what Aaron Wilson is reporting. And appreciation to Jonathan M. Alexander for the reminder that you go on injured reserve before cuts happen, your season is over.
Yeah,
so,
he's done for the year.
Yeah, Brevin Jordan done for the season. And, I mean, again, that only speaks to just the magnitude of the injury that we are not 24 hours in. And, I mean, they did this early enough in the day where I wonder if they had this information yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
To the point where, boom, we know immediately this is going to be it for Brev for the day or for the season, which really, really sucks. But yeah, he's done for the season. Injured again.
Yeah, and I go back to what we were mentioning, Figgy. Like in his mind, he's like, I got to do this all again, from scratch, from the start. This is an injury. I mean, let's be honest here. Same knee, season-ending injury. You have to start wondering about if you're going to see him again. Not when.
I can't. This feels so crass to talk about in this moment, but I don't know if I can't imagine that with the Texans again.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, he just got that 1-year extension to hey, let's get him back and kind of almost a prove it deal.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there's no prove it to be had.
Yeah.
Yeah. At some point, and I hate to be insensitive about it, but it is the football part that they got to do. They still got a job. So do it make sense to bring them back again and maybe give them another year again? Or do they got to make a tough decision and just kind of move on?
Plus realizing that it's the same knee. And do they want, even just from a football side, can they trust it?
Yeah.
You know?
I see you, Marcus, on the YouTube page saying that Love Brevin, but it's not a huge loss. I'm not saying that it's a huge loss, but I mean, I think, and maybe I'm leaning too much on what Dalton was talking about, like the idea of that room having the different dynamics from different guys, and Nick Haley, talking about how this offense is going to be tailored to the guys that he has in the building. That's a unique skill set, at least from that tight end room, that you no longer have. I maybe could just see it where, especially with the willingness to move guys all around in different places, where you end up with, all right, well, we're looking for speed and size from this particular part of the field on a certain play. Is Nico Collins with a tighter split or what have you? Or do you end up maybe having Christian Kirk in certain instances for that, to kind of give you some level of facsimile, or even like Xavier Hutchinson ending up in a space where it's a 3 wide set, but he's kind of playing like an inside kind of almost with the same split that you would maybe expect from Brevin Jordan. I'm just interested to see how that ultimately comes to fruition. But obviously, thoughts and prayers with Brevin Jordan. Let's get a little lighter on the injury note. Our question of the day, as Lopez, if you missed yesterday, apparently he decided to become one of the Three Stooges and dropped a hammer on himself as if he was in like a Warner Brothers production or something. And then yesterday,
Curly,
yeah,
what's up, Curly?
Is he Curly or is he Mo?
Mo. He might be Mo
because he ain't no Larry. I tell you that for damn sure. But. What is the silliest way that you've injured yourself?
I think that's the sound I made.
713-572-4610. And people are already coming in strong on the text line, where from the 832 in the 2021 World Series, they said they tore their Achilles running to turn off Game 7 after Jorge Soler's homer.
Oh, man.
That's insult. That's injury to insult.
Yeah. Did you get the TV off?
Yeah.
Like that? Because that's the thing.
Yeah.
You ran to go turn the TV off, which I'm sure as soon as that injury happened, you felt stupid about. But I imagine you feel even more stupid if you didn't make it to the remote. Yeah. And so now you man down, and the TV you just hear it, like the audio is going. This is the soundtrack to your injury. Is the applause
like,
for the Jorge Soler.
That's all I needed. So this weekend I dropped a hammer and I was barefoot, which is even dumber. Hammering and I knocked it in the air, hit my toe. That's the most recent, silliest way I've injured myself. The one that came to mind is one I will, for a number of reasons, as you'll find out, never ever ever forget. I'm the youngest, so my 2 big brothers dared me to jump off the top of a shed, which was probably about 10 feet high.
It's always a dare, ain't it?
Yeah. It was a dare. And I said, well, I'll take that dare. And I jumped off the shed, and when I landed in the backyard, I landed directly on a nail sticking out of a board.
Yikes!
That jammed into my heel.
Man. And,
of course, my brothers immediately sprinted out of sight because they knew they were going to get in trouble for making me do that. So I walked into the house, Mom, with the board like a shoe. It was stuck to my foot. So she had to pull the board out of my foot.
You really are a cartoon character. That is a cartoon character. Like what you described.
I was running into the house with a board on my bottom of my foot.
That is
nailed to the bottom of my foot.
That is terrible. From Champ Slice on the YouTube page, broke his foot on the side of the bed in the middle of the night. A few days later, COVID shut everything down, so it just had to heal on its own.
Oh man!
So he was just in the house feeling terrible.
How about you guys?
So for me, thankfully, I haven't had too many terrible injuries, and a lot of the stupid things that I've done didn't lead to injuries. However, this was a very stupid thing that I did that was very preventable, which is, you know me, I like playing basketball one day, and I had turned 30 by this point, so we're not dealing with the same bounce back. I rolled my ankle, and I was like, it was a pretty substantial roll, but I was like, look, I could keep playing. I want to keep playing. And in theory, if I stop right now, go and start the Rice plan, do all the things that are necessary, it's probably not that substantial of an injury. Kept playing on it for another 2 or 3 games.
Yeah.
And then I'm telling you, grapefruit. It might have been a honeydew melon in my sock. I just right ankle swollen, and it took a legitimate, I want to say 7 or 8 months to get back.
Ankles in basketball, man, it takes a while.
Man.
Yeah.
But it really did make me miss when I was in high school. You roll an ankle and you just lace your shoes up and you're going to be great. You're going to be all right.
The one that come to my mind is when I was younger, I was riding a bike and all that stuff. And remember how you used to ride bikes and your shoestrings get caught up in the gears and ain't nowhere you can go. You can't jump off.
You're kind of cruising and gliding.
So the bike I was on, it was a little raggedy. So the handlebars on the edge, the edge of the handlebars has a little part right there, but it was missing. So it was
so you just had exposed metal.
Yeah, you had the tube.
Yeah, it was exposed metal. So I'm in the grass trying to pedal, and I can't pedal because my shoestrings tied up and I just lean over to the left or to the right, and then that little metal part jammed right in my inner thigh. I still got that mark to this day.
You do.
That was and that took a long time to heal. I don't know doing it. I mean, it wasn't like cut open where I needed stitches.
Yeah.
But it took years for it to fully heal, and it's still that's one of my war wounds.
Yeah.
All right, so now we, in line with that, somebody mentioned that they got oh my goodness, they're all coming in fast.
I like the snow cone one because it's a good visual.
Well, I'm gonna get to that one. Someone said that they ended up with a pretty beautiful scar, and that made me start thinking about like the various instances of what do you tell people when the scar that you have that's very noticeable and that people will ask you about happened from something real stupid. Like, do you just tell the truth or do you just lie about it?
Here, you see that scar right there?
Okay, I do see that scar on your right wrist.
2 little circles?
Yeah.
Yeah. I tell people it's a snake bite.
Oh, okay. That's fun. What is it actually?
It's from a car lighter. Remember the old car lighter? I'm like, that's a great one. That's one of my students.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder how hot that is. Oh, my God.
I used to have a little mark like around my eye, the corner of my eye. Mm-hmm. And people eventually thought it was kind of cute, like a little mark right there, like a birthmark.
Yeah.
But it was really from when I was a kid and I was wrestling with a girl. And she had some corduroys on, like some no pants. Mm-hmm. And it just rubbed right here. And it created, I don't know how it did that, but it created like a little burn.
So you go with birthmark?
Yeah. It ended up fading away, so it's not really there. But at the time, everybody thought it's like a cute little birthmark.
Yeah.
All right, so
me wrestling with a girl.
I'm gonna try and rapid fire a few of these, and then I want you guys to decide which one is indeed the silliest, because there's a number of them coming in. Wearing a box of glasses, pinky toe into the corner of the couch.
Ouch.
Break toe, drop box, break all glasses. All right, that's one. Number 281. Slapped a mosquito on the side of my face, forgetting I was holding a sheetrock screw. All right, 346. Got hit by a car my senior year, 3 weeks before signing a scholarship. Pulled my scholarship and had to be preferred walk-on. Balled out and then transferred. So shout out to X on that one. 832. Tore my patellar tendon, slam dunking on a door jam.
Oh, everybody's falling.
That's right. That's right. And then let me see.
The snow cone. I can just see it.
Oh, yeah, snow cone. Give me the snow cone one.
He was a kid. He said he tripped. He saw the snow cone, truck coming. Snow cone! So he started running, Tripped, broke his wrist.
Oh, man.
Like, I didn't even get my snow
I was telling y'all off the air about my wife, how she injured herself stupid. Mm-hmm. And she had a knife, and she was trying to take it to the sink. So she decided to toss it in the sink a little bit, like try to get a little fancy. The knife bounced out of something in the sink, came back up, poked her right in the cheek.
Man, that could have been nasty.
Yeah, she was embarrassed to tell me. Yeah. She was in the car like, I got to tell you something that happened. I ain't tell nobody this. And she told me that. I was like, that was stupid. Why would you do that?
Cartoon division, they said that they were playing Batman, scaling the side of the garage wall. The rope broke their left arm like an accordion. And I appreciate the like an accordion because that very much sounds like that's a Daffy Duck type of, I see that one. Oh my goodness. There are so many of these. I'm going to have to, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to try and do this thing. I'm silly injuries of Sports Radio 610 listenership. And I'm going to try and sprinkle them in as we go because there's a lot of them. Apparently we are all pretty silly in the ways that we have hurt ourselves, and we'll keep that going all day long. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, guys, I think this Matt Stafford thing is bigger than y'all are trying to make.
Baby.
Let's talk about that more.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing right now, and let's make sure.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
Sports Radio 610.
Friends, I'm going to be completely honest. I spent the entirety of the break, literally all of the break.
Just laughing.
Laughing at the... All right, let me not say... Well, I was laughing, but I wasn't laughing at you guys.
Yeah, you were.
I was
we
laughing.
all were.
I was
They're laughing at themselves.
Laughing with you. That's what it was. The number of silly injuries that the listenership has sustained is incredible. And I found a subsection of injury, which is just bracing yourself when falling. I saw someone who was skiing, tried to brace themselves when falling, broke both arms. I saw someone who they said that they, oh my goodness, now of course there's a whole, broke their wrist playing basketball, dunking during gym class, fell, tried to brace themselves, broken arm. Like, hey, when you fall, brace yourself. Something you have to learn how to fall, ladies and gentlemen, is basically what I'm trying to say. Because if you fall down, you will hurt yourself.
Yeah. My homegirl, shout out to my homegirl, Keisha Nicole. I think she fractured her foot and ankle playing pickleball, which is a very common way to get an injury, according to some people. Playing
pickleball's fun, man.
Yeah, a lot of people get hurt.
Going down a metal slide in 98-degree heat. The
Ooh,
burn
man.
still shows. The burn still shows.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. And I realized that I am literally on my right hand the owner of a reminder of one of my dumbest injuries, which, all right. We're getting near lunchtime. I'm trying not to gross anybody out. I'm pretty sure that like half the nail is dead at this point.
Oh, sure.
The day that I 9 hot dogs, 9 shots, and 9 innings during a Astros baseball game. In one of these these heavy studio doors, I got my index finger on my right hand jammed in it, and half the fingernail was black and blue, and I'm pretty sure that half of the fingernail will eventually come off my hand, but that's neither here nor there. And honestly, I'm very thankful that is my injury as opposed to the trick back that Matt Stafford is seemingly dealing with as we go around the NFL now. He was scheduled to practice yesterday. Sounds good, right? Preseason, training camp, getting ready for the season, week 1 opener versus the Texans at SoFi Stadium. He did
not practice.
And apparently his back didn't respond to a workout he had in a preseason game. And here's where it gets weird, because one might go, okay, well, that's what backs do. They've given him an epidural at one point, which is like a kind of steroids, which, yikes.
Yeah.
Apparently, he was seen in like a trailer out there at the practice at one of
those Airstream, those chromes trailers that you see, like it was called, and it had the Immortal logo
with an A.
Yeah, Immortal logo on it. So, you search what Immortal means and what they do, and it positions itself as, quote, a wellness device that aims to optimize human performance and promote holistic health through a combination of non-invasive technologies. To which I responded, okay, Aaron Rodgers.
I knew that that's where you were going to go. And I don't even feel like we need to go to that place. And maybe this is going to sound unfair. It's possible. Stafford kicking it before, because I know Kelly Stafford has some of her eccentricities, let's say. However, was he already a holistic medicine / like Eastern medicine type dude?
Yeah.
Because if he was, all right, cool. If he wasn't, that dude is cooked.
Yeah,
with the
he's
capital COOK. Cooked. Because
he might be KOOK.
Right. Because if you are in a place where you're like, damn, this is so bad, what else you got for me?
I'll try
second,
anything.
Third, give me anything. I'll try anything. That's how you know that you are absolutely cooked.
He might step in front of a psychic at this point, try to help heal me.
Well, the thing that stood out to me is he had them tow that thing to the practice facility.
That's right.
It was on the sideline, man. It was behind the sideline, and he popped in there and said, give me some of that holistic stuff, because nothing else is working. I said it last week as a confession. I'll say it again right now. I don't think he's playing. I don't think he's playing week 1.
I mean, I think that they're going to do everything to make him play week 1, because if he doesn't play week 1, what's the difference between week 1 and week 2? And the trick back ain't going to stop tricking, right? Like, I think that's ultimately my large point. In year, was it 17 for Matt Stafford? if they can't get them ready for week 1, well, let's cancel Christmas, right? Like, let's just go ahead and run this thing out
maybe it's both.
And create the worst-case scenario for Devontae Adams, which is, hey, you remember Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah.
Do that again for
One
the
that got
season.
you almost killed.
That's right.
Last season.
He hated that man. He hated that man. So I know that he said
he tried to clean it up, like, no.
This is how you know he hated that man, Devontae Adams. In talking about, like, his time with Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders, he basically threw the entirety of the Raiders organization under the bus. Like, that place there, possible. But also, if I'm going to a place where not only am I saying that I didn't enjoy my time with the Raiders, he's just like, nah, that place is terrible. Just to make sure that we know that you still good with Jimmy Garoppolo. I personally believe that you're not good with Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't know.
I think you're right.
All right. So there's that. Some other things around the NFL. This one is, like, definitely not on the football field, but I think it could have almost an existential level of import to the NFL. And that sounds like I'm doing a lot, but I don't think it is.
I don't think you are.
John Gruden, who formerly, interestingly enough, coached for the Raiders. Like, this is just going to be a Raiders extravaganza now, ain't it? John Gruden, who, while coaching for the Raiders in his return to coaching football after being a long-term Monday Night Football broadcaster, he got caught sending some, let's say, unsavory things in the email. Some of them trended towards the racist. Some of them just trended towards clowning on Roger Goodell, the man at the charge of the NFL. And regardless, all those things seemingly ended with his termination, to which he filed a lawsuit against the NFL. And it's been kind of pending in the way that legal matters tend to be. Well, was it yesterday or was it over the weekend? Okay, yesterday we got a little bit of movement on this. And it is something that the NFL can't have been happy with at all. So a Nevada court cleared the way for John Gruden to proceed with his lawsuit, and that's going to include the opportunity to have discovery.
Yeah. And it's a higher court, too. So unless the NFL, and I wouldn't put it past them, wants to go to the Supreme Court, they're going to have to litigate this. And it cleared the way for him to proceed with his lawsuit against the NFL. You mentioned it, and all that entails. Now, this was a superior court in Nevada, which obviously the Raiders are in Nevada, but it was a big win for him. It was a big win, and the NFL, I don't think, is going to stop fighting. They're not going to stop fighting on it.
They can't.
Yeah.
And I'm not their lawyers. If they would like to pay me to do that, they'd be really dumb to do that, but I take their money. I would say you can't allow this to get to discovery because, look, you're not going to tell me that any operation, any organization of the magnitude that the NFL has does not have things that would be really bad if the general public gets a hold of them, especially when you consider the NFL has a particular image. Like, they don't have any hard-edged image. Like, their image that they try to put forward is one that is wholesome and family-oriented. And, I mean, that's part of why Gruden gets out of here is because of the image that he is portraying, in addition to, like, the people that he is, I guess, creating an affront to, both in the league and obviously outside. But in this appeal that he has won, getting discovery allows them to go in and request all sorts of things from the NFL. And look, we live in Houston. We saw Enron. How many shredders you think are going in the NFL at this moment?
How many what?
Shredders?
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. But still, the footprint electronically is still there. And at the core of all this is the allegation that the NFL conspired to release these emails and such. And set him up, to be fired. So that electronic footprint is still going to be there no matter what.
No, for sure. So I call him the feds, and for good reason, because when he shows up, there's important things and things of real note that are going to be coming out. And it feels like that could be something that is in the way of when it comes to the NFL. Somebody said can't shred an email, big dog. No, you're right. I bet that those IT people are trying to see if they can delete that footprint though. No, but it's going to matter in a big deal. I believe that very certainly, and I don't think. All right, so existential is probably too big, but I do think that they could suffer some real big damages in their general PR.
Reputation, PR, embarrassment. Owners are going to be, probably involved, and the owners are always uncomfortable getting not necessarily their dirty laundry, but their private, notes and emails and such, out there. So the NFL is going to fight this, but a big win for John Gruden.
Yeah. Some other things around the NFL. So we were talking a little bit about the preseason games that happened. There was a number of them. We did not mention this one that had happened from the game on Sunday. Or no, actually, this was from the game that had happened between the Lions and the Falcons earlier in the weekend. And Maurice Norris had a scary injury on the field during that game. And thankfully, this was on Friday. Mm-hmm. Thankfully, he was in stable condition by Friday, on Friday still. And then ultimately, he was back in the facility on Sunday. But the injury ultimately halted the game between the Falcons and the Lions.
He was convulsing uncontrollably on the field.
Yes, ambulance had to take him off the field.
Yeah.
All of this akin to Bill's Bengals game where Damar Hamlin ultimately had his injury where he was technically dead on the field and all of these things with his heart condition. Well, in a similar facet, it seems as though the NFL might have tried to push this game along in the same way that they did at, that particular Bills game that ultimately did not continue. This is Dan Campbell being asked about the situation that happened on Friday with Maurice Norris.
Friday night, sounded like nobody really wanted to continue playing, but we obviously saw the play where about 8 minutes ran off the clock. Can you explain why that had to happen? What kind of instruction were you given from the league?
Don't do this to me, all right? So Raheem and I agreed that was what we were going to do. We talked to, Sean Hughley let us know, hey, the game is still on, and we communicated with each other. We told Sean we'll be taking these, and he said, I understand, and that's the way it went. And then the game was called.
Look, and it probably should. I mean, it was these are some ugly scenes that are out there, and it was a preseason game for goodness sakes. And as you talk about there, they just said we're just going to take knees the whole way, and it was the right thing. Wasn't it the right thing to do?
It was.
Yeah.
And I understand. I think from the NFL's perspective, typically, especially the regular season game, right? Going back to the Damar Hamlin thing, I understand the NFL. If we start getting as an NFL, and of course I'm speaking from that place, not from my personal perspective process, but the NFL has to look at this and say, if we are this sensitive, super sensitive to the nature of injuries to the point where we would stop a game behind this, buddy, we are opening ourselves to a world of hurt, and you kind of need your viewership to be a little callous to this, because otherwise, if we're always thinking about the dangers that loom around the corner in football, buddy, we're not going to be able to do this.
Yeah, no,
right? So you need to be able to, hey, next man up, and then that injury happens, move them off the field, and then get back to football. I'm kind of surprised that they felt that same level at the preseason, where there's kind of a tacit acknowledgement that yes, we're getting ready for the season. However, these things aren't in the same place as a regular season game.
Well, that's my perspective. Let's keep some clarity and perspective on things. There are injuries that are devastating. We've seen them. We see them we do see them every week in the NFL. Devastating injuries, and you go on and continue to play the game. But when something looks, and it's a feel thing, from the players and coaches on the field, when it affects what they are doing and their ability to perform their job, then the feel might be we need to take a break or we need to cancel. And so it's not like there's definitely nothing black or white about it. There's some devastating injuries. They cart the guy off, and I don't mean to sound callous, and they continue playing.
I mean, but that's what we are. Like, I think we can acknowledge that there is a callus that is necessary just in the ways that, like, someone who's a farmhand needs some calluses on their hands to get that job done.
Players get when a knee is completely blown out, when Tank Dell goes down, and you continue to play. You get that's when there's to be life-threatening and something that affects your job performance, then that's a different thing altogether. And so that's why I don't. I get what you're saying, and you're not speaking for yourself. You're speaking for the NFL. Like, hey, we need to be a little more callous. They are callous, but then there's a line for everything, And
that's the thing is, I'm surprised. Really, obviously the preseason aspect of it, but in the shadow of what happened with Damar Hamlin, that they did not recalibrate to a place where they found something that was more tenable or more palatable to be like, okay, I think this is a place where we say, yeah, we'll just call the game and we'll be back next time around.
Yeah.
The NFL's still operating in a way where they're like, hey, unless somebody is actively, gone to glory in the best way that I can say it, we are going to play this football. And I don't know that serves them all that well. But that was what happened. And I was kind of, can you play that for me? Like Dan Campbell's immediate, just the please don't do this to me was like, oh, he knows this is an issue, but he's like, I'm not going to lie for the NFL here. Can you give it to me one more time?
That had to happen. What kind of instruction were you given from the league?
Don't do this to me.
Yeah, he's like, look, man, I don't want to have to go down this path.
And then he answered.
I trust Dan Campbell. I mean, as an A&M guy, that is a dude who wears his heart on his sleeve. He's like, look, man, you asked me the question, I'm going to answer it, but I want you to understand, I don't want to have to do this. You know that this isn't going to go well for me and Raheem Morris having to buck against the NFL. It would have worked a lot nicer if we just did this quietly, but here we are. One more thing before we go around the NFL, I got to get you your top 100 players. On the day that we've continued to unfurl for the last, 17 years. Yesterday we mentioned C.J. Stroud, number 39, the quarterback there, ahead of quite a few quarterbacks, but still in a tier that feels below. We'll talk more about tiers as we go. Number 38 on this list, of course, as voted by the players, linebacker for the Denver Broncos, Nick Bonito.
Okay.
And number 37, having taken a 28-spot drop from last year, tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs, Travis Kelce.
Oh, wow. That seems about right.
Oh, he has thoughts. He has thoughts.
I do have thoughts on that. That seems about right for him based on last season's performance. I mean, and plus, by the way, probably a good place to mention Taylor Swift's dropping a new album. People stayed up till 1 a.m. to see her announce it. How about that?
Is that on the New Heights podcast?
On the New Heights podcast.
Yeah. That's kind of shocking. She hopping on that podcast because I don't think she ever hopped on anything like a podcast or anything like that.
So Travis Kelce, a fair drop.
because of the Taylor Swift. Okay, thank you for that analysis.
How many numbers you think that podcast or views the podcast going to get? That might break records.
My daughter watched it.
Yeah,
my daughter watched it.
I have a number of friends that I know were like, "Yo,
I ain't gonna lie, I kind of want to check it out just because I never heard her on a podcast. I never really seen a real Taylor Swift interview.
You go ahead and check that out.
I don't want to check it out, just see what it is. Kind of hate watch a little bit, I guess. See how long I can last.
They are charismatic and entertaining. But yeah, so go ahead and try that out for us. So there you go. That's Around the NFL, and I want to remind you that Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I was at practice yesterday. Unfortunately, I saw the injury to Brevin Jordan, but also I saw some things with your Texans. Let's talk about my practice report. That's going to be a lot more fun.
By the way.
Let's do that next.
The Texans. sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. There's going on again today, but I want to give some of my eyewitness reports, I guess, of sorts. Before I get there,
I got questions for you.
Before I get there, that might be the best way to do it. Some questions. Some more silliest injuries that you guys have sustained or silliest ways that you've gotten injured in honor of John Lopez going full cartoon character this weekend and throwing a hammer at his foot. That's how I will describe it. Is it true? I don't know. You'll find out. Also, well, actually, before I do any of that, I should make a mention is that Texans Ticket Tuesday. So we will be giving away some tickets. How many tickets? Is it a 2? Is it a 4-pack?
I think it's a pair. Let me double check.
He'll double check for you. But there are tickets to the preseason game versus the Lions this weekend in the bullpen that you'll get just by listening to Sports Radio 610. We'll do that in the 12 o'clock hour. But Tyler Milner wrote in and said that he has a scar on his right booty cheek because he was running away from bath time as a small kid and decided for some reason to sit on a ceramic train piggy bank. And then later, when he got stitches in that same booty cheek, he ripped them out. Because that is the menace of a child that apparently Tyler Milner was. I know that he had gold teeth in his mouth at some point.
That's such a Tyler story, too.
He decided to sit on a ceramic train piggy bank.
I knew that you were going to go there. I'm not going to say anything further. I just think that as a child, he was clearly a menace.
So
that is very evident. Shout out to the 713 though, who mentioned that not them, but 10 years after playing high school football, apparently they played in an alumni football full pad game. Teammate tore his ACL on kickoff.
Yeah,
kickoff, and I was just like, so why were y'all playing? Like all of these, he said. Once you get past that time period, don't go back.
No.
You can't do it.
Don't do it.
We can't do the full version of this.
This made me think about the kicker that tore his ACL by celebrating. What's his name? Dramatica or
Grammatica?
Martin Grammatica?
Yeah, how he was celebrating, tore his ACL or whatever.
Unbelievable. All right, keep sending those in. There's a lot of them. There are so many of them. I have not even touched the tip of the iceberg, so we'll try to keep more of those coming. But yeah, I was at practice yesterday, so you know what? Let's do this way, Lopez.
I got questions.
All right, let's do a question and answer.
Boots on the ground, baby.
Boots on the ground.
I'll be the general back behind the lines where it's safe. And then as you come back from boots on the ground up front on the front,
tell me what you saw.
I'm going to ask you what you saw. We already covered.
I kind of like the war movie that you're setting up here, where I've gone behind enemy lines and I return back with the scouts update of what happened.
And what were they wearing? I'm eating sandwich, drinking a cup of coffee, saying,
"You know that you're the villain of that movie, though."
No,
right?
I'm the general.
The general is always the villain.
They're always the villain.
Always
the a-hole.
100%.
All right, I'll be the villain. So I got my pipe. Or a cigar. I got a cigar.
And you're eating an apple. What are the other movie cliches that you want to lean into the bad guy on? You're stroking a cat that is sitting on your lap as you turn around in a swivel chair.
Ivory-handled revolvers. I got all this fruit salad on my chest from all the campaigns that I sat back and watched others.
Yep, you got to call him by his last name. Atatula.
Yeah, Atatula.
What was your full report?
I got questions for you.
On my desk.
Right, let's get to him.
We already have the report on the Brevin Jordan injury and scene, so I'm going to move on from there unless you have anything to add.
When it comes to Brevin Jordan part, was that wailing? I will say, and we'll talk more about this as we continue, because the CJ narrative has gotten loud and probably way out of hand, in my opinion. I kind of really love the way that D'Amico handles like the personalities of this team, especially in the instances of injuries. We'll talk more about that.
And I'm going to put this in military terms. I'm getting reports from the front lines, but you were there. I want you to tell me that we are settling in on pretty much a stable offensive line. Is that true?
All right, the offensive line that I noted with the ones when they were going to team was the one that you're used to seeing. Let me say it like this. In install, there was one offensive line. There was CJ all the way through. Like, we're settling in on reps just generally.
That's my question.
Which is good. But offensive line left to right. Ariante Ursery left tackle. Laken Tomlinson left guard. Jake Andrews is starting at center. However, at a different point in practice, ones did have Jarrett Patterson, so I don't think that is settled. However, it is notable that Jake Andrews was in there at center. Ed Ingram at right guard, and then, of course, Titus Howard at right tackle again. I don't know where we are with Cam Robinson and what that then changes if we get to that place, but we are really solidified in this being
We're settling in.
And I don't see Drew Scruggs sliding in there at starting right guard. It seems like Ed Ingram might be holding that for the time being, at least with this musical chairs configuration of the line.
All right, another question for you, Private Atatula.
Damn, only a private, huh?
Tell me about Christian Harris. Is he still AWOL?
Christian Harris was out there. Now, it was during install, if memory serves, where he was actually no, he was with the ones in install. I think once we got to team, he wasn't kind of getting out there and working, but he wasn't doing what Nick Chubb was doing, where Nick Chubb had the red non-contact jersey on.
Yeah.
The reason why I had that little moment of misremembering was I also remember at one point during install, I looked over and I saw Dameon Pierce along with Nick Chubb working off to the side. Although I do think that Dameon Pierce maybe had taken some snaps before, because I walked in right as install was kind of coming together, so I might have missed a few snaps where Dameon Pierce might have been up there. But he was working off to the side with Nick Chubb getting himself some side work, even though he wasn't in non-contact injury or jersey rather like Chubb.
All right, let me take a puff on this cigar real quick. I got more questions for you. You mentioned Dameon Pierce. That was a question I had for you. But tell me about Nick Chubb. Is he still gold bricking?
Gold bricking? What is that supposed to mean? I am not familiar with this term. Can you?
Oh, you're not.
I sincerely am not.
Gold bricking is it's a military term. That's why I'm using it.
Can you tell I'm not in the military?
Like when everybody's doing something and you're kind of not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To some degree, yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's got the red non-contact jersey on, so yeah, no, he is in.
What was his injury?
I don't know.
Because
I think in West Virginia he got hit by Kamari Lassiter in the helmet. And
okay.
I can't. I'm not going to speculate too far, but I'm guessing that with the length of time, it might be possibly something head injury related.
Yeah, because I seen the injury report. I want to say it was before the game or something like that, and it just said head.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what happened?
Yeah. Tell me about our
We are torturing this metaphor. Right
Tell me about our offensive versus our defensive stances. How did they perform?
Okay, yeah, no, this was really fun because there was a period of time where I think once they got to the team drills where they were moving the football, where I had to ask myself, is the defense playing back? Because the offense was finding a lot of space and connecting a good amount. This was a good balanced day. In fact, I might be leaning a little bit too heavily, but it felt like the offense did pretty damn well. One of the things offensively on the line is they're getting pushed when they're running the football. Like there's like a yard of push, which is good when they're running the football there. Now there were instances in pass where CJ was able to get the ball off in time. I don't know that there was things where you would consider a sack. But there were instances where you were seeing white jerseys slide between and getting, I guess, in theory, some level of penetration, but not actually affecting the quarterback. So those, I don't know, do you count those as half wins for the defense or whatever?
It sounds like it was balanced.
But it was a lot better in that space. And there was definitely some of that. I did notice, at least, I did mention one of those, a blitz pickup by Woody Marks. I'm not trying to get myself points here, but I did see Woody Marks have great explosion through a hole on one of the run plays.
Yeah.
Now, there were a couple of instances where, like I'm looking at my notes, Daniil Hunter is beating badly Ariante Ursery, but for the most part, he looked pretty solid. But yeah, good push. They're fine. I mean, CJ was really dicing him up, and he does really well in this practice. So I felt good about the passing game in this one.
I was going to ask you about Woody Marks, so you're covering that as well. Let me ask you this: did anybody show up out there that came out of the medic tent and all of a sudden made an appearance? Maybe, I don't know, Derek Barnett or Foley.
That's right. Both of those guys, no longer on the physically unable to perform list. I believe it was Tim Settle was talking about them, just kind of good having them back. Yeah. It was interesting to me, though, and listening to Tim, I think he said the words like, in having them back, just depth. And I don't know that he meant like they slide in as depth.
Just
although
having
Barnett is depth. Maybe Foley Fatukasi is depth coming on behind Rankins, who maybe is holding down that starting kind of one tech spot. But I think it does speak to the idea of the way that this defense operates. They rotate guys in a very, very good amount, and having those guys back, those are guys that are going to rotate in and deliver. So no, those guys were back. I don't think either of them were wearing jerseys, like red jerseys or anything, not that they normally would.
Yeah.
But they're back, and it's good to see them getting involved somewhat. I don't know that they were like entirely full participants, but it's going to be good seeing them do more things.
Tell me something else. Tell me something else you have in your little notepad there from practice.
I did mention the centers or what have you. Let me see if I can read my chicken scratch. Oh, so one of the things that I've been trying to take note of, and you remember this from training camp when we were able to go over to the other side of the field and actually see the offensive linemen work. I have a little bit of a fascination with some of the drills and the ways that Cole Popovich is working with the linemen. I could easily see why this team is picking up something this as a point of emphasis and a point of pride. One of the drills, and I'm sure this is probably like just a relatively regular drill or what have you, but they'll work in tandems, so maybe not full line, but tandems and pairings that feel like they're very consistent of, hey, this guy next to this guy to build some relationship. You can also see some stunt drills where, all right, you have your two offensive linemen, you have your two guys who are operating as defensive linemen with their pads, and behind them will be Cole Popovich, who then signals to the guys, hey, I want you to do this stunt or this stunt. These guys have to either, or maybe no stunt, right? And these guys have to pick it up. They're getting a real dynamic in making sure this offensive line is making sure that they pick up stunts, slants, and then also be aware of how to, tell that from, oh, no, they're not stunning at all. This is just straight up, and you need to make sure you pick it up. Because I imagine you could also get into a place where you're expecting a stunt in this type of drill and then get beat because that guy goes straight by you.
Yeah.
This offensive line in various different pairs make sure to not do that.
All right, last thing from me. What about the field general? What about C.J. Stroud, just overall?
C.J. Stroud looked good overall. I thought that he was, conducting the offense pretty well. He looked pretty comfortable, except for the one moment that I think got a lot of burn, which was
we're going to talk about that.
Was after the Brevin Jordan injury that I think really affected a lot of guys on the field, including the quarterback of the defense. Azeez seemed to take it pretty hard. I saw him. He had his hands on his helmet. Well, actually, on one point, he seemed to be the closest to Brevin Jordan when Brevin Jordan was getting on the cart. And it is worth noting, I believe that it was Azeez that was in coverage on the play where the ball was a little high for Brevin and he came down hard. So I imagine that in the play as well, but they're also leader guys. And I could see that Azeez had his hands on his helmet and it stuck with them all through, when D'Amico talks to the team, when they break and they're getting back to team drills. In fact, as the defense is still huddled before that next play going into team drills, he still has his hands on his helmet until he takes his position, and now we're going back to football. So, no, I mean, clearly Azeez took it hard. We mentioned, I know a lot of people saw that CJ took it hard, and we'll talk more about that as we continue here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. A few of the things that I saw from practice, of course, they continue going, they continue working, and they're all guiding towards two things this week. Obviously, you've got a preseason game against the Lions, where I imagine you see a lot of the starters in the ways that you would in the second preseason game. But then also, probably more importantly, joint practice Thursday with the Carolina Panthers here.
My
in
favorite
Houston.
thing.
I think that's going to be super telling on some of the things that we want to see. Just getting a different look defensively, different people that they're playing against, offensively and defensively. I'm excited for that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping on this Tuesday. We will do that on Sports Radio 610.
It's just
One cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zycam.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. In true Reggie fashion, we get to the end of the segment. I'm like, damn, there's more things I should have said.
Yeah,
and
man.
honestly, I'm not gonna blame. I'm gonna blame my handwriting because I have decided that I'm going to handwrite notes from practice, and maybe I should just type them because sometimes it takes me a second to be able to tell
can't be typing
what
stuff. Unless
actually,
you're on your phone.
On my phone,
Yeah.
which I think everybody else in the media corps does, and clearly that works out a lot better. So I'm going to start just following their lead. A couple more things that I saw. Hutchinson's gotten some run with the ones. Now Higgins has as well over camp, but I do wonder if maybe that's going to lead to some more Hutchinson across from Nico Collins. And maybe that tells us a little bit about where he stands.
I think it does.
With the wide receivers. Austin Deculus was at left tackle with the twos, not Zach Thomas. So I do wonder if he's maybe taking a step up amongst potential tackles. Trent Brown, no update there. UPC much to that regard. It feels like Davis Mills and Jaden Higgins have such a good rapport.
Yeah.
Like they have built such a connection. And I don't know what to do with that, but it's just interesting that they seem to really have timing and chemistry down really well.
Well, every quarterback has that special, sort of connection with at least one receiver, sometimes more than one. And I think Davis Mills has just had a really good camp.
He has.
From day one.
Or I think if you want to run a play for Higgins, you got to bring in Davis Mills.
All right.
God, here we go.
we might be doing a lot there. And then one more thing, just a quick note, because I've gushed about him all camp long. Jalen Knoll, catch radius, shows up. It shows up. So in addition to him being fast, having some strength, catch radius is pretty nice.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice. All right, let's get into what's popping. And one of the things that is popping, Astros, big-time victory, 7-6 yesterday in what was all around a really interesting day. Of course, I think the biggest thing that we've talked about within this is the Carlos Correa return home. I think that is the biggest reason why you have 40-something thousand people packed into Dyken Park last night. Carlos Correa was talking about one of the things that made him the most excited about the return to the Astros. This was him talking about the opportunity of playing with his homeboy once more.
The best thing about being back with the Astros, I get to play with Jose Altuve again. To be honest with you, as soon as I got to Boston, I gave a big hug. I told him I missed him. He's an unbelievable player, but the human side of it, when I get to hang out with him after the games, we get to go eat after the games. We get just to talk shop and we talk at the same level. It's something that I definitely miss a lot, and I get to do it again. So I'm not gonna take it for granted.
Kind of miss that voice.
There's something about it, yeah. And
Cody.
And it's not like he was miserable in Minnesota. By all accounts, including their own, I mean, he had a really good time, really liked Minnesota. No complaints. It's just something about coming back with that team that you won with, you grew up with. You
had your best years with this team.
You had your best years with. You shared those things. And where I'm going with this is maybe he is right now. Maybe he'll just sustain playing better, even though he didn't necessarily not like it there, just the fact that he's so comfortable here.
I mean, absolutely. Yeah. He's been really good since he's returned. I imagine that just feeling good helps you with that. But since he's been back with the Astros with his 46 plate appearances, that's a 390 batting average with a 1042 OPS. Like this has been a really good Los, and I think that should remain in part because of that feel. And I imagine packing out the park and having everybody really cheer for you.
Signs in the stands.
I imagine that don't hurt any at all either. So shout out to Carlos Correa. Shout out to Ramon Urias, who was very good at talking about acquisitions. But then, of course, biggest shout out to Christian Javier.
Yeah.
Rough first couple of batters, but he settled in, only allowed one more hit after that, managed to get 5 strikeouts through all of this, and just battled for 5 innings to make sure that he only allowed those first 2 runs. Unfortunately, a few more runs were allowed, but the offense had given you enough of a leeway against the Garrett Crochet, who was very good. This was a full effort to make good for the 40-something plus thousand day that needed to be a good day, and indeed was.
He really had a rough 2+ innings. So keep in mind, he got out of a real jam.
Yeah, he did.
Was it the second inning when the people were stealing bases like crazy on Yainer Diaz until he got one? But they were stealing bases. I think it was man on second.
Wait. Hold on. Press pause. Did you hear that? You said they were stealing bases on Yainer until when?
He got one.
He gunned
got one.
He gunned down too. Talk nice to Yainer Diaz.
He should have hit his chest after that.
They run all over him. It's like, the running of the bulls in Pamplona, man. They just go like as much as they want. But he did get one. But he had a rough inning. There was a man on second, one out, and the only reason he got out of it was there was a kind of a fluky play to the right side that they got the throw in on time, and then the runner got caught between second and third, and it was another out. But he was missing his spots. He was going to have a rough time. But the best news of all, and this is what I'm hanging my hat on for this team moving forward. I mean, Christian Javier looked like Christian Javier after that. I mean, he has this sort of deliberate
plus sinker.
He added to a sinker while he was rehabbing.
That's right.
Apparently, he'd only thrown that sinker twice in his career here. He threw 12 yesterday, and it was effective, according to those who were monitoring that. But either way, he added that pitch. He has this very sort of deliberate, kind of ambling style on the mound. And he kind of settled down, and you could see that again. He looked like Christian Javier again.
He was a little too settled for me because I don't know about y'all. I was watching that pitch
he was
clock.
down to 2 or 1 every
one. I'm like, yo,
that's him though. That's what you want to see out of him.
Yeah, he was taking
control.
all the time in the world.
Yeah,
I mean, if the result works the way that you want to, I think I'm good with it. And right now, it does seem like he does have an opportunity for the result to continue working.
Yeah.
We'll see what it looks like in his next outing. I want to talk about someone else who's having an upcoming outing, but before we get there, yes, you're right. 832. Ken, we talked about Hector Neris. They said I, for one, wasn't excited about bringing him back, but the dude is I can't read exactly what's happening here, but not the greatest night for him. Two-thirds of an inning and gave up 3 runs to make this thing, including a home run, to make this thing a game again after the Astros offense had opened it up. Man, the bullpen is starting to look I mean, we knew that it was kind of getting shaky at some point. How are you feeling about the pen, especially once we learned that Josh Hader is dealing with discomfort, so that's why he does not go. He has not gone the last few days, and yet you brought in De Los Santos and then Bennett Sousa to try and close this thing down.
Yeah, and
I mean, yeah, you're dealing with some dicey stuff in that pen. Like, what are you looking at? What are your immediate thoughts, especially with Neris' night and with news on Hader?
My immediate thought, and not to be dramatic here, but given this season, where you really haven't gotten anything out of Yordan, if Josh Hader's injury is serious, I think it's not a stretch to argue that that's more of a hit than what you've gotten from Yordan missing games. Because he closes out games.
He has been good,
damn near perfect, or has he still been perfect? He's obviously the closer. Lots of low-scoring games, although the offense has been coming around. Nevertheless, though, and the bullpen was already, as you alluded to, kind of showing a few little cracks here and there. You got to have your fingers crossed. You got to cross yourself and cross your fingers and everything else that Josh Hader, that it is this time just something that he can deal with, because I think it's an easy argument. I think it's an easy argument that in this season, not the totality of this team and moving forward and everything, but in this season, that would be a bigger hit than Yordan because they're managing without Yordan.
Would Joe Espada words help you at all in this?
Maybe.
Well, too bad. You're getting him anyways. Here's Joe Espada talking about what happened with Hader.
He walked in today and he was doing his plyos on before he threw doing his throwing program, and he just did not feel right. So we went ahead and we got some testing done. We're waiting on those results, so we should have something more tomorrow.
So today,
how'd it make you feel?
Fingers crossed.
that's all he's got.
Hey, maybe we need to get Correa to say he'd be all right.
Yeah,
that'll definitely help Lopez.
I felt better when Correa said it.
the only outlet that John Lopez trusts.
I mean, it's Bennett
Sousa. That's the only source.
It's Bennett Sousa time, isn't it?
I think it's Brian Abreu.
Well, Abreu closing and Bennett Sousa the setup. Yeah.
And it is worth noting that Sean Dubin, I think he threw 1 2/3 a scoreless relatively recently for Sugarland. So I think that he has another, and he worked out with the Major League Club on Monday as well because it was an off day. So I think that he will have another outing in Sugarland, but he should maybe be returning to this pen as well, and this is it all. Then get you into a place where you start looking at Ryan Presley again.
Hey, bring him. Hey, you brought Correa back. Bring back Ryan Presley. Let's see what happens. I don't know if I'm serious or not on that.
I think that Presley is more an answer to Neris than it is to Hader.
Probably. Yeah.
I think
probably.
You establish him as all right, a little bit lower leverage.
Well, he don't want to do that.
I mean, what choice? I mean, unless he got some other choices, I'm sure he wouldn't mind coming back home.
Yeah, I was like, is there a good way of saying he's out on the street right now?
Yeah.
Like, again, that feels like it's really harsh, but I think that is an accurate description of what's happening here. Hey, you can come on home, but understanding that coming on home don't mean that
you ain't getting your spot back.
Yeah.
Right. Especially when you've had people that have stepped in and been pretty admirable in that spot. But I was already cool with the idea of Presley hopefully coming back and, being a little bit better version of himself. Again, I think that some of the numbers for him with the Cubs kind of looked a little bit worse than they might have been.
That's why I said I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Yeah.
And the 281 says Hader's going to be day-to-day for 6 months.
All right, guys. Let's not put that into the ether. I feel like let's not do that. But, yeah, we're also going to have the situation where now you come back around, and today is, I think, equally is interesting game for me, at least from the mound perspective, because Spencer Arrighetti on the mound, and I'm super intrigued to see if that one outing with him coming back was just kind of the rust of him figuring it out, or if he is a different Arrighetti than he started the season and that he was last year. What are you inclined to believe going in, or what are you kind of hoping to see?
Well, I just thought he was further behind than we expected, and certainly further behind than Christian Javier showed last night. I mean, progress, I hate to use that cliche, but it's clear he was not himself, struggled, gave up a bunch. So Arrighetti's got to bounce back today.
I really do. I really and truly hope so. We mentioned earlier that the Texans, in a corresponding move where they send Brevin Jordan to the IR after what was a gnarly injury at practice yesterday, he will be done for the season, which really sucks for the young man after he had yet another season ended to injury like last year. But the corresponding move brings in another offensive tackle, Connor McDermott, who he is a former Patriots 6th-round pick from UCLA, and he overlapped with Nick Caley with the Rams. What does that ultimately mean? We'll find out as we continue going. They're practicing today as well, so maybe we hear from some of the principals involved later. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, all right, there's been so much conversation about that Brevin Jordan injury and the reactions that your quarterback, your play caller on the field, C.J. Stroud, had to what was happening. Are we still doing this? Are we really doing this?
We got to talk about it.
Let's have the conversation next.
Despite the loss. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez.
We will not leave the sports-related thing that myself and Lopez were just talking about.
Sometimes it goes in crazy places.
We talk about it now? Mm-hmm. No, we will not. What we will talk about, first and foremost, is that it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, and that we have entered winning time. During this hour, we will be giving away, how many tickets?
A pair of tickets.
A pair of tickets to the Detroit Lions Houston Texans preseason game at NRG Stadium this Saturday. It'll be in the bullpen. You'll get a chance to just, take in the sights and sounds of a updated NRG Stadium. In fact, I think they're walking through that today. The new sound system, the new video board. I don't think the new roof really matters when you're inside in that same way.
Yeah.
But
new food.
New food selections.
Don't bury the lead.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the thing that people will all experience for certain is the sound and the sights, but then the food definitely comes in.
Yeah, they got some new food options there.
Apparently, the video board and the sound system are really good.
Okay. I'm really disappointed that Cal hadn't put on a specific song. He was like, yeah, no, it was really loud. I'm like, no, I know if you're the owner, you're like, hey, crank up my jam.
What's the one song you playing when you get a new sound system? You want to hear how it really
so many
thump?
choices.
I think it's like big crit.
Gotta have bass, big time bass, or drums, or a kick in.
Mega Trainer.
I'm a big fan of the kick in.
Because it is all about that bass. I've often said that. No, it's definitely like some big crit. Like I'm putting some big crit on the speakers. I understand Big Crit's a Mississippi cat. He's not inherently. I probably should put a Houston cat on, but I'm sorry. Let that My Trunk go on, or some one of them joints. Like let some Big Crit bump through there. Is how I would have played it. Regardless, that's happening. So in this hour, so imagine listening yesterday, especially after the news of Brevin Jordan getting hurt. You heard our fellas on the drive talk about C.J. Stroud and his reaction to this injury, where I can tell you from experience. In addition to, obviously, a number of people like DJ Bieniemy reporting on this. I saw Big Charge tweeting about it. There was a number of folks tweeting about what happened, and this became a conversation akin to, and probably because of, the injury that Tank Dell sustained week 16 rather, against the Kansas City Chiefs, where C.J. Stroud was clearly distraught. I think in this instance, he was also very upset. You could tell that he was upset at certain points. I know for certain that there was an instance where there was an embrace between CJ and Dalton Schultz, who was clearly a good friend of his, kind of helping him through this. And then at some point, once they go back into special teams where, obviously CJ, Dalton are not involved, I think also Nico, they were kind of sitting over in one end zone. And you could tell that they were just kind of talking through things. What were they talking through? I don't know. It may have been pertaining to this. It may have been something entirely different. But they needed to be in each other's companies in a general sense. And I'm really tired of this being made into something that is somehow a negative about C.J. Stroud. Somebody earlier on the text line was asking, we need to talk about C.J. Stroud and if he can lead you to a Super Bowl because something like this happening can take him off of the path or something to that effect.
Yeah.
And that just feels can you cue up Patrick Creighton for me, because I feel like he has the word for me. What's the word, PC, for what that is?
It's an asinine conversation.
Thank you, PC. That's what I was looking for. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Well, I said like during the break before this, we shouldn't have to, but we do. We should.
That's not what they're doing, John.
Well, and everybody knows how I feel about Show and Clint. Love them to pieces.
Love the hell out of them. And of course, I lied and I said that the Texans were playing the Lions.
There's always a but, and I know they had different angles on this, but if you're on Team Macho, and that's the only way I can put it, well, I don't want my quarterback to cry. I don't think that there are players. I shouldn't say I don't think there are players in that locker room that don't look at him as the leader that he should be. I think that's ridiculous. I just think it's ridiculous. And here's the number one reason why. There's a number of levels here, whether he cried or got too emotional or whatever. What's the number one? Now I'm getting mad. What's the number one thing you want from your quarterback? Number one for me, you want him to
throw the football.
Care.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You want him to care enough that he commits to the team. He's a leader. That he cares about his teammates, that he wants them to succeed, that he does everything that he can for them to succeed. C.J. Stroud cares. And if you think because he got emotional that that's a bad thing, Reggie, I'm here to tell you, I think that's a reflection of how much this team has bought into what they are as a team.
Agreed.
It's not like, oh, see, he's soft. Oh, see, they can't respect him because he rebounded. Oh, by the way, how did he rebound yesterday? It was just practice, but he looked pretty dang good in the very next drive. He did rebound, and you were there. And all the reports that I saw, if you think it negatively affects his leadership qualities and respect in the locker room, you're looking at it the wrong way. I think it reflects how he is a leader and how much respect he has and how much he cares.
I want to admit I'm a moron because I keep saying that the Texans were playing the Lions this weekend. They're playing the Panthers,
right,
as evidenced by the joint practice on Thursday, which is against, again, the Carolina Panthers. But also on the text line from the 346, just stop talking about it, which what you're doing right now, you're just perpetuating the conversation.
No, but it's out there.
Shut the hell up about it and it'll go away. It won't.
It won't.
We were not having this conversation yesterday when the injury happened and this popped up. People had this thought process by themselves. Yeah. And once that conversation is there, I think then you have the conversation that is there for you.
Yeah, I think it was I think this conversation keep popping up too and will continue to pop up after that Chiefs game because I'm sure he ain't the first person to be emotional over a friend getting injured in practice or a game or anything like that. But I think for the simple fact, everybody saw him very emotional in that Chiefs game because of Tank Dell. I think now, soon as you see somebody like a DJ Bijani tweet the scene that's going on, now you go right to CJ like, oh, I don't know about this. I don't think we would be having this conversation if you've seen CJ so emotional.
And the thing that really frustrates me is we're talking about it as if it's a negative, when in all reality, I believe this is CJ's superpower.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, one of the things that we have talked about, Nick Casario's talked about, a number of people have talked about with this team is the togetherness and the ways in which these guys buy in. I think football inherently is a sport in which there's hierarchy that can be a motivation, but there is a level of, and it's the reason why people always compare football to like war and military in a way that makes me uncomfortable at times, to be completely honest. But it's because at times, yeah, you are fighting and you're playing for some larger stakes. You're playing for yourself, but it seems like things go the smoothest when you're playing for the dudes that are next to you, and you are not doing things simply for yourself. Because if you're out for yourself, you might cut some corners. If you are out for the dude next to you, you're going to give your all. And I think there's not a single person, as evidenced by the hierarchy of football, that's going to matter in that same way as when the quarterback has that feel.
Yeah.
And the ways in which people talk about CJ is evidence that they feel the impact and the care that he has for them, and they want to reciprocate and they want to play for him. They want to show up for him. And that's what gets the best out of these dudes on when it's tough, when they need to get there. So I kind of hate that we've made this into a negative, but I understand what people are trying to do there, right? Okay, he needs to be able to snap back into football. But we're talking about football players, man. Like, I think that there's something inherently different about the compartmentalization that football players can have. Love has joke, and it's a little crass, so I'll try and be careful about it. Just kind of about how we play at both sides. We want football players to be these like intense, physical, damn near crazy dudes on the football field and be able to turn it off when they get off the lines. Except that's kind of what these dudes do all the time. It's one of the reasons why we were so mad about the characterization of Azeez Al-Shaair as if he was some kind of madman, because he's very much not. He's just very good at compartmentalizing that. Yeah. When I'm on the field, this is the intensity necessary, and when I'm over here, I am a man of God. I'm a man who cares deeply about my community, so on and so forth. CJ has that ability to compartmentalize. Football players inherently have that ability to compartmentalize. And so in the instances where he wants to feel for his teammate, he can do that, and he has been able to step back into a place and play. I think we've made way too much of this in a way that is really infantilizing to these dudes on the field, and I don't think it's productive for CJ whatsoever.
Well, and again, back to Team Macho, the fact that we're still here. You can't tell people how to live their passion. And by the way, even if you're criticizing him and you're on Team Macho, you cannot deny that he has a passion for the game and his teammates that is undeniable. But also, you can't tell him, like, if he is going to be emotional, whether he cried a lot or a little or none at all, that it reflects part of the Swarm culture. You think of Swarm as what you're talking about, Azeez Al-Shaair, and what Tim Settle said yesterday, which was kind of funny, compared it to a migraine. It just won't go away.
Really cool.
That was a really good thing. But you want that on the field, but it also reflects the common traits and the characteristics that you want from these guys. And that is what I said: passion, respect, obviously being able to be able to do those things at a very, very high level, and care about what you're doing. It's just silly, and it's undeniable that we had to talk about it because it's out there so much, and people are considering this like soft or not a leader. I'm here to tell you it's the exact opposite.
And the thing that I wanted to highlight, and I mentioned this before, and I think it's funny that this has not been a part that's discussed. People come after CJ and talk about, and come after, I want to be careful. I don't want to use, kind of stilted language. People have talked about CJ in this, but along these lines, the dude who was guarding Brevin Jordan in the moment when this injury happens yesterday at practice is Azeez Al-Shaair. He is a leader on the defense that everybody on this defense that should be elite this year, follows behind very, very easily. He's the heart and soul of this defense. He was already also very clearly shaken up by this.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody questions Aziz's ability to get back in there. And I kind of hate that happens for CJ. And I understand, I see Frank, who's making the point of, okay, well, CJ didn't bounce back against Kansas City. You mean the CJ that was still playing against behind that offensive line that we know was terrible? Part of the inability to bounce back was just he went back into the adverse situations that he was playing with, and that we've found a way to have conversations about reasonably in the ways in which that affects his play. Why are we assuming that because he felt emotion or, God forbid, some water leaked from his eyes that he can't? And I hate it so much.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. And he was playing a pretty good defense yesterday in practice and responded pretty well. I think the next drive ended with a touchdown pass to Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, let me ask you all this. What about the other side? And look, I'm not saying this is CJ or anything like this. And I do think CJ is a strong brother. I do think he could bounce back from stuff like this. But is it possible that, let's say, another quarterback went through the same thing and they don't bounce back as far as like being on the field and just taking that next step and carrying the squad? Let's say they can't even jump on the field. Like, how will we talk about that that quarterback?
I think that's a totally different thing. If he cannot compartmentalize, as Reggie talked about, he doesn't have the respect and support and whatever else might be involved of his teammates and able to do it. That's a different thing.
Yeah,
that's a totally different thing.
I do feel like some people are worried about that part because let's say another injury happened in a game and he just loses it.
Yeah.
And he's not the same person being back on that field where he's clearly, it's a mental thing at this point. Is that a red flag as far as, or because we know the human element of it?
I think
but it's also a game element too.
I think if we got to that point, it could be a red flag. All I'm saying is what CJ is reflecting right now is exactly what this team wants to show itself to be. And the 832 says you guys are such homers. If CJ played for another team, the conversation with you guys would be total. I don't think that would be the case because I'm totally against this whole, just be macho and take that away. Like they're a machine. I've said for years, these guys are not machines, man.
Yeah, and I kind of take this with a grain of salt too because it was practice. It wasn't like a real game or anything like that. They control the practice. So if they want to take 5 or 10, 15 minutes to take some time, then they can do that. But if it happened in a game and clearly they can't go or something like that, I do think that could be a conversation where it's like, dang, man, injuries happen all the time. I mean, do we got to have a quarterback behind us to take over just in case you can't take it? I do think that could be a conversation if it happened again in a game.
I think there's a level of understanding that you can have that emotion. When I need to get back to playing football, I play football. We were talking about this in a different aspect. These guys have a level of callous. We act like these guys have not dealt with injury before. They understand kind of the way that football operates where you have to get to it. How many times do we hear all of these players discuss the nature of next man up? I think they understand it, but they can exist in that place where they feel for their guys. And again, the thing I want to highlight is this is part of the superpower that this team has. If you will give me cut 13 from D'Amico Ryans yesterday, I think it will highlight how this is not even just a CJ thing. This is a team thing. This is the culture that they have. And maybe you could say it's a culture of crybabies. You could say that. Ain't nobody questioning the toughness of this defense. So why then do we do it on the offense? This is D'Amico Ryans. He was being asked on how his sympathy kind of flows for a player like Brevin, especially being a former player.
For me, with the injury piece, I don't think it's more so. It has nothing to do with being a former player. I think it's just being, empathetic to all the guys and knowing how much work NFL players go through, how much their bodies take, and knowing the other side of it when guys are done playing and the effects of guys and how, the game, man, it puts a lot of guys in bad shape. So I don't take that lightly. Even seeing the receiver go down versus Minnesota, it's just right there in front of me. It's just tough. Anytime I see guys go down, right, it's tough to swallow because I know all the work these guys put in and their road to recovery. I'm thinking I've been on that road and I know how dark that road can be at times. So it's just in constant prayer for all the guys around the NFL that go down with injuries.
It's the passion. It's the passion you have for the game and the players.
And the dudes. And again, the people that they're playing with. This goes beyond, this is the responsibility, even to the city, a responsibility to the fans, responsibility to my contracts. No, I have a responsibility to this dude. And I think that this is the superpower of the team. I feel like we're talking about it as a negative. This is actually what makes this team great, what makes this team bond together, and I imagine what makes everyone in that roster want to fight for one another. So there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I have a strong feeling, just like a number of texters, that you're not going to get people to change how they feel on this, but it just is kind of crazy that this has been the way that this conversation has continued to go. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio Texans Tuesday. We will be giving away a pair of tickets to Texans Panthers on Saturday in the bullpen, so keep it locked right here. Coming up next, we will get into our lunchtime confessions, though.
The Texans lost their preseason. Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, boys, confessions time. You're not going to believe me, Figgy. You're not going to believe me. Really, that's really the case. I think I found something more embarrassing to the Astros than the way they handle injuries.
Oh, boy. Where is he going with this?
I think I found something more embarrassing than the way they handle injuries. Their AC sucks.
Oh, man.
Their
I seen people complaining about that.
Dude, I started digging in.
What's the name of the stainer?
Yeah.
What did they do?
I think they do AC. They
okay.
They
didn't
AC.
do the Astros AC.
Isn't that's more embarrassing?
Is that irony?
Like, yes, Daikin Park. People were complaining. Like, I started looking into it. Like, it might have been hundreds. It was definitely dozens of people. Like, it's 85 degrees in here. Now, I don't know how they had a thermometer in their backpack, but either way, they said, people were saying, how does that happen? How come NRG, which has probably 25, 30,000 more seats and is a bigger stadium, it's cold in there on game days? And Minute Maid Park, Daikin Park, we're talking about Daikin here, and that's why that's more embarrassing than anything.
Yeah, it's up there, especially when you've had the manager kind of joke at it. What was it on spring training games when he was in the booth? Like, oh yeah, and with Daikin, they're probably going to help us out and everything. Yeah. And then for the first time that you get out here with or maybe not the first time, but like when you actually get out here with folks who are in their nuts to butts, so to say, and then it's like, oh no, it's hot in here. I do wonder how much of that it factors in though, where it's like, all right, this is probably the most packed in that it's been in the season, and maybe they had not calibrated for that. Not an excuse,
dude. They've had sellouts,
but yeah, that's rough.
Last night apparently was brutal, and I asked Sean. I came into the studio here during his show just to double check. I said, man, I'm seeing all this stuff. He goes, it was hot. it wasn't just like, it was damn near uncomfortably hot. What? You're an AC company.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
HVAC, whatever you want to call it.
Imagine you doing the car endorsement and you don't have a car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be real rough. Daikin's over here like, hey, man, we said we bought the naming rights. We ain't say nothing beyond that.
We want you to support our car company.
Come on, man. You got to.
We ain't giving you no car.
Yeah,
you still got to pay for that, too.
This is real rough advertising. Yeah, you might need to come through and make sure that you defend your name. Go ahead and fight back, Daikin.
Yeah,
because that is a bad look. You're not.
It's horrible.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
I mean, the injury thing is going to show up a lot further reaching though. Mm-hmm. But in Houston, that one hurts. That one definitely hurts the AC company. I gotta admit.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, I guess maybe my confession now is I can't let go of this. I can't. The CJ thing. Like I don't think anything's made me
infuriating.
I don't think that anything's actually made me this mad. I think you see me. I'm not generally someone who gets upset. But like the frustration that is building within me when it comes to the people that are like, shout out to 832. And I'm not trying to put you on blast here. I do
Team
appreciate.
Macho?
I appreciate all
the captain.
I will say I genuinely appreciate all the interaction we get. It makes the conversations more interesting to go back and forth with people who genuinely have their opinions, so that we can kind of get a feel for it. But they said I'm this. In the barbershop, Stroud is going to be called all sorts of nicknames. I won't read every one of those. But the thing I keep coming back to is being in that building. Hey, bro, it wasn't like other people were just goofing off, and it was solemn. Everybody in there. You see the faces of a lot of dudes taking knees.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think it's also worth noting those guys understand probably better than all the people that are going to be making jokes, whether in this fan base or other fan bases at CJ's expense. Those guys understand incredibly well that their career averages 3 to 7 years. Especially those guys who are not quarterbacks and don't have the benefit of that understand that, but for the grace of God, there goes I, and an injury can, take me out for a season, or God forbid, end my ability to earn at this level, and then I have to go figure out what else I have to do, right? Like, and I know that I'm not going to find a lot of sympathy here because people go, that's what the money is for.
Yeah.
But those guys understand that feeling and all of the emotions and all the thought processes that are happening in that moment a lot more than we do on a very intimate level. So, nah, man, I have a big, I probably bet money on it that all the dudes in that building understand that feeling a lot more than we would on the outside.
And I think to make it personal, it was Brevin Jordan. I'm sure they kind of knew the story.
Absolutely.
Him trying to overcome the last injury, and not to mention he's probably a cool dude in the locker room too. And you were probably rooting for him to, hopefully make the team and make an impact on this season. And then for that to happen, I think that probably hurts more than the actual injury.
Yeah, no, that's another thing. Is you talk about rooting for him. There's also there could be a selfish part of this where damn, there goes that was real explosive that can help our offense. I'm sure that all of those things factor in. I think that those.
And by the way, and we didn't even mention this, CJ, there might be an aspect of I threw that ball too high.
Oh no, certainly.
I threw that ball too high.
Guilt.
100%.
Yeah, guilt.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. And I know the guys out there do a good job at explaining what's going on and stuff like that. I kind of wish they didn't really go into all the detail like that, because if they would have just kept it a little general, then I don't know if we'd be pointing at CJ and all that stuff. I kind of hate that had to happen like that.
All right, I'm done. I promise. I'm done.
Sure?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I promise.
Sure?
I'm done.
But
I'm
not
done.
really.
I think.
Wait till 155 at the crosstalk.
These are my confessions.
I'm just playing. So I mentioned yesterday, and this week school is officially back. It's a little crowded out there and all that stuff, which means the school zones are back. So
that's such a good point.
Yeah, so I just want to give
tell Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Hey, yo. What was he going?
101 and a 60.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that they don't let you do defensive driving for.
And plus,
they like, hey, you're gonna have to pay for this.
And plus, Ohio is a speed trap of its own, man.
Yeah.
The whole state of Ohio is a speed trap. They look for people speeding like that. So I don't get it. Anyway, I say that to say my confession is I hate when people speed through a school zone, and not for the obvious reason. This is the confession part. Like, don't be zooming past me like I'm the issue and I'm doing 20.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Yeah. I'm sitting here.
Like, they're giving you
loser. Yeah.
Put your foot on the gas.
What are you afraid you're going to hit a child? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, wait till I get out the school zone. I'm going to speed back up to you.
Pass your ass.
Yeah. Yeah. But, I hate when people do that, man. It just irritates me so much. And then another part of my confession, too. I saw this yesterday. And tell me what looks so weird and old school more than somebody driving in like a newer car. And in my instance, I saw somebody in a Tesla truck putting their phone up, talking on the phone. I'm like, who the hell still hold their phone up to their ear in the car in a Tesla truck?
There's the technology.
Yeah, I'm like, they ain't got no Bluetooth or no.
I was gonna say, like, they
earbuds.
gotta have Bluetooth, but I don't know the Teslas like that.
No, they have to.
No, in a Tesla truck, probably the more high tech type of vehicle.
The point that I was gonna bring up is not that they didn't have it, but I know the Tesla truck sometimes things don't be working. Sometimes, like. Maybe they Bluetooth went out. I don't know how, but I'm coming up with plausible explanations because that is insane.
Who is driving with their phone to their ear like that?
I don't know.
And even like right now, I don't have Bluetooth, so I can't use it. But I always put it on speakerphone. I got the little phone holder, and I just put it on speakerphone and talk. I'm like, why is you sitting there with your phone to your ear like that?
Man, I put it on speakerphone sometimes when I'm sitting at home and make a call. Because I don't want to hold the phone to my ear. I'm not used to it anymore.
No,
I'll just like set it on my shoulder or next to me or something. Yeah. Have a conversation like that.
That's school for some reason.
I'm not used to holding a phone to my ear anymore. Are you finding yourself doing this? Maybe this is a confession within yours. Even if I'm at home, unless it's a private conversation that you don't want to bother other people, I'll just put it on speaker.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it actually.
Yeah.
I will put my phone to my ear at times, but then most of the time I'll try and get out my earbuds. So
you have the earbuds.
I
don't use the earbuds.
Yeah. Okay, I usually do that, or if I'm by myself, I put it on speaker.
Yeah.
If I'm around somebody, even my wife, I don't want to disturb her, so I just kind of hold it to my ear going.
That's the only time.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So it's a 10-year anniversary, and this is just a typical. I saw it pop up on my timeline. And I had to confess this. I've said multiple times, when I used to cover college football on a regular basis, one of my favorite, if not my favorite coach to talk with was Steve Spurrier. And this is the confession part of it. So it's the 10-year anniversary of just a candid, and it was not unique to Steve. I mean, he did it all the time, but this was probably the most candid and funniest. he had a preseason practice update.
Another sorry practice today. These guys, I don't know if we're going to be able to beat anybody this year. Quarterbacks, they can't hit the broadside of a barn right now. I don't know if we could hit that indoor facility right there. Receivers, they couldn't catch a cold if it was the middle of February, dropping everything. Defensive backs, gosh, I wonder why they got grass stains all over their jerseys. They fall about every play. About 2 or 3 of them are falling. And our kickers, gee. Left, they're kicking it all over the place. I don't know if we can beat anybody this year. Guys, and leadership? No, we don't have any leaders out here. Guys are soft. I don't know. Maybe I ought to give them a week off and start over and see if we can regroup and find some real tough guys out here. But it's been a struggle this preseason. It's been a big struggle, man. I don't know how we're going to be. Have you ever heard a coach say that?
I miss Steve Spurrier, and I wish more coaches had that candor. Like, how was practice? Oh man, whew, let me tell you how bad it was.
Man, he might get suspended a couple games if you have a coach like that now, man.
Oh, I love the head ball coach.
Oh, he's the best. He was the best.
He was also an elite trash talker.
Oh,
elite trash talker.
Yes.
All right, shout out to Steve Spurrier. Did not expect that to be where we ended up.
I just loved him. He was one of my favorites.
I mean, a lot of people agree with you. A lot of them. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I did say it was the Texans Ticket Tuesday. Let's go ahead and fulfill that. Caller number 7 right now to 713-572-4610 will win a pair of tickets, sit in the bullpen on Saturday's preseason game for the Texans versus the Panthers. Caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610 will win those tickets on a Texas Ticket Tuesday. We'll do that all year long right here on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we were actually supposed to talk a little bit about C.J. Stroud in regards to his ranking. Mike Sando of The Athletic put together a ranking of the quarterbacks, a tier list, in fact, of the quarterbacks. And we've talked a lot about how other people view C.J. from executives around the league looking at him. Let's talk about that next.
All right, guys. Low T Center, it's been changing men's lives through testosterone treatments and care.
SportsRadio610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. Hope that you're having a good one. Appreciate all of you getting involved with the program whenever you do and whatever you're bringing to the table, honestly, sincerely. I mean that. It all honestly, somebody was mentioning the barbershop. That's why the barbershop is fun. I have heard some of the craziest things in my life going into the barbershop, things that make me go, I'm just going to sit over here quietly. Yeah. But it's part of what makes it fun. Like it's the marketplace of ideas, the opportunity to have the back and forth. So we appreciate you getting involved on the text line, 713-572-4610, and on the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live streams, both on the YouTube page and on Twitch. But here, I didn't want to talk about this, and it's funny because it's part of The Athletic, who does a good job covering a lot of sports, particularly football. And on their landing page, I see the John Gruden story about winning a ruling from the Nevada Supreme Court. Mm-hmm. I also see Dane Brugler and his 2026 NFL summer positional rankings, and I'm like, oh wow, that is a different level of sickness. If I'm gonna be completely honest, shout out to him being able to do that work because it helps us when we do get around to draft time. But thankfully for the Texans, that's not having to be a consideration at any given point. Like I know there's very few teams that are in that space, but there's some teams that are down bad that they know their aspirations for this year aren't good, and they're already looking to that. So happy to be in that place, but. Mike Sando does some good, writes well for The Athletic up on the NFL, put together his 2025 QB tiers list. And I realize that tiers is funny considering with the conversations of the last half hour. However, tiers as in levels of sorts and, kind of ranking and tiering the quarterbacks in the NFL. And I love tiers as a way of looking at things because at times we find ourselves in knockdown, drag out, barbershop-like conversations between who's 4 and who's 5 when all reality they might swap any given Sunday those positions. But when you just kind of get groups of guys, I think it is a better look at where they fit. And so I was very interested in the way that Mike Sando did this and went about this. And he had a panel of 46 panel of voters.
Yes, go ahead.
And the 50 NFL coaches, executives, putting in their votes as to where these quarterbacks ranked and giving their input on this. And so they ranked every quarterback through this, and with that you kind of developed tiers. So you've already looked at this, have you not?
I looked at it, and then go ahead and I'm calling it up, but I know you have it in front of you.
I do have it in front of me. Yeah. So I was hoping to play a little bit of a guess game with you, but if you already know, then you already know. The top tier is largely makes sense until we get to the final person who's ranked within that tier, and I have questions about it for you.
I only had a couple of minor gripes about it, to be honest.
Okay, let's start there. What are the gripes that you have here?
That was one of them. I'll say it, I guess. Matt Stafford, number 5, is the last player in the top tier of NFL quarterbacks. 1, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, all good.
Those are the 4 guys that I think you would name any given time if you start naming the best quarterbacks in the league in some order. Because I know I've seen some people be like Joe Burrow, which interesting enough, they have him tied as one for Patrick Mahomes. I think Patrick Mahomes has gotten to that status where we don't question him. However, if you wanted to go year over year, there are people that could argue that the reigning MVP Josh Allen could be above him or what have you. Yeah. Right? You can make your arguments, but those 4 will come up.
But then Matt Stafford is 5th, and that is the complete of starting quarterbacks, and I have a minor gripe with it, and the reason it's not a major gripe is because it was general managers, coordinators, coaches, and I'm missing maybe some player. I don't know if it was players or not, but it was mostly executives that came up with that he interviewed to come up with these tiers, and you kind of got to respect what they're thinking when it comes to Matt Stafford. Like I said, I have a minor gripe with it. But, boy, if it's GMs, coaches, and assistants and coordinators, you kind of got to respect where they put Matt Stafford.
It's one of those things that I would love to ask Mike Sando because one of the things that's great about tiers is that you can get a little bit of a feeling of what they were going for when you look at the subcategories under their tiers. I wonder if this was you developed the tier after you had the data, or did they have the tier kind of information and that was how the coaches and the executives voted? Because the subcategory, the headline for Tier 1 is a Tier 1 quarterback can carry his team each week. The team wins because of him. He expertly handles pure passing situations. He has no real holes in his game.
Well, and again, the top four are undeniable in that regard. I think Matt Stafford is undeniable in some parts of that.
Exactly.
He has no real holes in his game unless you want to talk about mobility now with
or availability now, depending on how that bat comes along.
Accuracy, and by the way, he's made a career, even though it wasn't necessarily to the Super Bowl, except for once, of winning games by himself.
I won't gripe too much about that. You know that the issues that I tend to have with Matt Stafford, but as described, I understand kind of where they are. But it's interesting also to note that Lamar Jackson and Matt Stafford were previously in Tier 2. So those guys leapt up in this.
That is interesting.
So Lamar Jackson, I understand why he did the thing where I think he pretty much erased all doubts besides can he win in the playoffs, which for me personally, and win to the highest degree because he did get some wins in the playoffs this past season. It's just like, all right, well, is this going to be a place where he can compete at the high level, which I still believe, yes, very easily, but there's some stepping on your own toes or stepping on your own feet or tripping over your own feet, rather.
And they playing some dogs, too, man.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Tier 2. A Tier 2 quarterback, according to this list from Mike Sando of The Athletic, can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. He can handle pure passing situations in doses and or possesses other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above Tier 3. Has a hole or two in his game. Now, this is where it gets interesting because there are still kind of rankings within the tiers, but all these guys are lumped together. Jaden Daniels at 6, which, can I press pause here? How do you feel about the Jaden Daniels love in this instance? Because he's gotten a lot of it, and it's deserved to some degree, but also it feels like we have jumped really far on the Jaden Daniels already.
Well, I'll tell you when you get to who's tied at number 9, and his name is not C.J. Stroud. Because
all right, so let me just I guess finish this out so that you can have a full sandbox to play in. Jane Daniels 6, Justin Herbert 7, and I can feel the eyeballs roll the city of Houston right now. Jared Goff at 8, and then C.J. Stroud and Jalen Hurts tied at 9. We're still going in Tier 2, mind you. Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, all within this very large category of quarterbacks.
A lot of Tier 2s.
I should not have to be Jalen Hurts' personal PR man.
I'm
telling you. Look, let's look at this Tier 2. Let's look at this Tier 2. So you're saying that Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl winning Jalen Hurts, carried his team, helped carry his team.
Went to 2 Super Bowls.
Went to 2 Super Bowls. Another championship game, right? He's been to 3 championship games, 2 Super Bowls, 1 a Super Bowl. You're saying Jaden Daniels has done more than him. He hasn't. And Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, and C.J. Stroud are better or as good as him. They're not. I love C.J. Stroud, don't get me wrong. I mean, the amount of disrespect, and I know that's thrown around a lot, that Jalen Hurts gets, he should be 5 in front of Matt Stafford.
So the thought process, the headline that they gave on the blurb that they had for him, a really good player on a team of really good players. I think that he's going to continue to get knocks for looking at the rest of the team and just how strong Howie Roseman continues to make it, including the tush push, right? That's also like a microcosm of all of this where you go, oh, man, he lifts 500 pounds. Then you look at that offensive line, you go, yeah, they're pushing for him. They're creating this space for him.
They're going to have to strip the team down to nobodies for them to see, let's see how good he is now.
And then I've this comparison before. Steve Young. Very mobile, very strong, runs the ball, passes the ball, accurate, carried his team to a Super Bowl. He was surrounded by immense talent and still made it to the Hall of Fame. How Steve Young got his due and Jalen Hurts is not is mind-blowing to me.
Well, I think the tough thing about Steve Young and Jalen Hurts is, and this is a trope that we've had for a long time, and I don't know that it's specifically what hits here, but I have a hard time neglecting it, especially when we've talked about historically black quarterbacks, maybe the ways in which they've not gotten credit, is the notion of being a pure passer. That's clearly been a part of this. Now, I'm not here to say that because he's black, he's not getting those credit. I think that he does have some work to do on the pure passing portion of this, but you ignore his ability to run the football.
Real quick,
here's one. I wanted to give you a
what they said.
Yeah, what was said in this. One of the people involved here says, "quote He has improved from the pocket, but when you play him, you still want him to beat you from there. That is the whole plan." That's according to a head coach. If he can get out of the pocket in 2 minutes, he is effective as hell, and he has done it. But he has to do it with his legs in crunch time. That the guys that you want can do it with the arm and the legs in crunch time. So it's still like, hey, the game plan that we would have is make that guy beat you from the pocket, and then at that point they feel like you can't rate him as high as some of the other quarterbacks in the league.
Mind-blowing. He completed damn near 70% of his passes last year. 68.7%. I mean,
but the team loaded. The team loaded, so that don't count.
He just chucked it up there, man.
Here's the thing that really got me. He's in the same tier, the exact same tier as Dak Prescott.
And not far away from Dak Prescott at that as well.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott is another one of those guys who can throw the football. I think I feel like all the Cowboys quarterbacks are with this. Is like, what happens when the crunch time comes? How are you doing when it matters? Is something that keeps coming up. But above all not even above, Jalen Hurts is in that same space with C.J. Stroud, and you want to hear what that what they've said about
I
C.J.?
went on my little tangent rant on Jalen Hurts because it blows my mind. But we need to talk about C.J. Stroud. Go ahead.
It's time for his team to take the next step, which I think we all agree. It is indeed time for the Texans to take the next step. What is implied within this is that it is CJ that has to be taking them to the next step, which again feels like the thing that Texans fans have been yelling into the void is it's not his fault.
Yeah.
Right? You were going to say something here?
What I was going to say is I actually think they gave him a lot of respect.
Okay.
To tie him, number one, with Jalen Hurts, but to put him in the second tier after the season he had last year, which we know was not statistically, the best. I think a lot of these football people, as I mentioned, general managers, coaches, executives, assistant coaches, coordinators, I think they know that, hey, man, it really wasn't his fault. I think he got a lot of respect with this ranking.
Yeah, there was one person who gave Stroud a tier 1 vote, and I believe that they're setting this up as the person who gave him that vote. I can't tell specifically, but they said everybody wants to downgrade CJ according to a defense coordinator. His number play, the run game wasn't there like it should have been. As you mentioned, there's some people that have mentioned the offensive line definitely rattling him. I think that it's worth noting that just like any other workplace environment, there are people that get it and that are good at their jobs. There are people that aren't. And I feel like this might lean into the latter. One of the voters saw Stroud as a low tier 2, saying, quote, I read an article. They said it's time for him to take the next step. What's the next step? It's time for his team to take the next step. He's been pretty damn productive. So we just had to figure this off of the article, huh?
I guess.
I think somebody was talking about it once. No, but again, I think they gave him a lot of credit. But how do you feel about CJ in this regard? The idea that, hey, it is him that needs to kind of push his team to take a next step, and that's what will give him the opportunity to catapult and leap up these lists.
Oh, I think absolutely it is, and not only because of where he was as a rookie and then where he was last year, but the offense is basically his now. I keep going back to that. He wanted it, he got it. So now you got to produce.
Yeah.
He wanted it, he got it. More control, more at the line of scrimmage, a little bigger say in what they're running. You got it. You got it, big fella. Let's go.
Yeah, and what's interesting, I saw someone, I believe it was Scott on the YouTube page, say the narrative on CJ will turn after the first quarter season. I hope so, but I'm curious, again, knowing that this offense will take some time to grow and develop just inherently the way that they're trying to build it, where it is, dependent on the guys and the scheme is, they're finding the things that work. I do wonder if early on, if there's any side of, this offense isn't humming, if people then are locked into their narratives that they've or the preconceived notions that they brought with them. Hopefully that's not the case, and hopefully the big games, erase that narrative and people can see the greatness that has been C.J. Stroud early on in his career. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I do want to talk more about this Texas team, but from a different perspective. I know that I sounded very glowing. However, there's been a lot of glowing. There's been a lot of good things that we could talk about. But I was doing some kind of thought process on the team, and I was like, have I maybe neglected some places where there might be points of regression for this team? Because we talked about a lot of progression and places where they can get better. What are the possible places of points of regression for this Texans team this year? 713-572-4610. Let's cover our bases next.
Despite the Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we're still, we're still in gearing up for the season and everything. And there's been some interesting stuff happening at practice, especially when it comes to offensive linemen. There's also interesting stuff happening in other places. Am I falling for it? Yes, I am. As John Mechie went 2 for 2 versus Derek Stingley in one-on-ones, including what was a gorgeous C.J. Stroud back shoulder kind of throw. It was gorgeous. It was. I'm stuck on it.
No, it was good. You were giddy,
buddy.
Yeah.
I might have thrown in and admit that. However, the offensive line thing is looming over everything. Obviously, this is the thing that matters the most to this team on seeing if they'll be successful. And first, I'd like to let you know that I believe I'm seeing it from some Sam Warren. Cam Robinson, obviously, who's been kind of penciled in as your starting left tackle. We'll see how that continues to go. And Trent Brown, we're both working out with training staff on the side field when it came to today's practice. That means that, I mean, that would seem to indicate to me that we're not, like, Cam Robinson is not it's not immediately or very, very soon where he'll be returning to play.
Doesn't seem
Is that
like
fair?
it. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Certainly, or, obviously another veteran. Those are two veterans on the side. He's just taking extra care, extra time, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be back anytime soon. And, oh, by the way, just like yesterday, the same offensive ones, so to speak, offensive line.
So still left to right, Ursery, Tomlinson, Andrews, Ingram, and then Titus Howard at right.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, at least they're finding some continuity there. Yeah. However, somewhere where there isn't continuity, or maybe it's beginning a different level of continuity, Blake Fisher, number 57 in your programs, had previously been running with the twos. I told you that
number
even
one
earlier.
in Lopez Hart.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Number one in the list or on the
interview coming soon.
That's right. Number one on the queue to have a conversation man to man with John Lopez. He was
at this point it'll be C.
Yeah.
That'll be my conversation,
which will make him want to punch you even playing tackle on the second team or like the second line or iteration of the line that you would throw out there. According to a number of sources, including our very own Sean Pendergast, who's out there at practice, he wasn't even getting reps with the twos.
Not only was he not getting reps with the twos today. Now, later on, apparently he did get a couple of reps or a few reps with the twos. But to start, not only was he not getting reps with the twos today, but the guy they signed about 12 hours ago or less was getting reps with the twos.
Well, I'm going to be completely honest.
McDermott.
There we go. I was his name has not fully landed. Connor. Yeah. I was like, it's a C name. I was about to call him Charles. Yeah. Connor McDermott, the offensive tackle who was former 6th-round pick for the Patriots, was getting more tackle reps than
So
Blake
what does
Fisher,
that tell you? You've got a guy that was penciled in as the starter, ran some starting reps in minicamp, which is when I made that promo basically for what would be a worst case, best case on the offensive line. Goes from that to not playing as much with the first team into the second team. Ursery passes him. Ursery establishes himself. Zach Thomas gets some first team reps, which kind of buries him more on the number twos. To today, where Blake Fisher has to fight just to get number 2 reps because the guy you just signed a few hours ago is getting them. What does that tell you about where Blake Fisher stands and what might happen?
I mean, it can't be good. Like if I'm playing devil's advocate, and my mom, I'm sure if she was listening right now, would say, "Devil don't need no advocate." However, you just have to playing devil's advocate. Could you make possibly the assumption that they're trying to get O'Connor, McDermott up to speed real quick? Hey, get him some hands-on experience, and that's why he ends up sliding in ahead of Blake Fisher? Or is that just me reaching way too far?
I don't think that's a reach. I think it's one of two things. And I'm curious what our listeners might think it means, given the precipitous drop that Blake Fisher has had.
Good word. Precipitous.
The precipitous drop, Figgy, that he's had in his stead here. It's either one of two things. Yes, they're giving him a lot of reps to kind of catch him up on speeds. On speeds, catch him up to speed, and I think this is in play. They've already made a decision. They know what they're going to do with Blake Fisher. Why waste reps that are so valuable on him right now? And that would equal either a trade or allowing him to cutting him basically.
Sorry, Lopez. I think you make a good point there. I think there's more conversation, but I know that you probably saw me make a crazy face. This was at the text line from the 832. Hate to say it, John might be a prophet, and I'm like, that scares me more than anything else that you've said or anything that we've talked about to this point. No, but like this is a real problem.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously for Blake Fisher, but we got to start having a conversation, and maybe you can push this off by Ariante Ursery getting out here and just absolutely balling.
Mm-hmm.
But this would be yet another offensive lineman that did not work, that you utilized prime draft capital for.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is not a good thing that you have going on here. This is under a different offensive coaching, or rather offensive line coach that you would imagine would help bring out the best of Blake Fisher.
There are always going to be some players, especially on the offensive line, hard to really, outside of the very top 2 or 3, to really gauge what they're going to be once they get in. You're given a few, do-overs, so to speak, or passes.
Sure.
But not this many. I mean, they need like an offensive line coach, or whatever, evaluator or something.
No, for sure. It reminds me of when Rick Smith was the GM. I always thought, man, he's so good at putting together a roster except for that quarterback position. Is it possible to just have a quarterback for the GM, or like a GM for the quarterbacks?
Yeah,
and I'm like,
the offensive line now.
That's what I'm like. I'm like, is it possible to just get someone in there like just an analyst who all they do is offensive line? Just like, this is the person who handles the offensive line. You got everything else necessary. And of course, this is tongue in cheek, but it's becoming an issue because this was the main breakdown. Well, not main. There was clearly a big breakdown when it came to play calling and that type of situation with the offense. But this was the main personnel breakdown that you had with this team last year was offensive line. And it seems like a decent part of it was just having the personnel, right? Because you look at this offensive line, and even talent-wise, even though I have my criticisms, there's been a lot of turnover on that offensive line, and if you look at the people who are slated to start, it's a lot of new faces.
It's a lot of new faces. But Connor McDermott, obviously has that connection to Popovich and the New England system and all that. I asked you, it would not be a good day to be another not bad day to be Blake Fisher, because that's not a good sign. The writing is starting to be on the wall.
No, but that also raises even more, I think puts more pressure on, and maybe it's not pressure the right word, but getting Trent Brown healthy to make sure that he can handle what you need to, because I think that's another question. And also Cam Robinson, right? Cam Robinson, Titus Howard, who we were hoping to play guard, at this point, he has to be a starting right tackle. And your potential swing, like I thought Blake Fisher was your backup swing tackle. If he's in a place where now he's falling out of that 9 that will be in there, your swing tackle is Ariante Ursery.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that is, unless you have Trent Brown back healthy to do that, which is why it's going to be, absolutely necessary that he's there, that Cam Robinson gets healthy, because you get real thin really quick.
Well, but
it seems like we counting on Trent Brown at this point.
Well, I remember last week I said, does he hold the key? Does he hold the key?
I didn't even think he had a chance when they signed him, when they first signed him.
Agreed. Unless you're then going, hey, Austin Deculus, which, how do you feel about that?
Yeah.
Are you going to Zach Thomas? How do you feel about that? Like, I think you mentioned this, and maybe I did not take you as seriously as I needed to. This offensive tackle depth is starting to look some type of way, and maybe you could say, hey, Reggie, the idea that we're talking about depth in this case is probably a good thing, because it does feel like Titus Howard, obviously we know, can play right tackle, and then it looks like Ariante can play either of those tackles to some degree. Yes, he's had some issues with number 55, Danielle Hunter. I think he might have allowed another sack at practice, but who doesn't against Danielle Hunter? And maybe that's not the right way to say there.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, tackles are starting to look like something where competition is there, but you still need guys that are going to be able to handle and help in instances where you might need them.
Whew, I'm looking at the depth chart right now. If Cam Robinson plays, your depth at tackle is Trent Brown, Austin Deculus, Zach Thomas, Blake Fisher, and now Connor McDermott. That is not exactly something that you want to necessarily get to week 1 with, but. If you play the numbers game, let's play the numbers game now. They're taking 9. They've talked about 9 that they're going to keep. So obviously Patterson and Andrews, Titus Howard, Laken Tomlinson, Ursery, that's 5. Scruggs is 6. Ingram is 7. So that leaves 2 spots, and I didn't even mention Cam Robinson. So if he gets healthy, that's 8. So that leaves 1 spot for McDermott, and this is for all 9 spots, for all positions. McDermott, Ladarius Henderson, Austin Deculus, Jalen Thomas, Zach Thomas, and Blake Fisher.
All right, so
1 spot.
I think the math that you were doing is fair. I'm very confused now. So tell me how you interpret this. This is per DJ Bieniemy, obviously covers the team for the ESPN. This is as of 5 minutes ago as we were having our conversation. And I'm reading this verbatim. Titus Howard hasn't been practicing today, so Blake Fisher is at right tackle and Ed Ingram is at right guard with the ones. So this is an idea of what it could look like if Cam Robinson and Howard are both out. Fisher at right tackle, Ingram right guard, Jake Andrews at center, Lake and Tomlin, and Arion Dursley at left tackle. Is that why maybe Sean missed Blake Fisher at right or with twos? Was he working with the ones? Is that what's happening there? Like, I'm very confused in reading that. But then also maybe the bigger thing is, wait, what happened to Titus Howard? Like, why did he? Is this a vet day of some level of rest?
Yeah,
because I know that has its connotations. Or did some level of injury happen? Because I don't think I saw anything to that degree. Insane. He wasn't participating in team drills. He remains on the sideline with his helmet.
Well, multiple people said Blake Fisher was not in with the ones or the twos
in maybe the first set of teams.
So
this is team 3. Okay, I'm understanding what's happening here.
Yeah.
So let me just.
So they're giving him another shot with that group, is what it sounds
with
like.
With the ones. Okay, so maybe
like they're giving him like, hey man, prove something to us. I think that's what's happening.
Okay, maybe he isn't falling entirely out of favor. But I did have interest in why Titus.
they're giving him a
Titus
chance.
is now over to the side. Then.
Yeah. Unless it's just like, okay, they don't need to put him out there right now, and they're giving Blake Fisher all the opportunities that he can.
How much longer do you want to see tinkering with this offensive line?
Not much.
Because I mean, we're getting preseason game number 2 is this weekend. You know, your first of your 2 joint practices is in 2 days. And we're still moving and shaking on the offensive line right now.
So Thursday is going to be a real good hint at the first offensive line we're going to see week 1. Because that joint practice is like gold, man. So whoever they put offensive line Thursday, that's going to be the best indicator yet that those are going to be the guys.
Assuming health.
If Cam Robinson is healthy, we'll find out. We'll know. If he's not, it'll probably be, it'll still be the line that they would go to week 1 with if Cam Robinson doesn't play by week 1. So Thursday is going to be a big time indicator of what this line's going to be.
This is so frustrating because, look, there's been, I shouldn't have to, at this point in training camp and headed into the season, still be pouring over the tweets of media members to figure out what's happening on the offensive line. And I understand this is
playing where now.
This was a huge project in general, so I don't want to make it seem as though this was just something that everybody should have had figured out on day 1. However, I think it's fair to ask at this point, how are we still in this place? And I think that points to the way that they decided to go about this offensive line where, hey, we're just going to lean on competition. I very much still would have preferred that we have top end talent as was available to you, which I understand was not necessarily that you were just going to go and port in an entire offensive line, but this is what you chose to decide to go with, which is what this kind of exchange has been. Yes, the offensive line has found ways to be solid, but this is really frustrating to be at this point right now.
It's getting late early. For this offensive line.
It is. All right, You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll try and keep up with what's happening at practice as best we can. But coming up next, let's lighten things up. Turn it up. I hope lighten it up. Only God knows where Fig goes.
So, got to pour one out for something that died.
Damn it. I knew it wasn't going to be light. Did I say it?
He's going to go with the R.I.P.
I thought it was dead a long time ago, but it's officially dead now. Plus, 713-572-4610. What are some slang words you thought that was iconic, but now read as ancient text?
Okay.
Text them in. What are some old slang words that you still use to this day?
Yeah, sounds groovy.
There's a hip cat right next to me. All right, we'll do all that next.
The Texans lost their preseason opener. Sports Radio 610.
I didn't say fresh 4 yesterday, Lopez.
And crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. We got to pour one out for something I thought was already dead. Now, we always do this where we mention an older athlete or older person.
Yeah.
And we say, is he still with us?
Yeah.
Still in the league?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, he's still with us. He's still with us. Apparently, AOL is officially shutting down.
Really?
Hold on. Not AOL in general, right?
America Online, dog.
Yep, that AOL. So they announced,
I might still have some of them discs. Let me go see if I can.
Yeah, so they announced they are discontinuing their dial-up service next month, which is called America Online.
Wait
you
a
have
minute.
to explain it.
Hold on. Press pause. People still using dial-up in the year of our Lord 2025?
Apparently, yes. So I seen something where I guess it's mainly used by people in remote areas.
Sure.
Where they only the only other option is satellite internet. So you get this beautiful sound right
there. It is.
Yeah. I kind of miss it. Golly. God, dog.
Damn, it really did take this long.
You've got mail.
I did not realize how spoiled I was. Like, because I tried not to be spoiled, but
that was like 30 seconds.
Yeah, hearing how long that took, bro. If
you were excited at the time, like, hey, I'm getting on the internet,
and that's just starting it up, bro. My computer don't take that long to load. If a single web page ever took that long to load, I'd be cussing up a storm. That was just to like start it up.
Yeah,
that wasn't like to actually load a page or nothing.
How much do you think this was a month? Ooh,
it better have been about 13 cents.
I'm gonna say $2.
It was $10.
$10
a month or less.
Wait, now? Like, if you had AOL right now?
Yeah, dial-up.
Really?
I think just the whole dial-up thing is that cheap. Yeah. So I guess it tops out to like 56 kilobytes per second.
That's nothing. That's nothing.
So it'll take about 12 minutes to download a song.
Oh.
And we all know about that one.
Oh, remember those music, those kind of bootleg music sites?
Yeah, LimeWire.
LimeWire, that's the one I was thinking.
LimeWire, I remember BearShare.
Yeah.
All type of little sites there.
Shout out to Napster.
Napster, yeah, that was a good one.
I have questions real quick because, and there's a reason for this, it's kind of a running joke in my family. The email that my wife still uses to this day as her primary email every day is at AOL.com.
Wait, so are they shutting down the emails too, or is this their download?
Her emails are still good, right, Figgy? Or are they shutting everything down?
I think it's the dial-up.
Yeah.
I don't think they go get rid of the email service.
So her ancient email is still available.
I think
still
so.
Active.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that still got AOL. Whenever I get their email information for whenever we do giveaways and all that stuff, there's a couple AOLs.
Yeah.
Which, by the way,
Hotmails.
Another giveaway on a Texas Ticket Tuesday still coming up at 5 in the drive.
Oh, good.
In the 5 o'clock hour. So,
Good.
yeah, keep it locked.
Yeah, so rest in peace to AOL, the dial-up.
Dial-up,
I ain't know it was still around.
I used to
like
just
that.
send all my stories like that, man. Like,
Man.
you know, that it was, and then if you got some, you know, an interruption on the line, you're screwed.
Yep.
Is AOL Instant Messenger still in the league?
I can't imagine.
Nah, it's
I can't
out of
imagine.
there.
Yeah,
It's out of there.
Yeah.
I was like, I want to see if I can go back and check on it now. Because AOL Instant Messenger used to be it.
Yeah.
That was social media before
You
social
still remember
media.
your name?
Yeah, I do, because I use it very sparingly in other places. And I will not be telling that to the world of the radio.
Be telling your password,
Come
brother.
on.
Tell your password, man.
Yeah.
And for what it's worth, if you wanted to download a high def movie, it would take 170 hours, or just over a week if you was using dial-up.
Good.
Just
God
for what it's
almighty.
worth. Yeah. All right, it's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. In the tease, I mentioned about some slang you thought was iconic. but now reads as ancient text. 713-572-4610. What's the slang words you still use to this day that's kind of dated? And before we get to Kev on stage, pretty funny guy, keep it clean most of the time. But here is his answer to this question on the slang he still used that's kind of outdated.
What's some slang that you thought was iconic but now reads like ancient text? I'll tell you one that they can pry from my cold, dead fingers. The word tight. It won't leave me. And I don't even use it on a day-to-day basis. I can go months without using the word tight. But sometimes when the wind blows just so and the sun sets over the horizon and I'm really excited, I'll say, this is tight. I got like a PR box a couple weeks ago. And, usually it's just like fluff and some candles or whatever. But there was some cool stuff in there. And I opened it and I said, oh, this is tight. And Lissa was like, you still saying tight? And this is coming from a woman who still says bomb. Alyssa loves a go, ooh, that's bomb. This is bomb, that's bomb. And I don't care. At some point, tight went into my vocabulary and it never left.
What are some words like that? I got a list of words that I still use to this day.
That could have been my son talking. My oldest son still uses tight all the time. Tight. He'll text it, all this other stuff. For me, like my generation, and this is actually in vogue now, but it was in vogue when I was in high school. Dope.
I was literally, that was the one that I have.
That's first on my list.
Yeah.
I still use it to this day. I will use it until I die.
You're welcome. We started that. My generation, that's dope, man. The ones that were not so good, far out. We used to say far out all the time. Far out.
Do you ever catch yourself?
Not in a while.
You don't say it a lot, but I can imagine you maybe going back in the Wayback Machine without realizing it, and then letting one slip and being like, where did that come from?
That one, not so much, but you guys have heard me say, I say it multiple times on shows, cat.
Yeah.
Everybody's a cat. I always use that one. That's one of mine.
Yeah, some of the words I still use to this day. Word. Oh, word.
Without question.
That one I will probably never get rid of, and that's probably showing the era I grew up in.
Yeah.
Fly.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't do it all the time, but somebody, oh, that little fly. That's an older one. Slick. Same thing. I guess it's kind of kin to fly. Sometimes I'm like, man, them shoes slick. That's one I don't use it as much. Peace. Whenever I get off the phone, all right, peace.
Yeah, I don't know that one will go. I think that one is just so effective.
Yeah, but that would kind of take you back to the 90s, the Peace Guard.
Oh, yeah.
And Wu-Tang, that type of stuff.
Right.
Peace. Yeah.
I wonder how much of them are like tied into some other media, right? Like some TV show or some music that like you still have some association with, so you're never going to let it go.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
How about you?
Oh, dope was the one that I was thinking of for sure. I agree with Scott on the text line or on the YouTube page. It's kind of amazing how sweet is there, but then also it's wild that dog has lasted so long. I'm still like, hey, what's happening, big dog? Dog, how you living? It's still going to be there. It's not going to leave. That one is entrenched to the point where we got people we might need to reel this one back.
One that I still use, and I kind of got it from my kids back in the day. I catch myself using is crunk.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one did not last long.
Yeah,
very short.
Somebody look at you like, huh?
Yeah,
like where are you from the 2000s?
They are crunk.
Yeah, I got some other ones that I stopped using because they changed the definition of, which I hate. So the word hard, it was kind of related to fly
like
and dope.
Cool, yeah.
They're like, them shoes hard, man.
Yeah.
Or that car look hard.
Yeah.
Now that people go in the nasty mind whenever you say the word hard. Now.
That's right.
Goons.
Okay, we talked about this.
Yeah, I used to be like, yeah, my Goonies out here. He a goon right there.
Yeah.
Now that means something nasty too. And the other one, this could be a regional thing, but me being in Cleveland, we used to say the word smash whenever we was hungry. Like, it's some food over in the kitchen right now. Ooh, I'm about to smash. Oh, I was smashing the wings. But that
again,
that means something nasty.
Why do they keep deteriorating our
man,
good words here?
Yeah,
man?
so now I can't even use those.
I know
words.
You ain't talking.
What are they doing?
Yeah. So those are a couple ancient words. I'm never getting rid of word. Word is always.
At this point, I'm gonna die saying cat.
Yeah.
I think the beauty of some of these, though, you have kids, and now it is your duty to embarrass them. You could just bring out the old arsenal, like
for sure.
The 9 things off the chain. Janky. They said no. I think janky still lives. I think you're still good with using janky. Just don't use it all the time. Now you're not getting away with groovy 2A1. That one you just you got to say that ironically.
Hey, salute to Austin Powers,
right?
On the text line.
That's exactly what will happen if you break out groovy sincerely. Someone is making a joke at your expense.
If I hear somebody say groovy, I'm gonna think of Austin Powers. Groovy, baby.
Yeah, baby.
You sound just like him. Damn.
And of course, shout out to Mustang Sally on the YouTube saying, "I still say groovy." Yo, well, Sally, you're different. I think you can make it work.
Yeah, she still got the bell bottoms.
That's right.
Put those platform shoes back on.
All right.
All right, we in the mixtape in the Loose Sports Radio 610. So we've been kind of looking at this car crash of the Dallas Cowboys,
buddy,
with their situation with Micah Parsons and all that stuff. And Denzel Washington had something to say.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah,
to Jerry
he is
Jones.
a Cowboys fan.
I didn't know he was a Cowboys fan. He was on First Take earlier this morning.
He's from New York, too. Hey, dog, get off of that.
It's a lot of New Yorkers that are Cowboys fans, man.
I love how that
Jay-Z is a Cowboy fan. LeBron, he's a fan of everything, but he was a Cowboys fan. There's so many people up there that's just straight up Cowboy fans. But
I really do love how that happens. Not the Cowboys themselves, but how I feel like the way it happens is your pops is a fan of this team, and you either go, I'm going to be a fan of my pops' team, or I'm going to rebel and be the fan of the
team everybody around me hates.
Exactly. And I think that's how you end up with all these New York fans that essentially would be Giants fans, ending up being like, well, I'm going to root for the Cowboys, and look at you. Look at how what happened with
That's why where I'm from, Cleveland, it's a bunch of random ass Steelers fans and random ass Michigan fans because they just want to be the opposite of what everybody else is.
Look where your hating got you.
Yeah, it gets on my nerves. But here's Denzel Washington with a message to Jerry Jones.
There's box office and there's Oscars. Jerry, been a while, huh? You ain't been to the show, you wouldn't know. Wouldn't been to the show, you wouldn't know. Haven't been to the show, so you wouldn't know what it is to win.
I don't need to add.
I feel like we could
And I love the Cowboys. I love the Cowboys because I really love them. This is the way I feel, But that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about the movie.
And I wanted to get back to the movie because you didn't bring the.
Speaking of the movie, same thing.
Highest to lowest. You didn't bring it up.
And what does it say down the bottom of the movie? All money ain't good money, Jerry.
Say it again.
All money ain't good money, Jerry.
One time.
August 15th, we open Friday. All money ain't good money.
That's a good way to put it. There's box office and then there's Oscars.
Oh, this is the thing.
Yeah.
You could tell that was not, hey, I'm doing a press tour and I happen to be on ESPN, so I'm gonna talk about this sports thing. That is a fan. Like, he has thought about this. This is all of this that came from deep down in his soul.
Yeah.
He means that with all of his heart and most of his kidney. Like, that is where that came from in Denzel Washington. Really think of like entertainers and them just being regular sports fans. Can you imagine Denzel on set and he just mad that Dak Prescott is injured again or something?
I'm just thinking about his role in Remember the Titans. Just imagine you sitting at the bar with Denzel or at his crib and be like, that's not how the play's supposed to be ran. Come on now. What's up with your defense? Yeah, I can see him getting real intense when it comes to that. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. Yesterday, we talked about the Houston Texans safety position with GJ being out, and they signed a guy by the name of Jalen Mills.
Okay.
And that kind of adds to the Houston Jalens on this team. And Adam Schefter he actually tweeted this. He said, Jalen Mills to Houston figures. The Texans already had safeties, Jalen Petrie and Jalen Reed.
Right.
Not to mention cornerback Jalen Smith, receiver Jalen Noel, and offensive lineman Jalen Thomas. And this got retweeted by one Jalen Rose.
Oh, wow.
Here's what Jalen Rose had to say. That's love. R.I.P. Ma. with a whole bunch of rose emojis. So that kind of got me thinking. I'm like, damn, he really. And I think a lot of people don't really know this, how Jalen Rose, his name kind of started to trend a little bit. I ain't going to say he's the first one. I have no idea who's the first ever Jalen.
He'll say that he's the first one.
Yeah. No, I think the NBA.com actually wrote something about this. And I think on his birthday, they talked about how his mom, mother name is Jeannie, and she came up with the name Jalen by combining James and Leonard. So that's how she kind of came up.
I'd heard that before.
Yeah, and around this time, I want to say it was around 1992 during the Fab 5 days, and that name actually became a super popular boy's name in the U.S. So that name debuted at 378 on the list of most popular boy names.
Yeah.
And then it became Jalen with the Y, which debuted at 668 the next year. And both names stayed in the top 1,000s ever since.
I'm going to give him credit. I'm going to give his mom credit.
Everybody's just trying to be Jalen Rose, huh?
No, that she came up with it. I don't remember any old. You know any Jalen?
I don't. That's why
over the age of Jalen Rose.
Look, it probably is somewhere, but I will say his name, him being Jalen and being part of the Fab Five.
Yeah,
I do think that was a heavy spark in the name.
I agree.
Jalen.
Yeah.
So salute to the I guess the OG.
Talk about something cool. Like you invented a name that became wildly popular.
and it's like it's like a common name. It's not like it's not like Blue Ivy or something like that. It's a common. It feels like Jalen is a common name at this point.
Yeah.
Even during that time.
I hate that. It feels like a weed. Like it just latched on and just keeps spreading.
But that's the cool part. Like she invented a name.
It's 2025 now, and it's more Jalen's than you ever would have thought.
Yeah.
It's overtaking the yard.
Yeah,
we can't see the porch.
Yeah,
Jalen's everywhere.
It's overtaking the yard.
Why you talk about my yard like that, man?
Oh yeah, have you?
I'm good.
We're good.
Yeah,
we're getting
nice,
it mowed up,
nice and clean.
Okay,
nice
and
clean.
Excellent. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. That's Figgy's mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, we get ready to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. Before that, I do want to revisit the silliest ways that various people have gotten injured because there was a mess of them and they all made me laugh. So let's laugh together next.
It's
Visit TrimFireRadio.com.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, man, another day. Appreciate you hanging out with us in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Where do I want to go? Oh, there's a number of things still coming out from practice today that I found to be interesting. So we could talk about that. But I do want to return earlier. We were talking about injuries. One of the things that it seemed like came out from practice as we were going, apparently Blake Fisher had to – he was working with the ones today. He had a little finger issue that pulled him off the field for a little bit, got back out there. No Titus Howard. I'm still for later in the I think it was like team period.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly what that involved and haven't seen much as of yet. And maybe it was just an opportunity, as you mentioned, to give Blake Fisher different reps. I don't know. But one of the interesting ones, obviously, with Brevin Jordan being placed on IR, season done at this point with the knee injury. Luke Lachey was getting more reps with the ones and twos, as you know, in the stead that I imagine Brevin Jordan would have. Do you feel like that means that he is just going to step right into that space, or do you think that that's just in the meantime until we figure out where we're turning?
No, I think it's true to D'Amico Ryans and his philosophy and approach. This guy's been here. We drafted him. We are in a pinch. Before we make any moves at the tight end position, let's give him a chance. And I think that ties in with Blake Fisher as well, because you mentioned with the ones, that not exclusively with the ones by any stretch. In fact, there was a moment during practice when he wasn't with the ones or the twos. He wasn't even out there. But then I feel like D'Amico Ryans is truly, especially up front at tight end and the offensive line, truly trying to spitball, trying to give everybody a fair enough chance to prove that they belong. And I think the Lachey thing is exactly that. Like, hey, we lost Brevin Jordan. Get in there. Let's see what you can do with these teams, and we'll go from there. And then they make their decision.
Yeah, he's getting thrown into the deep end because, I mean, I've seen him at times out there, you know, with the likes of Dalton or whoever, kind of giving him a quick note or whatever. And like, I don't think I mentioned this. There was a moment where I saw Braxton Berrios help Jalen Knoll get lined up, where he lined up a little wider and this is where you need to be. So, like, that's obviously one of the cool things about practice. But Luke is going to have probably more of those instances as he gets more reps. We'll see if he can deliver. That'd be awesome. It's one of the reasons why sometimes late you just you take some flyers, see what happens, because football is football. These types of things do come through. And unfortunately, sports is sports. Injuries do happen. But Josh Hader wasn't able to go yesterday because he came in, was doing his plyometric work, and ended up feeling discomfort. So they made sure to not let him go. We'll hopefully get some updates today and see where he is. But that got us thinking, in addition to the fact that Lopez injured himself in the most cartoon way that I could imagine, with our question today was, what is the silliest way that you've gotten injured? And there were so many of them.
Really good.
So what I'm going to do here, Lopez, Figgy, if you'll indulge me, I will read one and read another, and you'll tell me is it the first one or the second one? And I'll just try and we'll go round robin here. Does that work?
Absolutely.
All right, number one here. Threw a hatchet at a tree. It bounced off and scalped part of my head. That's one.
God. All right, what would possibly compete with that?
Number two, birthday party. Cousin tossed hairspray into the bonfire, burned 56% of my body. Is it one or is it two?
Goodness gracious.
The second one is awful.
All right, pick one.
I'm going to go with the hatchet.
I'm going to go with the second one.
Really?
Jesus Christ.
I will tie with the second one. All right, so is it the hairspray or is it second grade, riding a big wheel barefoot, sister jumped out, put foot down to stop, broke 4 of 5 metatarsals. Then they didn't go to the doctor for 3 days. Is it hairspray or a big wheel?
I'm gonna still say hairspray. I did that before, riding the bike barefoot and tried to put my foot down.
Yeah,
but that never happened to me.
I'm gonna say hairspray too, but it's not just silly; it's grotesque.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Going to celebrate with my team after blocking a guy into the dirt, and then a dude pushed me, tore my ACL, MCL, LCL,
teammate?
patella tendon, and on my cartilage.
So he had the full tank down.
Going to celebrate.
Yeah.
Not injury, just got pushed.
Yeah, that would be a silly way to
That's
get
the
it.
silliest one. We're taking that one. That's the new leader in the clubhouse. All right, cool. Again, all of this born out of the silly ways that you get injured. From 361, did a backflip in the pool, hit my head on the edge of the pool, peeled my forehead skin off.
Oh man.
That's just showing off goes wrong, right?
What about the guy that allegedly stole the sunglasses in the Galleria and decided to jump on the ice?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure he probably got everybody beat.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if this competes with what we're talking about here. Let go of my swing handles while swinging, sprain both of my wrists.
Oh, like swinging a bat? A golf club?
I'm guessing that's on a literally on a swing set.
Oh, like they were trying to jump.
Oh, let go.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Everybody's tried that.
That one's a leader right now?
Well, I don't know if it's a leader, but everybody's tried that. Everybody can relate.
All right. And let's see. Broke my big toe trying to kick a ball, but kicked to the ground instead.
I hope there was video of that.
Hurt my knee hooping one morning. Didn't think much of it. Later that night, he gave way while I was dancing with my lady.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
Yeah, that's
Oh, man.
Yeah, so look, we say all this.
She was throwing that back.
Yeah.
Tore your ACL.
Which is crazy because this is the thing. To the people that are in the room, they look at that and they go, "Damn, you just really it was that bad, huh?" And you're like, "No, but please understand.
Yeah.
See, I hurt my knee prior. I was playing basketball. You got
It's nothing worth. Look, I would rather hurt my knee doing some type of sports or athletic type stuff.
Oh.
I don't want to tear no ACL in a club.
How about
man?
this one that just came in? Woke up in the middle of the night to put eye drops in my dry eyes. I accidentally grabbed super glue.
No,
I kind of did.
How does that even work?
I kind of did something similar, and I wanted to fight my wife. I didn't fight her or anything, but I was going through some allergy issues, and she was like, "Oh, I put the eye drops on the counter."
Yeah.
And so, mind you, my eyes is burning. So I grabbed what I thought was the eye drops, but it was eyeglass cleaner.
Oh, alcohol.
So I put it in there. I'm like, oh, it's burning. I think it's working.
Yeah.
I looked at I'm like, oh, bleep.
Why are my eyes red?
Yeah, I ran right to the sink.
Yeah.
Had to flush my eyes.
Oh, my goodness. All right, so even with all that, just a lot of injuries that we very much could have prevented by not being silly. You're pretty big on the idea that this one, assuming that it's, we do hope that, the Josh Hader thing really isn't anything major. They're just an abundance of caution. However, I know you and the way that you feel about the Astros. Like, where are you with your concern level?
Turn for this season, because you really haven't had much of any at all of Yordan Alvarez. For this season, losing Josh Hader for any extended period of time is a bigger hit than losing Yordan, because Yordan hadn't even been a factor anyway.
Yeah,
Yordan has not been a factor.
No,
even when he was healthy early on.
Yeah, he wasn't.
If you lose
good.
Hader now, I think that's a bigger hit.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
yeah.
How long would you lose him for where you'd be like, okay, that's fine? Like, is a week, 2 weeks?
Yeah, a week's fine. Yeah, you can get by for a week. A little Bennett Sousa, little this, little that, Brayu closing. You could do that. But for this season, it's a big hit if you lose him for any extended amount of time.
Yeah, we hope that does not end up being the fly in the ointment that was a fantastic day of baseball yesterday. Hopefully, you have another good day of baseball. Spencer Arrighetti on the mound.
Yeah.
And I could be in really good spirits by like 10 p.m. tonight if it looks like Spencer Arrighetti also has a good outing, and your rotation looks like, hey, we're back to a certain level of strength, and your offense is going. And you're starting to pull a little bit away from the Mariners, depending on how their game goes with the Orioles tonight. Excited
but how
to see.
Astros 2025 is that? Hey, we got Christian Javier back. Oh, did you look in the bullpen?
That is a great point.
Did you look in the bullpen?
That is a very, very good point. All right. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to talk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, how y'all doing?
What's good, fellas?
Hey, not much. Not much. I'll start with the question of the day if you guys want. I don't know if you heard yesterday, Lopez was detailing the time that he was trying to what was it, a bench?
Yeah, I was building a workbench.
Building a workbench this weekend. He was hammering something. The hammer slipped out of his hands.
Like an idiot, I was barefoot.
And then it went like 2 feet in the air, came back, hit him directly on the foot. and now it's black and blue. And it just sounds so damn cartoony to me that I wanted to hear about the silliest ways people hurt themselves.
When you get out there and you're doing manly things, man, it happens. the stuff like that happens. I about drove a screwdriver through the inside knuckle, like right in the knuckle, but the inside of my finger.
Yeah.
Holding an electric drill, the screwdriver bit, and it slips off and hits my finger. You get out there and you get to messing around doing handyman stuff. You're gonna get them kind for sure.
I stepped on a knife, like 7th, 8th grade. No, not
How
that
did this
old.
come about?
Not that old. Check that. 4th or 5th grade.
Mm-hmm.
I was an only child. I'd play,
with knives.
Football by myself.
Sure,
downstairs.
as one does.
I would shoot baskets, throw stuff around. I had a little gym downstairs, and I think I had a plate with a knife on the ground, as my mother would repeatedly tell me, take your stuff upstairs, put it in the sink, don't eat down there. I don't know. I think I was shooting a basket, went up. I didn't know I was that close to that knife, and I came down, and that knife stepped right in the side of the foot. Son. I still got that bruise right there, or that cut right there.
Yeah.
She to this day don't know about it.
Your mom? Well, she does now.
She might not know.
I couldn't tell.
I was.
Did that change your get down at least? Did you at least put the plates away after that?
Yeah, I think I probably should have told her. Like that could have got bad.
You think?
That probably could have got infected or whatever. That probably could have got bad.
Yeah, I was horsing around in the locker room for a baseball game and had a guy in the corner and was kind of, like the bend over kind of got him in the corner and I'm doing the quick jabs in the belly kind of deal.
Yeah.
And no, I wasn't picking on, I wasn't bullying the kid. We were just having a good time. And my right hand, I caught the edge of I had him back into where the locker stopped and the fence was on the other side. There was a little hole. I caught the edge of that locker and laid my knuckle wide open for a high school game on my throwing hand. Yep. Scared the dog out of me, man.
Did we get a chance to throw in that game, or did we do the smart thing?
We said that. It was actually a baseball game. It wasn't a football game. So it was even worse where, you're having to bat and throw a baseball. It wasn't good.
It wasn't good.
Coach wasn't happy. Now, Stoerner. Gary Harrington was my old Aggie was the baseball coach. Yeah. Man, great guy. God bless his soul. Rest in peace, Gary.
Giga.
Oh, was that a Gig'em that slid in there from Tyler? Tyler's, I'm sure he's just on crowd now and right now. Like he's probably having the day.
Hey, Chaz did something that he hadn't done in a year.
That's right. That's right. I imagine that's what's starting the show. I didn't want to lean too much into that.
A year.
I'm happy for Chaz. I don't think it's starting the show, but I am very happy.
Come at me about white boy Chaz.
He's not quite there yet.
He's going to make you start the show.
He's not quite there yet.
What about that catch in the wall last night, too early?
Yeah, that was a good catch as well.
Listen, we saw some signs of life. I thought he was dead.
You come at me about white boy Chaz.
From a baseball perspective, I thought he was dead and gone, but we saw some signs of life. He leaned back on that bad boy too.
He sure did.
He ain't caught one that good in years.
Yeah,
he caught one early. Was that yesterday or was that last night where he caught one coming in, diving or sliding too? That was yesterday.
Dubon.
No, but Chaz did it either in one of the games. He started 2 or 3 straight in center field, so he did one of the earlier games. Man.
Yeah, I think I remember exactly.
Got a nice little glove out there, man. Nice little backup, nice little reserve center fielder.
Hey, man, it's coming together. I love it when a plan comes together for the Astros.
He better start swinging that bat like he did last night.
Agreed. All right, fellas, you guys are going to be off and running here. Always excited to hear you. Tyler, I hope that you're doing okay. Hope that you can keep everything in your pants there. Who, Tyler? Oh, that's the question. That's the one we asked. Were you the one who threw the ball back
No. Me and brother had actually discussed our plan and how if it came right to us, which it was very close, we were going to be holding on to that thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be honest. I don't understand that.
The throw it back?
I don't understand it.
Not the first one back at Titan.
Bregman especially is really silly. I don't care who it is. If I was a lifelong Cubs fan and I was in Wrigley, if I'm in the seats and somebody hit a home run ball and I did what I had to do to catch it and get it, I don't care who hit that damn thing. I'm not throwing it back. That is going home, baby. That's a story right there. We taking pictures with that thing.
Or at least it's going on eBay.
Everything. That is going. I ain't back.
Wrigley might be the exception because that's where the tradition.
No. I understand. I got y'all, man. I'm gonna hold on to it though.
Show's the type of guy who have an extra baseball just in case so he can switch them out.
No, I'm not having an extra baseball. I'm taking the one home with me. I dare you say something to me.
All right, fellas.
Taking that ball.
Have a good
I don't
show.
understand that.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. If I were you, Tyler, I'd have waltzed over there to that person. Man, you regret that yet?
Throwing that thing
I should have ran down there and snagged it out of his hand.
Telling you, man. Throw it back. You throw it back. You catch one, you throw it back. I'll make the decision what I'm going to do with the one I got right here, damn it. Hell with that. All right. It is a fun Tuesday and a winning Tuesday for you. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. It is back. Some of us at times get going a little fast when we have to say that.
Carried away.
And this is one of those deals where you get out in front of it first. As you know, many people will start to text in, or Tyler will bring that back up. Yes, one point I accidentally said a Texans something on accident. Ticket Tuesday. It was a tough one, and we got past it. It is a Texans
Yeah,
there it is.
He had something else on his mind. He didn't have tickets on his mind, y'all. He had something else racing around in there.
Something. It was just easy to get through, but it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, and make sure you are listening as you always do. The number one sports show in Houston. During today's 5 o'clock hour, you have a chance to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen to Saturday's game at NRG versus the Carolina Panthers. And as you know, Clint, this is preseason game 2. Most of the important players set in the first game in Minnesota. This will be what most times is the showcase game. This is the one where you'll probably get a chance to see C.J. Stroud and company go, I would say, probably a half. You would think based off of what he has done before, maybe a half. So this is a game you want to get to. Of all the preseason games, this is the one. The third one, may not see anybody. The first one, obviously, you didn't see a lot. But this one is the one where you'll see everybody for the longest period of time.
Yeah, this is the one. I mean, the superstars are more than likely going to be on the field, even though I'd argue defensively, I don't know for how long or what kind of other than a ramp-up acclimation, like a final ramp-up acclimation, box to check there maybe for those guys defensively, but definitely on the offensive side of the football. CJ, Nico, everybody that's healthy, the guys that you know and that you've seen that you expect big things from, along with some of the new guys, right? You got, I would think that Christian Kirk, you're going to get your first little peek at him in a Texans uniform, as well as the two rookies who you got a little bit of a peek at last week, but not a ton of run from either one of them. Jay, look those guys. There's the running back situation is still an interesting one. I don't know that we'll see Nick Chubb given the red shirt, the red jersey situation, but I would imagine we're gonna see some guys that whether it's because they're rookies or they're first time Texans, we'll see those guys for the first time in a Texans uni. So yeah, this is a big game, man. This is a big game, and we've got tickets. We've got tickets. Houston sports leaders got
5 o'clock
tickets.
hour, baby.
Yeah, man. Always trying to give it back to the people.
Yeah. Please be listening so you got a chance to get into the game on Saturday. All right, some news and notes here, and let's go ahead and look at this right now. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And as we are getting into football talk, news that we wondered about, the story of the day yesterday was the injury to Brevin Jordan. And now we do have an understanding it is a season-ending injury, and he has been placed on injured reserve due to that knee injury, at Monday's practice. Here was D'Amico Ryans addressing this just a little bit ago and his thoughts on the Brevin Jordan injury.
For us, Brett on IR, we know he went down with a devastating injury. It's really rough for a guy who just bounced back from a major injury. So it's tough on Brevin right now, tough on our entire team. But, that happens. That's the game that we play. It happens. Injuries happen. We have to continue to press forward while also being here to support Brev in any way that he needs us.
All right, that's head coach D'Amico Ryans talking about Brevin Jordan. A tough injury, and it was a tough one we talked about yesterday, Clint. Now, if you look past this and try to kind of move to the next steps, which I'm sure that's what D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, and company probably had to do, would you say 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in this. Would you say that this is a thought of them having to make a real move or just a depth move in the tight end room? Obviously, they have Dalton Schultz, they have Cade Stover, and now they lose Brevin Jordan. Is this a move that's a real move? Maybe they go and trade for somebody, or is it just a depth move in that room?
Well, I think all cards are on the table. I think at the very least that D'Amico and Nick have to absolutely be looking at making a move for a guy that can play. I mean, a guy that you can depend on. A guy that a month from now or 6 weeks from now has the offense down, and if something does happen to Dalton Schultz, and whether it's just a few reps in games to get a little bit of rest, or it's an injury where they miss any amount of time, you got to have somebody to go to. And I think Irv Smith is Irv Smith. He was not. I did not see Irv Smith last week in the preseason game. Did you?
I didn't see him. I thought he was still on the team.
I mean, he's been out there. I just don't know if there was he got released and we missed it. He got cut and I don't know. But Irv, I like Irv. I like Irv to be a piece. But again, there in terms of being in the system, somebody that you trust, like what's the big kid's name that they brought back last year from Chicago that they drafted originally in the 6th or 7th round, big tall kid. He went to Chicago, and then we picked him up off the Chicago's practice squad. Tegan Quatoriano.
Oh, Tegan, yeah.
Right? A guy like that, hey, in a pinch, he can go out there and at least execute the run game. He knows what route to run. He may not be able to separate. Now, he's not going to go out there and make a bunch of plays for you, but he at least knows your offense and can execute that tight end position. I think you've got to find that guy. Now, if Irv Smith is healthy, if Irv Smith is still around, if he's that guy, I feel a little bit more comfortable. But I think big picture, there's a play there. I don't know if it is a move for somebody that comes in and can make a Brevin Jordan type threat for this offense. I don't know how many of those guys are out there, to be honest with you. But
that's the tough part is what he brought to the table. I don't know that that's out there.
Yeah, well, I don't know the high end, the explosive, the twist fast weapon hybrid style tight end is out there. But what I'm saying is I would bet there's a hybrid tight end out there that can do a little bit of all of it. He's not going to change your offense, but can he execute blocks in the run game? Can he create a little separation versus a linebacker or a safety? That guy, if he's not out there now, is probably going to be out there when cuts are made, when teams start cutting to 53 here in a week or week and 2 weeks, whatever it is. I would imagine that they'll make a move at some point for a guy that can at least is ready to play. Because look, I just don't think the kid that they drafted out of Iowa, I just don't think that kid is ready. He's more of a developmental player.
Luke Lachey.
Yeah. He to me, he's more of a developmental player. You don't want to get in a position where you have to play him and you're relying on him, whether it's a run game, pass protection game, or out in a pass play. So I would imagine that they'd make a move. I need an update on what's going on with my man Irv Smith, because
Irv is on the depth chart right now. They got Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover, Irv Smith, and then Luke Lachey.
Well, hopefully Irv is whatever reason we didn't see him in the game. I don't think we saw him, but if he's still there, I feel
he was questionable. It does say questionable near him. Had an injury.
I feel a little more comfortable with him because I'm higher on Irv than most. But he makes me feel a little bit better. But I still think there's a move there.
Needless to say, I think it is going to be difficult to find a weapon at that position like he was, and I think what they were planning.
Well, Dalton Schultz, which in the pass game takes care of itself. Then you hope you get the next level development-wise of Cade Stover, and now you got a run game, a guy in the run game, an extension of the run game, as well as a guy that D'Amico's on record talking about, his route running and things like that improving. So if he continues to take the next step, I think you're going to be fine right there. I'm going to tell you, if you look at where they were, I think you had Dalton Schultz, your $12 million a year tight end that you're expecting big things out of, that is really a weapon in the pass game. You had Cade Stover, who is again a guy that you can attach to a tackle in the run game, and he can help you, and he's taking big steps, big strides in the pass game. And then you had Brevin Jordan, who was that hybrid kind of weapon, and then you had Irv Smith sitting behind him as the veteran that knows the offense, that you can kind of trust to do it all, that can be an impact, but he's not as good as the rest of these guys. How do you get back there?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think that's the question. If Irv slides up and starts taking real snaps, okay, how do you find a guy that you can put behind Irv as the fourth tight end as a reserve that, hey, if we need him, we got him? That could be a move. Or if somebody's available, then all of a sudden you're lucky, you're living right, and you get an absolute game changer.
Yeah, Sean Pendergast listening in. Irv was in street clothes for all of the Greenbrier trip, and he was in street clothes again today, working off to the side. So, but hopefully it's not an extensive injury, and they at least have somebody in-house. I do think, Clint, they have to look around to see if they can find somebody that can fill the void that may be able to go over Irv Smith. To me, I think you just have to at least search and look. I would be surprised if Nick Caserio and D'Amico and company just said, "All right, we're going to roll as is." I would imagine they at least. I mean, even with the injury to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, they go and get a veteran in Jalen Mills to step in as a defensive back. I think they'll at least look at somebody.
Yeah,
there in that point.
I mean, whatever's available. I mean, we've heard them talk about it before. I mean, Nick is never going to pass up an opportunity to make the team better, and I think there's an opportunity here, unfortunately, with what went on with Brevin Jordan. I think what you look at with Brevin out is the truth of the matter was everything we talk about Brevin was hope, right? Was expectations, was potential, was, boy, we think he can do these things, okay? And that's great. Hate to lose that part of it. Now, if you can go out there and if you find something similar, great. But if you can go out there and find a guy doesn't quite have that level of expectation, that high of a ceiling, that kind of potential, but he brings, something a little different. Like if you can find another tight end right now that is a monster in the run game from a blocking perspective, I'd be cool with that. You give me a guy that can't.
Can Irv be that?
No, I don't think so. No. I'm talking about a hand in the dirt, connect to the tight end. I mean, connect to the tackle and move folks with Titus Howard or Ariante Ursery and create a run surface over there. That's an absolute problem because then what you got is you've got Dalton Schultz who's pass game. You've got Cade Stover who can do a little bit of all of it, kind of that hybrid kind of guy. Not quite as explosive and fast and twitchy as Brevin, but can do all of it. And then all of a sudden you've got this element of we can extend our run surface beyond the tackle. Now we can really get on the edge versus a light-ass defensive end and cause problems in the run game, right? So it may be a little bit of a tweak offensively to what you do because you could go out because you replace Brevin Jordan with a different style of tight end. I think there's a lot of options out there, and there ain't no doubt about it. Nick Caserio, he's as good as anybody out there in a sense of finding that kind of player.
Again, if you were just jumping in, not a real surprise based off everything we heard yesterday, but Brevin Jordan is out for the season. He's been placed on IR with that knee injury he suffered in practice yesterday, and now it's going to be a look to see if the Texans feel like they need to go big or just maybe add a body. I'm certain they will add somebody else to that tight end room. I guess we'll see how big of a need they view that. All right, again, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. You'll have a chance to win a pair of Texans tickets to Saturday's preseason game here at NRG against the Panthers. And they're not just a pair of tickets. They're a pair of tickets in the bullpen. Great seats right there, so you make sure you are listening in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, coming up, a big, big night. And we may have saw the wild card your Houston Astros. We'll dive into that coming up next.
Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about advanced hair restoration. Look, if you're one of them fellas that's out there, look, you know who I'm talking to, man. You got a receding hairline. Maybe you've got some balding going on up top. And at the end of the day, it's caused a situation where whether it's when you go to work or when you go out and trying to just catch a quick happy hour, anything.
making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That was really, really good performance. He looked strong. I think he pitched to some trouble there, and he had all his pitches working. Aside from the home run for breaking the first, I thought he was really, really good.
There's Joe Espada right there. Hey, there it is, man. That was big time. That was big time last night from Christian Javier, and it wasn't easy. Started off. I know Tyler was in them seats. Oh, damn it. What did we start off with? A hit, and then Alex Bregman went ahead and introduced
First
himself.
pitch single, and then Bregman.
And then Bregman
hit that bomb. I said, well, I hope Tyler catches that damn thing.
Oh, maybe they brought him back a tad early. And then it stopped, though. He put somebody else on and then got out of it.
He settled in.
Be honest, though, T. Did you know how to feel? My wife, Lauren, sitting there.
No, nobody did.
Lauren don't know a whole lot when it comes to sports. But she's sitting there, and she likes some Breggy now. She's always liked Breggy, right?
Yeah, the ladies love some Breggy.
Breggy hit that bomb, and she was like, already? And then she realized it was Bregman, and she was like, well, damn, I don't know really how to feel right now.
No, that was the whole Crawford boxes, bro. Like, everybody around us, I mean, we're all pulling for the home team. I mean, don't get it twisted. But that thing landed, and everyone was kind of just like in shock. Like,
bro,
whoa.
Put yourself in Breggy's shoes.
Oh, what a moment.
I mean, are you kidding me?
What a moment.
Are you kidding me?
And you know he'd do it. You know he knew it right off the bat.
Hey, watch that piece. I mean, are you kidding me? Knowing the outcome of the game, I know we tried to. Hell, I'll be honest with you. I cut it off before it got back tight. So I was a little shocked when I woke up and it was 7-6. But knowing the outcome of the game, knowing that we won, knowing that Christian Javier had a nice little outing, knowing that Carlos Correa did his thing, I'm glad it happened.
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
You glad he got that?
Man. I'm glad it happened.
I'm glad. And I know he was in there running around them bases thinking, this is my house.
Oh, we finna run this thing up.
My house.
Yeah, no, I'm glad it happened. I like to see that. That is on a personal level, that's got to be a tremendous feeling.
There's a part of me that wish, because we know Bregman has, and I get what you're saying. I don't know that I'm glad it happened.
Oh, I am.
There's a part of me, yeah, that Bregman has that peacock in him. We've talked about it, but I'll never forget when old Dion came back to Atlanta and got that pick six and he ran it down the sideline. They said,
"I want the dog."
They said, "Oh my God, he is going to do a number on that Atlanta sideline." Now, there's a part that makes you feel like that if he'd have really gave you John Singleton bat flip, right, like he'd have really tipped that bad boy around the bases. But it looked a little icy there in his first start. Christian Javier, who we said, like, hey man, he's got to get going right away because of where the Mariners are, and you're a half game up going into this game. And he went on to go 5 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs. That was it. He never gave up any other earned runs. 5 Ks in 85 pitches. That's the most he has gone since he has started throwing again, coming off Tommy John. And he had 10 whiffs, and he looked really, really good, as Tyler said, after he settled in. And Clint, to me, he's a real wild card for this team. He is the guy, to me, that changes the game if he is anywhere close to the Christian Javier that we know him to be. And real quick, postseason-wise, fellas, in 17 games that he has pitched in the postseason, 5 starts, he is 6-2 with a 2.68 ERA, 60 strikeouts to 23 walks, and over 40. He has been not good. He has been great in the postseason. I know his last start in the postseason was not great against the Rangers in Game 7, but outside of that one, his ERA is still at a 2.68, even after he gave up all those runs. And Clint, if nobody can match Framber Brown and the real Christian Javier. And if that's what he's doing in a big spot, in a big moment, a gotta-have-a game, already in his first start. The hope is by late September, October, he is getting closer to that Christian Javier, and that changes the game in the entire American League if he's that dude.
Yeah, no, it was a big night, no doubt. I mean, again, you go back to, and I think you were out one day and we were talking about, the Luke Morrow had done a deep dive into some advanced stats and all these different pitching options, and boy, you look at each one of these guys, individually, and man, I just don't know how much we should put on them, how much confidence we have on them coming back, because this one's been out this long, this one's been out that long, this one's been out 4 months, and boy, I said, that's fine, but when you bring them all together and you got 4 or 5 dudes, all you need is one of them to light it up. All you need is one of them to come back and just be who he once was or play at or above his ceiling, and you got a shot. You just need one. You don't need all of them, and it looks like Christian Javier has definitely put the pressure on the rest of these guys. If he can do this in his first outing, Lance, where you at with your blister, man?
And again, I didn't hate watching what Spencer Arrighetti gave you, and we'll see what he does moving forward. But Tyler, to Clint's point, if you are picking all of the guys from that group, the Javiers, the Arrighettis, the Luis Garcia, the J.P. France, the Brandon Walter. God, they've had a lot of guys hurt. If you're picking any of those guys for you to say you want one to step up, Christian Javier, without a shadow of a doubt, is the one you would want to get to himself, because Christian Javier has pitched like an ace in the postseason. Not just in the regular. He's pitched like an ace in the postseason. And if you are rolling those 3 jokers out there, that is something that the Tigers aren't matching. I mean, they got one real good one.
Sorry,
that's something they're not matching. The Blue Jays aren't matching. We saw Crochet yesterday. It's not something that the Red Sox are matching the first 3 games of a series.
Yeah.
That makes them a scary, scary team if it's him.
I could not agree more. I've said it for months upon months. I believe that Christian Javier, when healthy and right, he's got the nastiest stuff possibly on this entire pitching staff. Like, Christian Javier's stuff is disgusting. So when he's right, and now adding the damn sinker to his arsenal, I don't know if you fellas knew.
He 12 of them bad boys yesterday.
Yeah, adds the freaking sinker during his rehab like a badass. I could not agree more with what you're laying out.
Yeah, with that frisbee fastball that you never know is going, that disappearing fastball you never know is going, late movement. Yeah, man. One is his performance around the league, other AL teams, you're like, oh, damn. I mean, I know I'm a little nervous about them getting Jordan back. And if this joker comes back and starts rolling in his stone face ass, if he comes out here and starts rolling out here, man, we got some real problems. Now, I will say, Clint, it was not all good yesterday, as many people had a damn conniption in the 9th inning when they did not see Josh Hader rolling his ass out to the mound. And we got to get something straight real quick. Many of you guys just you got to give Joe Espada a little bit more credit of this is going to be the AL Manager of the Year. Some of you all,
I'm trying to do the best I can,
had a meltdown when you didn't see Hader come out and thought that Joe Espada was coming out here losing his mind, making a decision, thinking that Hader didn't give him the best chance to win last night. We finally got an update on Josh Hader. We will let you know the latest on that coming up next. But before we get there, let me tell you a little bit about Clayton Homes and the Sign and Save Sales event that's going on right now. And I want you to remember this. It is now August 12th. This sales event is going until August 31st. So you still have time, but you want to go make a move right now. And this Sign and Save Sales event that Clayton Homes has, it's there for a limited time. And you can save on your home $2,500 on a single section home, and then $5,000 on a multi-section home. And when you are buying with Clayton Homes, first of all, you're going to experience quality, luxury.
Advocates, real solutions for real people.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You're going to hear from the captain, the future American League Manager of the Year, Joe Espada, in regards to what is now the top story with the Houston Astros, and that is their all-star closer, Josh Hader. He last pitched 2 innings on Friday and has had a couple of save situations in which he did not go here the last couple of games, including last night, which sent people over the edge a bit. Here is Joe Espada here in just a second. By the way, that was like a playoff atmosphere at the Dike.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, of the hundreds upon hundreds of regular season Astros games I've been to in my life, it sounds bold, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that was the most electric, most just invested in the game for a Monday night of regular season baseball in August. Oh, yeah, the atmosphere, you couldn't beat it.
Yeah, anybody out there last night, it felt like it was. That's what I think Callis and Blum were talking about yesterday. Of this is the biggest crowd on a Monday night, and this is
huge.
This is the guy, or this is a night in which the fans seem to be the most into it we have maybe seen all season.
Well, it's got to be a night that you remember, right? I mean, a lot of the fans at the Astros games are they go to multiple games a year, and so you're over an extended period of time, you're going to 20, 30, 40, 50 games, maybe even more for a lot of folks. But this is one that you'll remember. Right? I mean, Bregman, Correa, Christian Javier, half-game lead. Bregman leads off with
everybody
a bomb.
performed.
I mean, everybody did.
Correa.
Yes. So I like that. That's got to be one of those that. And then, hey, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I missed the Bregman. Was there a Bregman video? Obviously.
Oh, absolutely.
Before first pitch. Yeah.
I missed that.
It was almost 2 minutes.
I missed that old reach around. But the Carlos Correa stepping out of the batter's box and
what?
Hey, Correa stepping out of that batter's box and taking that down so everybody could get through cheering.
I mean, I just
that's what I'm talking about.
I want to pull the Carver real quick and just be honest. We will get to Josh Hader real quick,
please.
And I'm not going down to that nasty place, Tyler. But I will say, is there ever been a uniform that Carlos Correa didn't just
wear the hell out of?
Look like, damn, man, coming off the bus in every way like that. It ain't. I mean, that I had not seen the old what are those City Connect jerseys. I mean, he was in that with that one. I said, damn, okay. I mean, he is
That's why I feel
killing
sexy.
this jersey. I mean, he is the guy that you bring out when you're bringing out a brand new jersey. They should have put him in the Texans once. And when he came out there in them pads, that dude fills one out. I mean, he made that Twins uniform, and they've got some of the worst. He made those Twins uniforms look good.
The best is when Carlos goes down there and stands at first base next to a first baseman, and the camera pans over there, and you realize how big of a human, how tall he is, and how good he fills that uniform out, and you're like, that doesn't seem to be a shortstop that can go like him.
Yeah, man. When that fool came racing around third base to give them the lead, 3-2 off that, shout out to Christian Walker on that hit. And he comes around and he does the little fist pump like Tiger. I thought, man, that's a cool-ass dude. I think Jeremy Payne is over there like, damn, I had it all to myself. Now I got to deal with this dude. Now I got to deal with this dude over here. He's just a little bit more seasoned with the look. All right, Josh Hader. Josh Hader in the ninth inning as they ran De Los Santos back out there in the ninth inning. I will say, before I saw his name appear up when he came out there and pitched, I said, damn, Corey, I don't know who the hell that is. I ain't seen that. I ain't seen that fella that much. But a lot of people were wondering what was up with Josh Hader. Clearly, at that point, it was clear that there was something wrong with Josh Hader. Here was the manager, Joe Espada, giving his reasoning why he wasn't available on Monday.
Josh, he came in today, and there is some shoulder discomfort. So we're getting some tests done. That's why he was not available today.
All right, he went on to talk about a little bit more about how he was feeling and what may be the next move.
He walked in today, and he was doing his pliers on before he threw doing his throwing program, and he just did not feel right. So we went ahead and we got some testing done. We're waiting on those results, so we should have something more tomorrow.
No, God! Tomorrow is today, and so we
Can't
will
wait for those results.
We will see. Well,
the idiots running things in the training staff over there.
Hey, listen, we've got to take some good steps. At least they decided to get imaging on this occasion.
Yeah,
right.
Now, if they could just look at it properly and observe it and analyze it.
I think I know where Tyler is right now. When you hear shoulder discomfort, he threw 2 innings in New York against the Yankees on Friday. How can Josh Hader?
Well, I'm not concerned with Josh Hader, like the Josh Hader aspect of it. I'm concerned with the Astros luck part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it just seems like this team, every time something good happens, it seems like we are just right around the corner from something negative, some other injury, something. And it's not like the hardest part to deal with all this is, I mean, you look at it, we have lost 3 of our top 4 hitters either for the season or for an extended period of time at this point in time. You know what I mean? Like I mean, you look up and Jordan is gone. You look up Paredes is gone. Pena was out for a bit. Hell, Altuve, the old man, is the only one that's been able to keep this thing rocking in the top 4, if you will. The pitching staff.
Knock on that wood, man.
Yeah. Look, the pitching staff. I mean, it just seems like real difference making, real potential game changers, guys that you're depending on, just have gone down one after another. And so it's not necessarily Hader or anything in his past or any soreness that he's experiencing. It's just simply the Astros' luck this year has been so bad. It's hard not when one of you guys on your squad, if you're an Astros fan, complains of soreness. It's hard to not think the worst right now.
No, it is, and especially with the guys handling it. And when you look at this, though, it is an enormous thing to look at if this is anything serious. Because do I believe, I think Brian Abreu can fill the closer role, right? I think he is a closer.
Yeah,
I think he will be fine. And now, obviously, everybody slides down. And just yesterday, y'all was out here ready to move on from Brian King.
Yeah.
Brian King might be in the 8th. Or we'll see if Caleb Ward, who has been pitching well, maybe he slides in there.
I need Brian to come on, man. 4 of the last 6, we're giving up runs, man. We can't do that. It's been a rough stretch now.
And it's tough because now, obviously, the deadline has passed to try to be able to do something that way. But that's a big thing if Josh Hader isn't able to go, not necessarily because of Abreu, but because of everything it means for somebody else. And then you might have to start getting creative, Clint, and maybe you look at one of those guys coming up in Garcia, or he's the one that jumps out the most, that you say, hey, this dude, maybe he has to go into a setup role. And maybe, you have to start to get creative. Hopefully it is not a long-term thing, because right now, if you can roll Framber, Hunter Brown, and if this dude is going to really progress and pitch like his normal self that we've been accustomed to seeing in Christian Javier, and then you got the back end with Abreu and Hader, and then you just got to try to find a way to get to those guys, to get from those starters to get to those guys in the playoffs. That is a scary thing to have to deal with for other teams. But right now, if it's just Abreu being the only guy that you feel real comfortable in the pen, that's a scary thing.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit of a problem. We'll see. I'm not even comfortable having the conversation, to be honest with you.
Text line coming through. Calm down. My man threw 36 pitches on Friday, which was way too many for a closer. Can't expect him to pitch yesterday. Astros shouldn't have never let him pitch that many. Melissa. Well, Melissa, I don't know. What do you mean to tell to calm down? Hell, he came in. They had to go to get testing on his shoulder.
I'm calm.
I don't.
Mel. Anything with injuries this season, not gonna be calm, Mel.
Well, but also this is not just a hey man, they gave him an extra day. No man, they said they had to get imaging. Like they went in to go take a look at it.
And this squad, this training staff's always ready to just skip the imaging, so you know it's probably serious.
I kind of side with Mel on this one, guys.
I absolutely don't.
The hell out of here, Mel and Clint.
Get you another beer, man.
Oh, trust me, that too.
Except
that
for
comes
you,
with
Ryan,
it.
You don't know how to manage yours, but Tyler, you can get some more of that dirty water.
Just one time, man.
Have your drink, man. Everybody relax. I'm with you, Mel.
No, that's sad. That's real sad. A man who speaks your mind. Now you're with Mel.
Yeah, look, I just I can't handle any more Astros stuff, man. I can't handle any more sore reports. I can't handle it.
I'd actually take sore as opposed to
well,
shoulder,
that's what we're getting.
elbow.
Sort of. I mean, this is, as an Astros fan, this is where we deserve to have gotten through this stretch. We deserve some of what fighting through adversity, keeping a lead in the division, and coming out on the other side, getting guys healthy, and then hit the home stretch before the playoffs and in the playoffs. I mean, we deserve that given what we've been through up till August 12th here. We deserve to experience. Can we not just enjoy Christian Javier coming back and dealing a little bit?
Yes.
Can we enjoy Carlos Correa hitting damn near 500 since he's become an Astro? Can we enjoy that?
Clearly not. We enjoy Chaz. All right, coming up.
Boy, he has no doubt or two. Boy,
he
leaned
Chaz,
on that one, didn't he?
We got to talk about Chaz, man.
Boy, he leaned on that one, didn't he?
Then he went to the wall and had a Philadelphia flashback. All right, coming up, there is some news coming out of practice today for the Texans that you hope is minor, but is something you definitely hope changes by this weekend. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, check it out. Power out.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider Sports 0610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Texans, they were back at it, practicing today. Again, if you missed the news, the big news of the day is kind of a continuation of the big news from yesterday, and that is Brevin Jordan. The Texans have placed tight end Brevin Jordan on season-ending injured reserve due to the knee injury he suffered yesterday. Sadly enough, reports are, Clint, it was the same knee that he was recovering from, that he tore last year. So he is going to be out for the season, which many people feared yesterday. So that is the big news of the day with Brevin Jordan. Also, on a note with the Texans, they play a game on Saturday, and you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets. It is the Texans Ticket Tuesday, which in the 5 o'clock hour, at some point in the 5 o'clock hour, once you hear that cue to call, you will have the opportunity to win a couple of tickets in the bullpen coming up for Saturday's preseason game. And this is the game that people want to get This is the one where you'll see the starters and the main contributors play the most coming up on Saturday. So stay tuned for that in the 5 o'clock hour. Also today, Clint, as we looked at practice and we saw reports coming from practice, Titus Howard hasn't been practicing today, according to DJ Bieniemy. So Blake Fisher had been playing right tackle, and Ed Ingram was in at right guard with the ones. So the offensive line went Blake Fisher at right tackle, Ed Ingram at right guard, Jake Andrews. By the way, it looks like Jake is starting to take some run there. Laken Tomlinson at left guard, and then Ariante Ursery has stayed over there at the left tackle spot. To me, I haven't heard anything about Titus. Hopefully it's nothing serious, and hopefully, Clint, it is not something that prevents him to either, one, be able to go to the joint practice they have with the Panthers coming up, or play in the game on Saturday, because I do think this is probably the one preseason game that we will see those guys play, because I don't think they're going to play the last one.
Yeah, look, I think the joint practice you mentioned is probably even bigger than the game as it pertains to this conversation. When you look at, guys that need to get run, guys that are competing for a spot, guys that like the one of the very last opportunities to really compete, I think, is going to be with the joint practice before the Carolina game. When Carolina this week, that is going to be the one. If Titus Howard, for instance, isn't participating in that, then you got to start looking at whatever's going on with him a little bit differently. If Cam Robinson is not participating in that, I think you got to look at it like, hey man, what are these injuries? Are they really injuries? Are we what are we looking at here? I could see where Titus Howard is being kept out of some drills simply because you're a Titus Howard injury away from having some real problems on that right side of your offensive line. I mean real problems on that right side of your offensive line. So I could see maybe bubble wrapping him for a significant amount of the work that's left before week one. That guy right now is you can argue your most important shoot. I mean, if we look at the problems of last year, with the exception of CJ and Nico, you could say Titus Howard's the most important player on that offensive side of the ball. So, the joint practice, and obviously the game is important, but the joint practice, we've heard D'Amico talk about how he really believes in those. The joint practice is going to be as big, if not is bigger than the actual game itself. So we'll see who's participating and what that offensive line looks like.
Yeah, that's a big one. You want them to get some reps in some sort of a game action together.
Well, the other part of that is you mentioned Jake Andrews looking like he's kind of separating as the starting center. I don't like this possibility, but Jarrett Patterson has been seen playing some guard. That he is a option at the guard position if Titus Howard has to play right tackle. Now all of a sudden you've got Juice Scruggs, you got Ed Ingram, you've got Jarrett Patterson who can play guard. I hope that's not the case, that they feel like they need that to happen, but it's possible.
Can I be honest?
Yeah, what's up?
I really want to see him back on the field.
Who?
Titus, because I want to see where they're going to play him.
Oh, okay.
And listen, I am not convinced that they are not seriously thinking about, y'all saw that. Y'all watched. Many of y'all watched that Brian Baldinger breakdown of Ariante Ursery at the left side.
Yeah.
And they got to watch all of it, all 10 of his snaps, and all of what he's done in camp. And I will not jump off of this. I've heard now twice, our guy John Harris, who watches every single practice and breaks it all down like he is going to coach Saturday. I mean, nobody outworks what's going on out there than John Harris. He said it last week on Texans All Access, which you should listen to after us, about, I thought Titus Howard moving to the right side, inside at guard, was going to be a good thing for us until I saw him out there Saw him right tackle, and I saw, as they keep calling him, Tay over at left tackle. That was the best of the offensive line I've seen. And then I listened to Sean Pendergast and Seth on the pregame show with the Vikings. And Sean asked him point blank again, hey, what's the best combination you've seen? And he said it again. Best combination I've seen is Titus Howard at right tackle and Ariante Ursery at left tackle. And Clint, boy, he looked good out there. Ariante Ursery looks like a left tackle. I mean, he took everybody down the line and just drove them. That is one that I think, I know that Titus made some changes with his body and all this, but Clint, that is one that I wonder, are they over there giving some serious thought of? We sure we don't want to just put that kid over there at left tackle right now? I know we paid Cam Robinson. We sure we don't want to do this? We sure this isn't the best thing for us? That's why I want to see what their thinking is.
Well, it's a good problem to have in terms of Ariante Ursery, in my opinion. You can play him at either tackle position, and you're going to get the physical. You're going to get the guy that can move mass. You're probably going to have to help the guy wherever he is in pass protection out of the gate. You're probably going to have to keep an eye on that against certain opponents. But there's no doubt about it. His ability to connect to a defensive lineman, move a defensive lineman, stay connected, and keep moving a defensive lineman is the part of this thing that's absolutely beautiful. And I think that translates to whatever position he plays. Believe we hear way too much from Nico. From Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans about we got to find our best five. I got to believe Cam Robinson is in that best five.
You think so?
And yes, and that means that Ariante Ursery is going to have to play right tackle, and you bump Titus Howard back down to guard.
You still think that's the best?
Yes. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, guys. Look, I think Titus Howard is probably the best tackle on this team, and I'm telling you, this team cannot afford to. You absolutely cannot afford to have guards that can't pass protect. You cannot afford, I don't care how good your tackles are, if your guards are getting turned sideways and D tackles are getting penetration constantly, CJ's going to get hit. He's going to get hit in his chin. He's going to get hit in his knees. He's not going to be able to step into throws. He's not going to be able to follow through, and you're going to have major, major issues. And so, yes, I think shoring up your interior offensive line is, without a doubt, important enough to play your best tackle inside.
You think they're more confident with Cam Robinson as a tackle over what they think Ariante Ursery could be as a left tackle right now than they are with the guys like Ed Ingram, Juice Scruggs that would have to play the guard spot?
Yes. I think they've got a tackle problem. They've got too many tackles. Now that Ariante Ursery has shown to be pretty promising. Now it's small sample size. We'll see what happens. But you've got three really good tackles, and you are and one of those guys can play guard. And
breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, to break into that great conversation, Tyler, what's the breaking news you got?
Well, we were just talking about it last segment. Go ahead and use that Odyssey Rewind feature if you want to catch up on that. But we got some Houston Astros breaking news on a Tuesday afternoon. Astros, they have placed your closer, left-handed arm, Josh Hader, on the 15-day injured list, retro to August 11th, with a left shoulder strain. So, just more injured list activity for your Houston Astros in 2025 and one of your best arms. Josh Hader on that IL. There you go, boys.
Well, they keep coming.
Yeah. Let's hope it is just a 15-day type of situation, and this isn't a long. I know Mustang Sally, who is now Mustang Sally, just hit us with a long no, a very loud no from YouTube and Twitch. That type of no. She just didn't have the God on the end of it. Also with that, Clint, Hector Neris, they went ahead and just ended things with him. He's been DFA'd. Sean Dubin, who has been working on things, he's been activated from the IL. And Big C, Colton Gordon's back.
He's back.
They recalled him from AAA. So the news, if you just missed it, Josh Hader, the Alls, 29 saves this year. He is going to the 15-day IL with a left shoulder strain. Where you at now, Melissa? Good? Not nervous? Concerned? Nothing. Clearly they did not like the imaging. Damn it! And hopefully, and I don't blame many of you, which people are texting in with the worst thoughts. As I'm seeing shoulder strain must mean he is done for the year, or he'll be back in 2027. I understand your thoughts with these injury issues they've had and getting people back, but hopefully it is not. It's not a long process. But this is a blow to the Astros, who are in a real race now, one game up on the Mariners. This is a blow.
We've got to be forget the importance of said player. We have got to be setting a record with time spent on IL.
At least more guys are coming on.
The number of players that have spent an extended period of time on IL is, I don't know if the IL's ever been used to the degree that the Astros are using it right now. This is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. It's hard to believe. If we didn't cover it every day, you wouldn't believe it.
But the other part, Clint, is it's not that they're just putting guys on the IL. It's like they're putting all important guys on that. Like they
top of the roster. Hell yeah.
It's not Bennett Sousa.
Yeah.
It's they're going for give me a Jordan here. Let me hold a Pena here. Let me get a Jake Myers who's all of a sudden.
Let me hold a Pena here.
All of a sudden, Jake Myers has become extremely important. How about any pitcher almost on the staff right there? Let me get an ace, a UCL here. Hey, Paredes, you're going to go off this year? I'll take you. Let me hold you. My goodness. It's a tough one. That's a tough one. Hopefully it's just 15. Someone texted in, come on, guys, it's never just 15 days. Hey, man, I'm trying to be positive.
Yeah, I need it to be. We need this one to be. This is
I'm hoping this is overly precautious, but I don't think it is.
This is a Yordan Alvarez, Jeremy Pena, Altuve, Fromber, Hunter Brown level emergency here.
This is at the top.
No question.
This is at the top.
No question.
Because everything he means to you.
The only thing that gives you any comfort is, you mentioned Abreu earlier. You do have a dude that could bump into that ninth inning role that is absolutely filthy. He can go 2 when need be. But the problem is you bump him to the ninth. What are you going to do in 7 or 8? You're in a real pickle there. So we'll see. Anybody? Hey, Tyler, what's old buddy's name? You and his mama go way back on social media.
Talking about Mama Presley?
Yeah, he got axed from where? Chicago, wasn't it?
Yeah, Mama Presley and I the night.
You think he can put that Astros jersey on and rekindle a little magic?
I wouldn't mind it.
You wouldn't mind it.
I wouldn't mind. Obviously, as long as he's healthy and ready to go.
He had to be absolutely terrible in Chicago. He just got his ass up out of there.
Yeah, the night Chicago kind of parted ways, like you're saying, Clint, with Ryan Presley. Me and Mama Press went back and forth a little bit on the old Twitter machine, talking about how cool it would be if he found his way back to the Stros.
If they win a World Series this year with all of this stuff, this Joe needs a statue.
If you're gonna have problems, have them in June, July, and August.
Man,
they're damn sure doing that.
Somebody need to give Joe and Dana a hug or something. They got to be in a bad place. Needs to be held up a bit. Someone call Presley. I don't know, boy.
We'll get all these little fun.
I'd rather take my.
Well, I was halfway joking, but I guess you guys like Neris. It's not like guys don't come.
They didn't let Neris go today.
Well, they let him go, but he was one of the guys that did well. Made a little noise here, and then he got DFA'd somewhere else, and we brought him back. So, all joking aside, I was joking with the Presley bring up, but hell.
What'd you say? Presley might get in here and just get inspired, huh?
Well, it's all of a sudden Correa comes over here and look up, and all of a sudden, I know it had a couple of hot months this year, but damn, he's hitting damn near 500.
Yeah, he's little. Again, if you just missed it, Josh Hader, the Astros closer, is going to the 15-day IL with a shoulder strain. So that is the latest there. They have DFA'd Hector Neris. Sean Dubin is back, and so is Big C. Tyler's guy, Colton Gordon, is back. Only had to go up ride them buses one day before he got back to getting them good hotels.
Ass,
Tell you, man, going from them embassy suites to them
them La Quintas to living right.
The Westons, man. Got to be feeling good.
That thread count on them sheets changes your life.
I wonder what that is like, man. It's got to be a significant downgrade in digs, right? When you get, that's what a life, man.
You got to go to places that got them little bottle lotions in there, and now you go to a place that.
You go from jets to a bus. You go from the penthouse to the outhouse in terms of what you're staying in. Better bring your own pillow type stuff.
Good food, good dinners. All right, coming up.
8s and 9s to 2s and 3s.
But they're going to Dairy Queen.
I don't know. Them 8s and 9s they think minor leaguers make that money. Trust me. Well, they thought that Arena League was paying me $2 million, and I didn't let them think no different.
Coming up next, a little real or fake. I say a statement. You tell me if it's real or fake. That's coming up next.
All right, big news from my friends over at Coshada Casino.
not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If you are just jumping in, this broke in the middle of the last segment. Josh Hader. Josh Hader has been placed on the 15-day IL with a shoulder strain, left shoulder, and also other moves made with that. Hector Neris has been DFA'd, so he is no longer with the club. Sean Dubin has been added to the roster, and they have recalled Colton Gordon. He is back with the roster as well. But the big news there is the all-star closer and one of the best closers in the game, Josh Hader, is going on the 15-day IL, which we're hoping is just 15, or hoping a short stint and not anything longer, and that he is going to be back at some point for the Astros as they compete for the division and the playoffs. So that is the big news there. Just coming out a few minutes ago. All right, it is Tuesday. We play a little real or fake. You can join us on the text line, 713-572-4610. Also on YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this as well. Real or fake? I say a statement. You tell me if it's real or fake. Clint, let's kick it off with you. This is, without a shadow of a doubt, the best I've ever felt about Davis Mills since he has been in Houston.
No question. No question about it. Davis Mills has had a tremendous camp. Davis Mills is right where he needs to be. He is built to be a backup quarterback in this league. And I would argue that the dysfunctional years of the Texans, where he was having to quarterback and just wear all of the dysfunction as the quarterback and talk to the media every day, significantly better player, and he is exactly what you want in a backup quarterback. I believe that if Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans can, they're going to make him a wealthy man as a long-term backup here in Houston.
He's already got how many years he got?
This is 5.
5.
It's 5, and they gave him, I believe it was a 1-year extension. That was, I don't know, because he wasn't a first-round pick, so the 5th year they gave him that. Now we'll see if he is, if he has to play some this year or not.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. But if he does and he plays well, then maybe that ups his stock to a point where one of these teams that doesn't have a quarterback could maybe come after him. And hell, look, be honest with you, Justin Fields got $20 million per year for 2, I believe it was. So if he's getting 20, no doubt about it, Davis would play well with this team, with this supporting cast. So, it wouldn't be crazy if he played well and earned a contract somewhere else, maybe if he were. But hopefully he remains a backup. CJ stays healthy, and they're able to keep him here long term. I think Davis Mills I think the fact that he knows his role and he embraces his role, and he's a real headsy guy, so he has the ability to help the younger quarterbacks. He has the ability to help CJ some, be an extension of Gerard Johnson. He has the ability to kind of help coach the receivers and the tight ends and stuff when an install needs to happen. So, yeah, look, I think Davis Mills is a valuable asset here for the Texans as a backup quarterback, and as they
the man who was calling him General Mills dropped money on the jersey and wore it on a road game in Denver.
Still have that.
Is this the best you've ever felt about Davis?
Damn, good memory. It was Denver when I wore that jersey.
I know.
One of 3 losses on the road. Anyway, no, I think it's real. It's a General Mills. Yeah, man, I'm good with it. Backup quarterback. He's what year is this for him now?
5.
Yeah, and he's showing it. Yeah, I'd say real.
Yeah, I would say real, Clint. I feel as good as one could feel about him having to go in and take snaps. Yep. I saw a list that had him as the 30th best backup quarterback in football, which I thought was insane. I think that is completely off base. I think he is much better than that. So Yeah, I'm with you. I'm real there. Let's go with you, Tyler. Real or fake? Chaz McCormick will play well enough down the stretch to win his center field job back over Jake Myers.
Oh, after being in the building for that last night, that bomb, that glimpse at a return, possibly a white boy Chaz. Oh, that is real for me right now. Right now today, I'm on board with that. Let's go white boy, get you that banana pudding, and let's ride.
I'm gonna say fake, and it's just because, Tyler and Clint, they have made it very clear they don't want Chaz to take the job. They don't at all to take the job, and I don't care if he just goes off right now. I don't think they're going to allow Jake to lose his job because Jake was playing really, really well.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to allow him to lose, and they want him there.
Was a career year going on for Jake.
I feel like Dana drafted Jake as much as and as serious. They proclaimed him the starting center fielder in November, and were just like, he's there. He's done enough. So I'm gonna say fake.
Yeah, look, I think you did a good job laying that out. As much as I want to play that funky music, white boy back, and
because he may find some, Clint. He may, but I don't think they will take that from him.
Well, look, I mean, they didn't even like him as an option in left field. I mean, they're dancing Altuve around there, making it seem like that's the deal, and then all of a sudden they trade for a left fielder, and so I mean, yeah, it's. I think for whatever reason, I don't know if which it could very possibly be. There's something about Chaz McCormick personally in that locker room, in that clubhouse, that just, for whatever reason, they don't have confidence in him. For whatever reason, they don't believe in him. For whatever reason, they don't like what he brings to the table. It's from the outside looking in, it's hard to kind of wrap your head around. But I think I'm with you. I think it's blatantly obvious that they want desperately to go with other options in left field and center field, yes, if at all possible. And so I don't think that Jake Myers is even remotely concerned. Or
what would Chaz have to do here in the next? Because I feel like Jake's maybe a month away. He's just now being sent to. Maybe not a month. He's just now being sent there.
If he's a month away, Chaz has got to hit 8 bombs between now and then. He's got to make catches off. Like seriously though, he's got to be so hot. He's got to be so hot the moment that Jake is reinstated. He's got to be so hot that you cannot replace him.
Somebody texted and said he's got to definitively pass up Trammell first.
Yeah.
Trammell's been getting more starts.
God, that's sexy the way. Would you see that home run last night? I mean, that thing, he leaned on that thing. Damn, that was good. You'll come at me about
I haven't looked at it yet. I know it's out. We'll have to look at it. His ass better be in the lineup again today. Damn it, he's not.
There you go.
How does he not get in the lineup today?
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Damn it, Chaz.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Trammell and Melton.
They must need a lefty.
Trammell and Melton are in there.
Must need a lefty.
Oh, hell.
That's messed up, Joe.
Jesus ain't in there again? He can't be if you just said Trammell's in there.
No, he's in there. The outfield is Trammell, Melton, and Jesus Sanchez.
Oh, so Cam's out.
Yeah. Head up.
Well, Cam had a nice little solid little night last night too, didn't he?
Oh, man, ain't that up?
Well, I tell you, that big good-looking sucker running around them bases, boy. Whew.
That's tough. All right, coming up, we haven't been able to in the NFL over the weekend. Let's dive into that as we continue right here live on the Drive.
Visit SkyRizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Guess what, Tyler?
Tell me.
It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Trying to keep you guys abreast of the situation. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen to see the best preseason game on the schedule. It is a Texans Ticket Just one time. It is the best game on the schedule. The Panthers come to town, and it is the game game where you preseason game 3, you're gonna catch a lot of Davis Mills, a lot of Graham Mertz. By the way, man, I know he did not. I know his quarterback coach pretty well. Shout out to Justin Hoover. And as you know, Clint, a lot of that I can tell wasn't his fault. Not all of it. There was a
tip ball.
There's some miscommunication too.
Yep.
With guys who haven't played a lot, and so but 3 interceptions in the second half never looks good. But in this game, you will see a lot of C.J. Stroud, a lot of Will Anderson, a lot of Nico Collins. Hopefully, a lot of Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb and Dameon Pierce, they return to the practice field today in pads. So hopefully you'll see a lot of Stingley and that crew coming up, at least a half's worth, you hope, coming up on Saturday. So you got a chance to win those tickets coming up at some point in the 5 o'clock hour. Listen for the cue to call, and you got a shot. All right, Clint, the biggest story over the weekend started Friday, and we were talking about it right before we left, and the game actually started right as we finished up Friday, and that was Shedeur Sanders, right? We talked about this was a huge opportunity for Shedeur Sanders, and according to him, he didn't feel like he fully took advantage of the situation, but him and maybe his father are the only ones who think that. Just about everything I would think he needed to do to, I think the first step, give him a chance to make the team. And he got an opportunity to start through them wanting to make sure Joe Flacco stayed healthy and the injuries to Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel in front of him. And he went 14 for 23, over 60% passing. There were some drops and some sacks he took in there, but he threw for 138 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 really serious NFL throws on those touchdown passes. No turnovers, no interceptions, a passer rating of 106.8. He even had 19 rushing yards, including a third down scramble for a first down. He led 3 touchdown drives in 45 plays. It wasn't perfect, Clint, but he did what he needed to do. What do you think Shedeur Sanders proved on Friday night?
He should be in the conversation for the starting quarterback in the Cleveland Browns this year.
Oh, that much?
Absolutely. 100%. Absolutely. He proved. The opportunity was prove that you belong in the conversation to start football games for the Cleveland Browns this year.
Well, I don't know if he was playing for that on Friday.
Look, I do. No, I mean, look, here's the deal. We can sit here and say, well, I don't know if he was playing for that. I guarantee you, if he'd have pissed down his leg, he wouldn't even be considered.
He's still the 4th string guy, by the way, right now.
Right, that's fine. But if he would not have played well, he would have been buried on the depth chart. He wouldn't have seen the field again. It'd be a Kenny Pickett and
Dylan
Gabriel competition because he's in the situation. Joe Flacco ain't in this conversation.
I think he's going to start.
If he starts, it's because the other guys are injured or not ready.
Joe's 40, by the way.
There's no reason on God's green earth for the Cleveland Browns to start Joe Flacco moving forward. Even if they hadn't done that the last couple of, what did they do twice in the last? This is the second go round, isn't it? For him, he was the one that was quarterback of the Browns.
2 years ago, he brought him down. He came and played really well down the stretch.
He beat us here, and then we beat him in the playoffs. Wasn't that right? Or was that at the end? Isn't that how that went? Or did they just lose in the playoffs? We beat them, didn't we?
Yeah.
So when you look at this, I don't think Joe Flacco's even in the conversation. If Joe Flacco's in the conversation to be your starting quarterback, why did you take 2 quarterbacks in this draft? It just doesn't add up. And to me, what Shedeur Sanders did, the numbers are great, right? And the numbers matter. But to me, you're talking about a guy that the moment was not too big. He was unbelievably comfortable. Hell, you could argue he was more comfortable there than he was with the Colorado Buffaloes because they couldn't protect his ass, right? But you want to talk about moving in the pocket, showing a sixth sense, getting your cleats in the turf, and driving the football. You want to talk about buying a little bit of time and finding a throw to the corner, a tight throw to the corner of the end zone for a touchdown. You want to talk about using your legs effectively. You and I had a conversation walking out of this building the other day about his athleticism, and he went out there and proved me wrong. I said to you, I don't know.
You didn't think he could do what he did?
No. You see how easy that was? And look, I know that was second and third stringers.
He's smart, too, though.
He cannot take away from Shedeur Sanders. That was a mature outing for a young quarterback that has had the odds stacked against him, that's had his heart ripped out of his chest by falling completely out of the first round and falling into the fifth or whatever it was. He goes to Cleveland. I mean, there's 2 quarterbacks drafted. He's got every reason under the sun to mope and cry and not be ready. And instead, what'd he do? He went out there. He performed well. And I'm telling you what he did. He applied pressure to Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel.
I agree with that.
And now, if they're not healthy, Ron, if those 2 guys aren't healthy enough to play, then it doesn't matter.
It may not. They may not. Both of them may not be.
Well, if they're not healthy enough to play, then obviously when the dust settles, Shedeur Sanders is going to be ahead of them. But if they are healthy enough to play, this is what they're going to be up against. They better play well, or he's going to be squarely in the mix. I'm telling you, that was impressive. That was fun to watch. Look, I have no skin in the game, but I love watching redemption stories. And whether you love or hate Shedeur Sanders, if you look at the kid that was supposed to go in the first round, all of his dreams are right there. Now, you don't have to like his daddy. You don't have to like the way he acts half the time. You don't have to like to watch on the sideline. Forget all that. This is a kid that's worked his whole life to be here. And the whole world is watching. He falls out of the first round all the way to the 5th round, and then he gets an opportunity in the first playoff game, and he goes out there and plays really, really, really good football. Yeah, I'm here for the story. I don't have any skin in the game, but I'm here for the story, man.
Yeah, I think, to me, the big thing he proved was that he dropped that far. Were people who tried to make cases that this was football, that he dropped that far to the 5th round. I think that was BS. I think he proved that he could play. And Clint, he showed a lot of the stuff we watched him at Colorado that made him an All-American, that we saw him become the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. We saw him become one of the finalists for the top quarterbacks in the league or in college football last year. We watched it. Like, the big thing is what you see with young guys, and pressure does not – he does not get concerned with pressure. Hell, he was used to it. He got his ass kicked for 2 years at Colorado. Like, he keeps his eyes down the field, slides over. I mean, his pocket presence is amazing.
It's really good.
And he showed, like, the touchdown passes, he was under pressure. He just slid like he did at Colorado. Like,
Ron,
that's the number one thing that you see from him on the field is, like, pressure. And then there was like, oh, does he know? Can he run an offense? Does he know? Like, come on, guys.
Ron, the sidestep you talked about, driving that touchdown in the middle of the field.
He saw the whole thing.
But if you think about it, think about the knock on him, right? Even the best quarterback minds, the guys that I love to watch. Dan Orlovsky's one of them, right? Hey man, my concern is 50+% of his completions are at or behind the line of scrimmage. Which is fair. That's the real. That all air raid quarterbacks or quick game quarterbacks or screen quarterbacks get that held against them. But when you really dig deep into what Shedeur Sanders did, is he went out there and he bought time like a vet with great feet, and he drove a ball in a tight window for a touchdown. He bought time, reverse field, and then with a little bit of touch, fit one in a tight window in the back corner of the end zone. And then he Houdini's folks out there, rolls to his right with great touch and throws a mid-range ball that a running back can catch with one hand, right? I mean, you're talking about a guy that the knock was, hey, I don't know what he can do down the field. And then he went out there and under some duress, made some big boy throws. And look, I'm not saying the kid's a Pro Bowler. I'm not saying he's all pro. But what he did Saturday or Sunday, whatever it was, for his case, the case that he built to be in the quarterback competition in Cleveland, I think is real.
Yeah, I don't think he has a chance in hell to start early, like week 1. And I don't think it's his play.
Yeah.
I think he's got a lot to climb.
Yeah.
Right. Like, even after that game, they come out with the depth chart and he's still 4th. Right. And I wonder what the reps counts are going to be. And I think he has a chance to start a game this season, and I think they're going to call for him. But I just think he has. Now, if he were drafted in the 2nd round,
right?
Like at the worst he should have been, then that's a different story. Right now, then he like Joe Flacco's ass would have to come out. And
them other cats don't. And
I think
even if they go with Joe Flacco, I think by that time, we're talking 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, I think the Cleveland Browns, Stefanski, they will get shredded in the media.
I just wonder if they have the balls to do what Pete Carroll did when he said, "I'm going to start Russell Wilson."
Yeah.
I wonder if they have the balls to do it.
We'll see. He may injuries and performance may give him may leave him no choice. We'll see.
Yeah, because I don't think the kid's going to go out there and suck. I just don't. I think
agree.
He's good enough to not suck. And by the way, all the stuff that we've heard that he's done in interviews and stuff like that.
Yeah,
we're not seeing that at all.
Yeah,
maybe he's just turned into a completely different person in the last 2 months. But he's saying all the right stuff, everything you're wanting to say, everything you want to hear. All of a sudden, we're not hearing that. What you got coming up?
All right, we got to talk about the. I got to give a shout out to all the high school coaches out there, man. Big day for your boy, man. High school coach saved my life, saved the day, and we can't go a day without getting into this emotional CJ conversation. We can't let all this banter go back and forth and not have a conversation about C.J. Stroud, the emotional side of C.J. Stroud. We're all big boys and big girls around here. We can have a conversation. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of big boys and big girls, though, of course, if you're 21.
SportsRadio.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's okay for macho men to show every emotion available right there, because I've cried 1,000 times, I'm going to cry some more. But I've soared with the eagles, and I've slithered with the snakes, and I've been everywhere in between.
Team Macho.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
That's right, baby. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial, baby. 281-222-2222. If you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident, you know who to call. The folks over at Mokaram Injury Lawyers are the way to go. 281-222-2222. Also, quick reminder, Ron's done a hell of a job, but I want to follow it up. Texans Ticket Tuesday is back. Today is Tuesday, y'all. Be listening as you always do. Right here with us during today's 5 o'clock hour. At some point in time in our 5 o'clock hour, my man Ron will decide when to give away a pair of tickets in the bullpen to Saturday's game at NRG Stadium.
That's right.
Versus the Carolina Panthers. It's a noon game. Is the game, y'all. This is the preseason game where you're more than likely going to get a good run of starters playing. You're going to get the best look at the Houston Texans, like who they're going to be this year on both sides of the ball. As much of a look as you're going to get in the preseason, you can get that Saturday at noon. And again, you can win those tickets right here in the 5 o'clock hour. And make sure that you're plugged in. Call all your friends. Let them know that we got 2 tickets up for grabs, and you got to call when Ron prompts everybody to call. Boys, you're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe it. But, one, I've not gotten rid of the Tesla. I have not traded.
Oh, boy. I do not believe it.
I have not traded the Tesla in, and I'm driving to work today, doing 80 miles an hour, far left-hand lane, hammer down. And it's the first time in my life that I have had a 80-mile-an-hour blowout that I could hear.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to tell you right now, honest to God, you know how when you're scared, when something happens and you're scared and your chest tightens up? And you got kind of a little burning kind of sensation in your chest.
Adrenaline gets going,
This happened at about 12:30 today, and it's 4:05, and I still got it.
You got to let that car go, man.
It scared the absolute hell out of me.
Where is it now?
It's on the side of I-10 on about the 146 exit in Baytown.
Second time in a month. It's been on the side of the road.
I mean, this thing, it almost jerked me into the median. And it took me a second to understand what the hell was going on. I didn't know if I hit something. I was dragging something. I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Just wrong.
I had one hand on my, because I don't like talking on that damn road speaker. I had one hand on my phone and was talking to my wife when it happened. And I had to drop that damn phone and get 2 hands on the steering wheel. Luckily, there was 2 cars blew by me, and I got over to the far right and got off in that median and pulled that damn Tesla off in that grass. And then to make it worse, my ride showed up. I had to jump across the damn ditch in these 11s. I had to jump across the ditch in these 11s and got mud.
That's the real point of it.
Oh, I was hot.
11s.
I was hot, but
better not have creased them.
This is what I got to do. I hope everybody out there. I hope everybody listening. High school football is absolutely huge in Texas, as we all know. I hope everybody out there's got a coach in their life like I do. I got a couple of them. Big shout out James Hillen. Gary Harrington, rest in peace. Not Coach Hillen, he's alive and kicking. Coach Harrington, rest in peace. But my man Tricky Dick Olin. I had just ate lunch with Coach Olin, so I knew he was in that neck of the woods right there. I said, hey. I said, Coach, where you at? And my voice is trembling. I'm still panicking. My heart's beating out of my chest. I said, Coach, where you at, man? I said, can you come get me? He said, I'll be there in 2 seconds. My man pulled up, and I'm just looking to get me off the highway, get me out of this car, get me, because it ain't no more. I ain't no more in that off the edge of that road, Ron. I look in my mirror, and there's an 18-wheeler trying to pull over with his flashers on right behind me. He had to literally get back over in traffic and then pulled over up in front of me. He'd have never been able to stop. So I'm thinking, I'm fixing to get smoked. Coach Olin pulls up, picks me up, doesn't only get me out of harm's way as I leave that damn car on the side right there. My man brings me all the way to the studio. High school brings me all the way to the studio. So I hope everybody out there has got that guy in their life. And Keep them close, baby, because you never know when you're going to need them. Coach Olin was the guy today. All right, we got to get to this. We apparently caused a little bit of an uproar yesterday. The emotional CJ conversation that we had was it got a little run, I would say.
People are upset, Clint.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how that level of conversation.
People are tired of it.
Well, it's interesting how that level of conversation really makes
you heartless son bitch.
Well, it really makes the side of people come out that's really. But hey, look, I want everybody to know I am here for the good, the bad, the ugly. I don't just want to banter on social media when it's somebody that's stroking one of my opinions, even though that is nice. I am A-okay with answering and responding to the negative stuff. And I want to start, Ron, by clearing up a few things that I think were brought to my attention via social media. Let's be clear with the C.J. Stroud and the emotional stuff that we've seen from C.J. Stroud. Let's be clear. I know some of you out there are extremely sensitive. I know you got your profile pic is C.J. Stroud's jersey. I get it. Your bio pic is C.J. and Will Anderson and all this. I get it.
We're going violent here.
Well, I know there's some sensitive folks out there. I want you to understand this, right? It isn't worth a conversation. And in hindsight right now, there is no doubt about it. You look at the text line, it's polarizing. Positive, negative, right? There's articles out there getting written. You look on social media, there's people that agree, there's people that disagree. It is definitely worth a conversation, right? And then, by the way, there are what I would say, some very trustworthy reporters that were at practice when the Brevin Jordan injury happened and CJ needed to be consoled, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it happened,
Don called right at this time.
Before that now, there was a tweet that immediately went out following a description of what happened with Brevin Jordan. There was a tweet that actually talked about C.J. Stroud needing to be consoled. That in itself tells you that it's noteworthy. It was reported on, right? Not long after that, Sean Pendergast comes on these airways and was asked a simple question about what was going on. It was reported once again that C.J. Stroud needed to be consoled, right? Okay, so it's obviously noteworthy, which, by the way, noteworthy is interesting, that kind of thing. So it's clearly noteworthy, right? Last season when the Tank Dell C.J. Stroud emotional game happened, when it all went down, for a week after that, I was asked constantly was asked about C.J. Stroud, the emotion that was shown on the field at that moment. Right? And again, I don't care some of it, but I was asked constantly. This is absolutely, in our business, a worthy conversation. Now, for all of y'all out there that just think any conversation around the emotion is negative, hey man, I don't want to live in your headspace, right? The other part of this thing is, Ron, for me, anybody out there that wants to take a conversation about a quarterback that gets rattled by an injury and a conversation that we had on these airways that was not disrespectful, it was very matter of fact and I think fair. People may not agree with it, but I think it was fair. I don't think there was anything macho about it. I think I would have preferred, in my response to your comment, I would have preferred to say guys probably roll their eyes at it versus guys laugh at it, just to be a little bit more conscious of kind of what happened. It was an injury that had just happened to Brevin Jordan. So maybe I used a phrase that I wish I would have probably phrased a little bit different, but I mean, you get my point, right? But anybody out there that wants to take this C.J. Stroud conversation, the quarterback of an NFL franchise that is a bit rattled, I think it's a fact, is a bit rattled when people get injured. Anybody that wants to take that conversation and turn it into, well, men can show emotion too, man, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. This is not a whether men in America can show emotion or should show emotion or can't. Come on, we're having a conversation about the most difficult position to play in all of sports. We're talking about C.J. Stroud because we all want to see C.J. Stroud win a Super Bowl. And there is an occurrence that happened. And it is absolutely worth discussing and talking about. And maybe you think it's a no big deal. Maybe you think it's a good deal. Maybe you think it's a spiritual thing. Maybe you think that it's indicative of this team being really close. Great, man. I'm here for it. That's great. I can get that. I'm not going to call you a clown for it. I'm not going to call you every name in the book for it. I'm not going to attack you on social media for it.
Has Macho Man ever cried?
I'm just here to tell you it's a conversation. And we don't have to all agree on it. And if you don't agree, you can keep it moving, right? And here's the thing about the drive. Boys, I think I can speak for y'all a bit. We pride ourselves on having some tough conversations.
Keeping it real, baby.
I pride myself on being a former quarterback, although I know it's very apparent right now. There's a lot of y'all out there that may or may not respect the career that I had at quarterback. That's fine, too.
Screw them.
I think it's as a professional in this business, and I'll speak for Ron on this, and I'm glad I work for a guy that puts me in a corner sometimes, not physically, but backs me into a corner with questions and topics. I'm glad I work with a guy like that, right? We would be doing you a disservice if there's any quarterback topic that ever comes that this needs to be discussed. I just outlined why I think it's okay to be discussed. I think one thing we bring to the table is a perspective of a former quarterback that bounced around in the league for a few years, that, if anything, spent a lot of time around a lot of good quarterbacks in a lot of different organizations with a lot of different coaches, with a lot of different personalities. And I think we'd be doing you a disservice if things come up in and around C.J. Stroud, whether it's funny or not, or it's fair or not, or it's a popular topic or not. I think we'd be doing you a disservice if I, being a former player, former quarterback, didn't give my opinion on that particular topic. I think we'd be doing you a disservice. Now, if you can't handle a conversation about a quarterback, if you can't handle a conversation about your biopic on Twitter, I mean, that's on you. But to turn this into some bigger statement about guys being emotional and being allowed to be emotional and all that jive, and come on, man, that's plumb ass silly. And like I said, I'm glad I work with a guy that asks difficult questions and takes a little different approach to things. And I'm glad to be a part of a show here that doesn't. There's not a need to stroke everybody involved. We can have some tough conversations and keep it moving. So, just to be clear, the conversation was about football. I wish I would have said rolled eyes instead of laugh. I do
regret.
Well, I mean, I do think there's, laugh maybe a little bit harsh. Maybe I just think there's. I think there's what's fair or foul. I know there's a lot of guys that roll eyes at a lot of things, and that would damn sure fall under that category. Now,
your experience,
my experience, right? Which I think there's two of us in the city here that can bring the unique experience of having played the quarterback position in the NFL to the airwaves. Now, again, you may not respect that. That's cool. I'm good with that.
It's a bunch of virtue signaling going on around the city right now, Dirty.
But Tyler, the guys, the most interesting part of this is the inability to have a conversation. Even if you don't like the topic, even if you don't know why it's a topic, it is. Look at the text line. Look at social media. Look at what I mean. It is a topic that in our game. We got people writing articles about it. Now, I don't know who the hell they are, but they're writing articles about.
I see you, Big Mike.
Yeah. Which, by the way, if you are, I would appreciate it if you go back and listen to that next segment where I did kind of explain, hey man, when you're the quarterback, you're the rock, you're the steadying force typically, and so that's why it's a conversation. Get all the context, not just the porn, if you will. But
that's the best part is the folks on Twitter that I know have not heard a second of our conversation.
They obviously they have. A lot of them have.
Listen, I don't regret a damn thing I said yesterday, and I'll say it again because I know for me. And I said it repeatedly. This has nothing to do being soft or him not having balls. I said that multiple times yesterday, and there are some people who want to take that and what we talked about and move it into that space because you say that I feel like as a leader, for me, now your leading may be different. I've had multiple conversations about this. I know for me there is a thought process of if you are the guy that everybody's looking towards, whether you're on the football field, whether you run a company, whether you own a business, whether you are a leader in your household, when adversity hits, there's a deal of, hey, I'm one of the leaders here. We're good. You want to put up a front. I believe, as I said yesterday, I believe that's what D'Amico did. And I believe D'Amico was as hurt and cared about that kid and any of the players on that field as much as anybody. But there is a thought of, hey, I got to get these guys in right now.
Yeah.
And let them know we're good. We're all right. We're good. Yeah. I'm going to go to the podium, and I'm going to tell you, hey, the Texans are good. I'm good. It doesn't have anything to do with it. C.J. Stroud has been through so much in his life that if you don't know, then maybe you should look it up. That kid is not soft. That kid has the exact balls that he needs. That kid can be emotional. I'm not telling him not to be emotional. But you ever have issues as a parent with something in your family and you want to put up the right face so they don't start losing it? Right. That's all I'm saying. Now, if you want to say, hey, my thought is I want them to see that's something that I can work on some more too. Cool. But I don't think it's asinine or saying that the guy doesn't have balls.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Again, nobody even remotely came close to talking about that.
I believe he's got enough balls and has been through more than many of you all there are people who have said that. I don't rock with that. For me, it is simply.
Well, you made that clear yesterday.
It is, and I know we got to get out of here, Tyler. I'm sorry. But to me, it is simple. The guy that everybody looks at. There are three dudes. There's a triangle right now. There's a triangle. It is D'Amico, it is CJ, it is Will Anderson. Those are the three dudes that are the leaders of this team now and moving forward that everybody's looking at. Two of them, I got no concerns. If any adversity hits, that they're going to be ready to go to galvanize the team, to be right there, and everybody can look at them and say, all right, those dudes are good. We're going to be good. I think CJ is going to be that guy. And with all of them, those two, D'Amico, Will, no matter if they're the ones who did it or not, do I think their production is going to drop or their performance is going to drop because adversity hits? No. CJ, I don't think it will, but I've seen him be affected by it. And that's all I'm saying. Dalton Schultz, and I will stand by it, Dalton Schultz should not be the one consoling C.J. Stroud when adversity hits. He is the dude. The rules are different for that position. So, sorry. And it ain't about the kid ain't got balls. The kid is he's in the NFL. He's tough. Coming up next, lineup. We'll get it out to you. It'll be nice. I love Chaz. Chaz made me so happy yesterday. That's the drive.
All right, before we do that, though, we got to tell you about these mistakes that you can make if you're selling your home, y'all. Look, if you're selling your home, the biggest mistake you can make is settling for less money, right? That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down. They can cause you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you work with Orchard. Lock arms with them, y'all. They've reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. Look, Orchard, they're going to give you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home. First, on your timeline, no waiting, no showings, no double moves. Right? They're going to make it as simple and seamless as they possibly can. Once you're settled into your new home, Orchard, an expert agent from Orchard, is going to help you sell your old home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more money than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. Right? With Orchard, you never have to settle for less, y'all. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.
Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
Nobody said life was easy.
You'll come at me about white boy Chaz.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A little frustrating at bat from Mauricio.
Circling the bases, it's 5-2 Astros.
What has she been doing back there for so long? It's been ages. Better not be burnt. Hey, Mom, get the meatloaf.
Boy, he ain't got to say that in a long damn time.
It's been forever, man.
The Chaz McCormick game yesterday. Tyler, it's really not time.
It's the white boy Chaz game yesterday.
But he's not back.
That's the best sign of him returning, though.
But you can't.
I'm with Ron on this, Tyler.
You can't do it, man.
I want to bad.
He does. You can't do it. He's not back.
You felt it.
Yeah, I know.
I felt it down in my plums for sure.
The bomb had to, what did it hit? Over your head, to the left, over your left shoulder, up above your head, way up above your head.
He looked at that piece, too.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know you get a little carried away. I do that from time to time when you're involved in something. It may sensationalize.
No, stop that. He's been doing this. He's been doing this every time we bring him up. He's been doing it every time we bring him up.
The return is near. Boys.
Okay, cut it off.
Now, if he could get in a lineup, that would help with the return.
Well, yeah, that. Now I got a bone to pick with Dana. This feels like a Dana move. I'm gonna take this from Dana. This feels like a Dana over Joe move.
Damn it!
Damn, man. Chaz played his heart out yesterday. Chaz was coming to the ballpark today. wasn't even gonna look at the lineup. I just know I'm in there. Nope. Chaz ain't. By the way,
probably grabbed him some pudding on the way to the park.
I'm telling you, Spencer Arrighetti, by the way, is getting his second start, and Tyler is he's just going to continue this. Spencer Arrighetti is getting his second start tonight. By the way, the lineup is out. Jeremy Pena leading off, Correa in that 2 spot. Sorry, Tyler. Altuve's the DH again. So this little outfield or second best thing has gone to the skies. Sanchez back in the lineup. He is hitting cleanup tonight. Christian Walker, who had himself a big night and a big 2-out RBI double to give them the lead 3-2 there. He is at first base. Diaz. Give a shout to Yainer Diaz. Yainer Diaz.
He threw somebody out.
I don't have. And in the 7th or the 8th?
Yeah.
8th, I think it was a major point in the game, Clint. I will be fair. All right, I will talk about him because he's got to be the worst in Major League Baseball in throwing guys out.
I'm not sure, but I saw a guy get in by a mile, and I saw a no throw to second.
That's fine.
Yeah,
okay?
a few guys stole some bases before he got that guy.
It's okay. You ain't got to bring up
my spine, man. I'm just like, God,
you do that to him,
why don't we just go to just give the guy a free pass to second base?
This is why people are writing articles about us and thinking we're asses. You got to bring that up. But he sucked early, but when it mattered,
he finally got one.
Yainer Diaz got him out. I said, I thought, boy, I bet the Red Sox just thought, boy, this is easy. We're gonna get scoring position.
Red Sox, hell, the whole league. I'm gonna tell you. I'm at a point. If I'm Yainer Diaz, because I do. I've said this a million times. Look, Yainer Diaz is not the defensive catcher that I thought he was. I did not realize we were going to have these issues with Yainer Diaz. I'm going to be honest with you.
Dusty over there saying, I tried to tell you.
I know. Dusty is somewhere telling all of Houston I tried. But here's the deal. Like, if I'm Yainer Diaz, I got to feel some kind of – that it can't all be on him. He'll catch that thing and pop up out of there. I don't know what the right time is for a catcher to up out on second base, but he'll hit that thing right on the button.
Excellent.
I mean, and it ain't even. I mean, that guy's got his damn chest on the base by the time the ball gets there. Like, you can't tell it on the picture. I'm at a point where if I'm Yainer, I know, hey man, people are talking. I mean, at some point I got to be like, hey man, all these stolen bases.
It ain't just people are talking. Hell, everybody's running.
I'm just gonna let y'all know that all this ain't on me.
Hey, the amount of guys that steal third base without a batter a right-handed batter.
It's absurd, bro.
Which means
it's absurd.
There is nothing in his way to throw it down, and they steal anyway. With a left-handed batter, the amount of people who steal third, stop it. No, he got a huge play made late in the game to stop them as they were trying to put the tying run in scoring position, and he got off the field. So big time for him. Yiner, when we are going to crush you.
That's it. I should have let you do I should have let you go.
Going to crush you.
Sorry.
when you do bad.
Negative damn show.
And then we're going to.
You're rubbing off on what people on Twitter
said.
People
said. God, can y'all be more positive?
Hey, everybody used to like me, Tyler, but now I've turned it. Ron's rubbed off on me.
You're a careless, heartless son of a bitch.
I tell Ron all the time, hell, he's got my career in his hands. Got my livelihood in his hands, man.
Diaz, Trammell is back at center field. Urias is at second. And Jacob Melton, since he's been called
up.
How about
Urias yesterday? God, we talked about that. I mean, good God.
I get he gets to come out and play again after his big game.
I hope so.
That was a no-brainer for me.
I guess Chaz. Yesterday was Chaz, man. Chaz in the fifth went to the wall.
Again. Bro.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, there ain't a good enough righty in there that will pull him out of the lineup.
I'm never gonna get this return I want so bad for white boy Chaz.
I tried to tell you earlier, man. They are hell bent on it, man.
That ship is sold.
Why didn't they just trade his ass?
That ship is sold. That ship, his didn't even sell. It's sold.
Just in case for injury. Just in case for
Damn
injury.
it, Joe.
Yeah, no, that looked like that was above Joe's head, but. No, it was a big win last night, and Chaz, man, I was happy for him. He needed that, man. He leaned back on that bad boy too. That homer he hit, he leaned back on it and just pimped it just a tad, I said, go ahead, man, do your thing. Proud of him, man. More Chaz. Maybe he gets
as much as I'd like to be with you, T, and it's time. It's just not, man.
Maybe he gets a big pinch hit tonight.
Be huge. I don't think it'd help him any, but it'd be huge for us.
I can't believe he's not in this lineup. I thought for sure him and Urias would be in the lineup, and no, not Chaz. Chaz got to be. I hope they get that camera on him, man, because he gets over there with them sunflower seeds, and Chaz has got a real. I'm pissed off.
Ain't no doubt. Guess what I'm saying? There's got to be something with Chaz, man. I mean, I know it's been ugly of late. But damn, he didn't ever deserve the cool down period he got. Damn, man.
Astros ain't loyal.
Hey, he thought Dusty had it out for him. Boy, he allegedly.
Bring Dusty and them Twinkies.
Well, he would give that Dusty and his pit gloves out there right now.
I'm not a doctor.
And the pictures of himself on his damn wristband. How about that, boy? I forget that. That's not sad enough. Dusty will have those pictures of himself on his wristband.
Y'all see old Dusty's getting back into managing for this World Baseball Classic?
I saw that.
Yeah.
What country is it again?
I can't remember now. It's a Spanish-speaking one, though, which I'm guessing is why he got the job.
He's going for it all. He is going for it all.
I mean, that's great for Dusty.
Yeah,
I love it, yeah.
I mean, hell, get you. What is that? I mean, how long is that? What's it going to a couple weeks in the game and then get back to the winery?
Clearly, Dusty wasn't done.
Clearly,
he was just done here.
I just don't need no Astros playing in that.
He was just done with old Chandler Rome asking him tough questions.
I think it may have been Dana. All right, coming up.
Shout out Shapiro too.
We got to give you some news that happened today, and is this a bigger potential conversation that happened at the practice field today with the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, summer is here. Hell, summer's about to wrap up, and the truth is, any time of year, not just summer, but any time of year. You want to look your best, man. I'm not talking about your abs or your tan. I'm talking about
Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back. I want to get information to you about what was reported at practice about Titus Howard. But before we get there, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Clint, this was reported. Titus Howard hasn't been practicing today. This is DJ Bijani of ESPN. Hasn't been practicing today. So Blake Fisher took over as right tackle, and Ed Ingram slid over as the right guard, two positions that Titus Howard has been playing since Cam Robinson got injured, and then obviously had been the right guard prior to that. The rest of the offensive line, Jake Andrews at center, Laken Tomlinson, and then Ariante Ursery at left tackle. So that was the offensive line today. And Clint, I think the big thing is obviously, and I don't think there's not been any reports, but obviously you hope that Titus doesn't have anything that's going to have him out any serious time frame, because I think the one thing we have learned, he is clearly, without a shadow of a doubt, and I think we knew that coming in, but I think the gap it has grown. He is clearly your best offensive lineman, and probably becoming a top, is 5 too much? Top 5 guy you can't go without on this team?
On the whole team?
On the team. I think he's got to be just in terms of his importance and who he affects. Right? I know that CJ and Will and Stingley are up there. Nico is up there. I would probably have him in there in the 5 spot. Right there, and understand how important the other guys are.
It's not crazy. I mean, that's for damn sure. It's not crazy. I mean, you got, like I said,
you're either having Blake Fisher have to come in, or
you got to look at the depth chart at that each position. I think bigger factor than Joe Mixon or Nick Chubb. He's clearly a bigger factor than any of your tight ends. I would say Nico and CJ on the offensive side of the football. Defensively, definitely Will and Derek Stingley. I mean, maybe, given that they're going to have to be a defensive-driven team and the depth is I think probably an issue in the secondary. Maybe you can go with Kamari, because I do think Kamari is that big of a factor. But yeah, your point overall is I mean,
you'd be staring at Blake Fisher, Ed Ingram, Jake Matthews, Laken Tomlinson, Ariante Ursery, maybe Juice Scruggs in there instead of Ingram.
I mean, look, you look at it like this. I mean, there's several different ways. Now, I don't believe these are all true, but there's several different things that could be an issue, right? Ariante Ursery has looked great. Are we sure he's ready to start? Now, forget is he better than this guy or that guy, but if you've got Titus Howard and Cam Robinson as your tackles, you can be patient with Ariante Ursery. Now, I don't believe that's going to happen, but you could, right? So Titus Howard ends up being a tackle, a lock-it tackle. Now, if you want to shore up your interior offensive line,
Titus Howard, the way they're going.
Yeah, Titus Howard factors into that, and he moves in to right guard. And so, yeah, I mean, you want to talk about the ability to not have to, Ron, help both tackles, right? You want to free the offense up a little bit. I think I probably feel good with Titus Howard at right tackle on the edge with no help. You may have to help Cam Robinson on the backside. You may have to help Ursery on the backside. So, yeah, man, I mean, I'm with you on there's a pretty easy way to get to Titus Howard being one of the more important players overall for this team of, man, you got to keep that dude healthy.
He's your best guard and tackle.
No question.
On the team.
And your biggest problem on the team is fixing the offensive line in front of your franchise quarterback that is a pocket passing quarterback that needs to have a clean pocket so he can do his thing. Yeah, I think it's easy to get there.
Well, the hope is they don't have to go any games without him. And, Clint, to me, I think as we've been talking about your chance to win a pair of tickets for the Texans game on Saturday coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, Clint, the hope is that he can get action in that joint practice and that game coming up on Saturday, because I think potentially that is I'll be shocked, Clint, if they play the final preseason game. I feel like the final preseason game will look even worse than the first one, right? Yeah. I think the last one, I don't know. I don't think they would play Ursery, Clint.
Well, I don't know, man. I think remember you have the week before the regular season starts. You got a dead week, right? So you really have 2 weeks between that last game and the first game, 15 days to be exact. And so I do wonder if that third game may be treated a little differently, particularly on the offensive side of the football, given that you're installing an offense. I think that may again, D'Amico and Nick tend to err on the side of not playing guys. But if this week this week joint game with the Panthers, if with that first team unit, if for some reason the install doesn't look like it's where it needs to be, they could potentially get a little run in that third playoff game, given that it's no more the next week you have a regular season game. You actually have 2 weeks to rest, recover, and wrap up whatever kind of prep you have. So maybe, but I think this week is the week. I mean, this is the big boy here.
Yeah, I just think you want to get them to get reps together. You want to get them to get many live bullet reps together. And I know they will have one more practice, one more joint practice, I believe, with the Lions before the final preseason game. So that could be another spot. But I do think it is really, really important that he is able to get some run in. And I'll be honest, Clint, you were bringing up Ursery there about potentially playing, is he ready to play tackle? I think Ariante Ursery is a lock starter. I don't know where, but I think he is a lock starter. And I will say, Clint, I think Cam Robinson better get healthy. I think Cam Robinson better get healthy. And you could tell me if I'm jumping the gun. I know it was one preseason game, but on the field, he was the most impressive player on the field who played that of the guys that you really are looking at. He was the most impressive player on the field and looked like he could handle that and was good over there.
Well, here's the thing with Ariante Ursery and I think value he brings. Obviously, he's mature beyond his years and better than expected in a second-round draft pick. was in college 4 months ago, whatever it is. I mean, you clearly he's talented and not taking anything away from that. But really what I think he has going in his favor in terms of playing from jump, besides Blake Fisher seems to be peeing down his leg, the everything that DeMeco Ryans wants his offensive line to be, Ariante Ursery appears to embody. I'll play whatever position.
Absolutely. And he's physical as hell.
Physical as hell. I'm going to move mass. I'm going to give you max effort, and I'm going to play a physical brand. It's hard. In my opinion, it's going to be really difficult when you draft a guy with that kind of presence and that kind of ability, bring him in, and he is the one that stands out throughout camp of being the guy that's like everybody's wowed over, right? He is the guy that's gone out in a game-like situation or in a game situation and shown that brand of O-line that DeMeco wants. It's going to be very difficult if that is the case in the building. If it's the same as we see it out here in the building with Ariante Ursery, it's going to be hard to be like, we appreciate you, big fella, but we're going to let you develop and we're going to play these other guys at tackle and other guys at guard. Like, I think the simple fact that he embodies everything that DeMeco wants and he goes out there and puts it on the field, I think they got to find a place for him. Even if he's not necessarily, which I think he will best in that moment, tackle on the team, I think he's got to be.
I think right now he's probably the right tackle. Again, I said this before. This is the second time on Saturday listening to Seth and Sean in the pregame show as they were talking to John Harris, and John Harris said it again. The best combination, he's watched every single play in practice that he saw, was the combination of the offensive line that had Ariante Ursery as a left tackle and had Titus Howard as a right tackle with either Ed or Juice Scruggs as the right guard. He said that multiple times last week, and I think that's interesting. I think that is an interesting thought, and I wonder where Titus Howard will line up. I think the guess would be is, hey, we gave a free agent pretty good money in Cam Robinson, who hasn't really done anything but get injured to lose his gig. And so maybe the thought is Titus makes us better inside and we'll start there. But I think Cam Robinson better get hurt or better get healthy quick, because they see another game of 2 quarters with Ariante Ursery.
Yeah.
And he's doing work again at left tackle. That may be something they rethink.
Well, given what you're trying to accomplish on that O-line, it's going to be hard to pass on a guy that exemplifies everything you want it to be, and is going to be here for the next 4 years, if not longer.
Yep.
For a guy that's got a 1-year deal. Hard to make that decision. We'll see.
Yep.
We'll see what happens. I think it's just one of a handful of really good problems the Texans have on the offensive side of the football.
Yep. Coming up, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, and the 5 o'clock hour is your time and your chance to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen to see the Texans and the Panthers coming up on Saturday. So make sure you're paying attention and being ready for that cue to call coming up at some point in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll get you the latest on the injury to Josh Hader, who has been put on the IR. We'll let you hear from Joe Espada himself, who's spoken on it, and other injury news, and get you ready for this game 2 against the Red Sox. Also, we'll let you hear DeMeco in his comments about Brevin Jordan and that injury. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider at Play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Fellas, good to be here.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face that produces the place, Tyler Milner, have the latest. And the latest is you have a chance in this hour to win a pair of tickets. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. You've got a chance to win a pair of tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So make sure you are staying tuned and paying attention and listening for that cue to call, which will give you the opportunity to win tickets in the bullpen coming up for Saturday's game at NRG against the Carolina Panthers. All right. Here is the latest with the Astros first. It's been a lot of news today, some good, some really bad, and the one that's really bad is the big story, and that is Josh Hader, the all-star closer who is converted 28 of 29 saves, is going to the IL with a left shoulder strain. He did not pitch last night. He was unavailable after complaining about shoulder issues, according to Joe Espada yesterday. Well, Joe Espada has addressed the latest in the pregame conversation with the media. Here's Joe giving us the latest update on his closer.
Punch in the gut, right? But hopefully he's seeing doctors right now. We're getting more tests done, and hopefully this is not going to be a long-term thing.
So you kind of have no idea the severity yet? It's just
correct. Not right now.
What did he kind of tell you guys yesterday about it?
Just did not feel right, and it's not what you want to hear.
All right, he said a punch in the gut, and this one does hurt. Not what you want to hear. But one thing we do know about Joe is Tyler is losing his mind a little bit there, as you see on YouTube and Twitter.
How's it a punch in the gut if you don't even know the severity of it?
Well, it's a punch in the gut that he's going to be going for 15 days.
It's a punch in the gut, and I just heard it, T.
Amateur hour over there. Why don't we know the severity yet?
How about a kick in the cods, man?
God.
It's a shoulder strain, Tyler. What do you want to do, man?
Well, I mean, he knows he's going to be out at least 15 days. I mean, that's the gut punch with a one-game lead.
It's a little window, man.
And hell, Tyler, maybe he's a little bit concerned about this staff. And when I say staff, I mean the training staff. Maybe he's got a little flashback in his mind of, all right, is this the one that's going to be like the setback or whatever? The hope is not. The hope it is just 15 days. But I do think it is a gut punch when you look at this team. Does the bullpen, right? Right. I think he has one guy he probably fully trusts out there.
If I'm Josh Hader and I have any level of tingle in my shoulder, I need 15 days and a second opinion.
Yeah, I need it now.
Now, if I'm Colton Gordon, no, hell, I mean, you leave me out there, man. Let me fight through this pain. But if I'm a big boy. Yeah, I'm at the top of my game right now. I mean, this right here is why I get paid huge money. Yeah, let me get 15 days and a second opinion, and I'll circle back to y'all later on. You just make sure you tell the media we don't have any details yet. We'll let you know. So I don't blame them for handling it that way. I hate to hear this right here, and I don't know how the Astros are going to get through it. I think they'll be fine in the ninth inning. It's the lead up to the ninth inning that is going to get a little bit interesting. Could get hairy here.
Yeah,
we'll see.
It's the seventh and the eighth to me that really gets concerning of how they get to Abreu. I think Abreu, and I saw Champ Slice earlier on YouTube say Abreu makes him nervous a bit, but I think he is a closer and has closer stuff. To me bridging to him that it gives you the concern to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand he makes you nervous, but I mean, now look, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I'm just giving you my opinion. Abreu, to me, he makes me nervous because he likes to make it interesting. I mean, he ain't scared to get them bases loaded before. Yeah, bases loaded, a little pressure. Bases loaded, one out, just to get real here. But no, I feel good about Abreu in that closing role. It's just the number of arms that you have to get there. You know, like you said, get 7, 8, 9. How do you get to 9?
Yeah.
That's the key.
Yeah, and we will get to tonight's game because it's a big one. Spencer Arrighetti makes his second start. Some other news coming from the Astros. Clint, Luis Garcia will pitch in AAA tomorrow. This is coming off of his 4-inning performance, 7 strikeouts, no walks that he had in his last outing in AAA Sugarland. By the way, he could be somebody that they could get creative with if the Josh Hader situation becomes a really long situation. Maybe he could be a setup guy down in the bullpen. That's one to think about. And long awaited, guys, off of that just thunderous blister that Lance McCullers Jr. had, he will pitch for the Space Cowboys on Friday. Lance will. What?
A blister done sent you to Sugarland?
Yeah, he's got to get a rehab start in. It's fine. Blister gets him a rehab start. There you go.
Blister from hell, man.
It is, man. It's one of it has been reported as being allegedly one of the worst blisters that we have seen in 20 years in Major League Baseball.
John McClain said it?
No, I just made that up.
Oh.
But it's a rough blister. It's a rough blister, but he will pitch Friday. And I think some real good news. Yordan Alvarez could face live pitching this weekend in West Palm Beach.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I'm not telling you nothing. I'm hoping there's a chance. I'm hoping that's the big thing, guys. This is where the setbacks have come. Anytime he's had to face live pitching and he's doing more than soft toss and off a tee, and how his hand has reacted the next day has been a part of said setback. So this is a big one. This is a big one this weekend to see if he can swing the bat, Clint, without any pain. And then I think that's the next step of him potentially coming up here.
Yeah, I'm about my fatigue level with hitting off a tee or hitting soft toss or batting practice, live BP. I'm not quite to where I was with Lance McCullers over his 900-plus day of injury reports, but I'm close with Yordan.
Text line coming through. Yordan will be back next weekend.
Can't wait. Cannot wait. I just don't want to hear any more about soft toss and hitting off a tee, man.
I'd take that bet, sir or ma'am. I would take that bet that Yordan is not going to be back with the Astros next weekend. I would absolutely take that bet. So that is the latest. The Astros, they will take on the Red Sox tonight, Game 2. Spencer Arrighetti gets the ball, his second start, which is important. And the lineup real quick: Pena, Correa, Altuve, Sanchez, Walker, Diaz, Trammell, Urias, and Melton. That's the lineup tonight in front of Spencer Arrighetti. So they will look to remain in first place, as now their lead is a 1-game lead with Seattle on the road in Baltimore. So that is the latest there with the Astros as they look forward to trying to win this series tonight against Boston.
Flip on this burger. 5 o'clock fire.
The news coming from the Texans today, not surprising, something that we were all kind of preparing for, and that is that the Texans had to place their tight end, Brevin Jordan, on season-ending injured reserve due to that knee injury he suffered during Monday's practice. Here was his head coach, D'Amico Ryans, who addressed it after practice today.
And for us today, man, it's tough putting Brevin on IR. We know he went down with a devastating injury. It's really rough for a guy who just bounced back from a major injury. So it's tough on Brevin right now, tough on our entire team. But, that happens. That's the game that we play. It happens. Injuries happen. We have to continue to press forward while also being here to support Brev in any way that he needs us.
All right, that's the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. Tough blow for the Texans in many ways. Obviously, the team struggled through that yesterday, as it was a tough scene as many have. After you kind of get past the injury part of it, and you look down the line, and now this becomes, I think, work for D'Amico and more importantly, Nick Caserio, and potentially finding somebody to replace him on this roster. And now for me, Clint, the thought is, well, what kind of somebody? Is this a depth move like I think they did when C.J. Gardner-Johnson was injured? Or is this no, we need more than a depth move. We need to have somebody that we feel like may contribute. Because I think Brevin Jordan, Clint, was going to be a part of the game plan against the Rams. He was going to get a good amount of snaps and be a part of it. What kind of guy do you think Nick Caserio and D'Amico need to bring in?
Well, look, I think it's a move, right? That's what I think it is. I don't know. I'd like to think they could go out there and Brevin Jordan having very little success in the league. I would like to say they could go out there and find a guy with a similar skill set that brings that explosive kind of versatile weapon to the huddle. I just don't know that guy's out there, man. That dude was young, explosive, twitchy, fast. I don't know that guy is out there. So I don't
know if there are many tight ends in the league that kind of fit his profile of what he can do.
Yeah, those guys aren't walking in the door very often. I mean, maybe they do, but and look, I trust Nick and D'Amico to make whatever, to find whoever is out there and get them in here. I trust the fact that the history of Nick Caley with tight ends around the league. I would think, I think he crossed paths with Gerald Everett, I think, in L.A., so that kind of is cut from the same cloth from the skill set. But really, when you look at the Texans tight end room, with this injury, I think Irv Smith, I immediately go to Irv Smith. What is Irv Smith? What's the injury with him? He's been in street clothes in Greenbrier. He was in street clothes again today here, according to Sean Pendergast. And so you look at that and you go, I personally like Irv Smith. I think Irv Smith is serviceable. I think he could be a depth tight end and play quality reps. You still don't have the explosive weapon that you had with Brevin Jordan. But I think the tight end room is going to be okay. Now, every roster in the league is going to cut to 53 before you know it. We got to be within 10, 12 days of that cut to 53. Right? Now, when that happens, then there's going to be some really good players on the streets with some decisions to make. And is there somebody out there that's a veteran that brings some elite skill to the table? Whether that's put your hand in the dirt and block, is that a fullback / tight end? Is it a hybrid weapon like Brevin Jordan? I think Nick and D'Amico will have all hands on deck looking into that and could potentially bring it in.
Yeah, I'm with you, though. When you look at their depth chart right now, Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover, and then, as you mentioned, Irv Smith, and then the young kid they drafted late in the draft, Luke Lachey. It does feel like they probably at least need to add someone there to jump in, and someone to make sure, as you said, Irv Smith ready to go, and are you ready to have him a part of the game plan coming up against the Rams, or do you need somebody to go over that? Because clearly, and one thing we've seen in practice, Clint, they have clearly been on using tight ends. That has been a much bigger part of this offense than what we've seen in the Bobby Slowick offense. That they like to use multiple tight ends. So I think it is an important thing that they add to the depth that they have there. But the big news: Brevin Jordan out for the year. Really, really tough situation with him injuring the same knee that he missed all of last season.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, some other injury news, quarterback news around the NFL. Packers' Jordan Love to have a thumb procedure, but he is expected to play week 1. He is an interesting one because, right, like he is very C.J. Stroud-like. Came into last year just like C.J., maybe not as high of expectations as C.J., but very, very close. And he seemed to dip a little bit. We watched him up close play kind of an up-and-down game against the Texans last year. But he's looking to, in a way, bounce back, too, very much like C.J. Both of those teams went to the playoffs. He lost in round 1. C.J. Obviously was able to advance past the Chargers before they lost in Kansas City. But Jordan Love was one that has really picked up. It is interesting to see what his season will look like this year.
Yeah, no, look, I think the trajectory he's on is very similar to C.J. Stroud. I mean, And I think everybody's year wasn't bad years for either. It just wasn't as good as the previous year. I don't think it met expectations. The team in Green Bay didn't meet expectations, and so I think they're very, very similar in their trajectory. The bottom line is I think the expectations are really, really high for both of those guys to be future top 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 top quarterbacks in the league, and so it's a big year for both of them, no doubt. Definitely a huge year for C.J. Stroud with the contract. Next year
because he did get paid. Yeah, Jordan did get paid.
Jordan's already got paid. Yeah. So but very similar trajectory. Just been in the league a couple more years and sat behind Aaron for a couple of years.
All right, coming up as we continue, your chance coming up. Your chance to win a pair of tickets. We'll do that as soon as we get back. We will do the cue to call, and we'll have a winner for a pair of tickets to see the Texans take on the Panthers this Saturday at NRG. We'll do that coming up next.
Small.
mattress. Verlo mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Your favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, I'll take that as a sounder right there. I'll take that as a sounder. Thanks, you too, Mark. I'll take that as a sounder. Let's do it right now. Open up the phone lines, Tyler. Caller number for you, CJ, number 7. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. We love CJ. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. Caller number 7 is the winner. You will win a pair of tickets in the bullpen, damn it, to go see C.J. Stroud, who will be on the field. C.J. Stroud and the Texans versus the Carolina Panthers. And as we've talked about, this would be the preseason game to go to. This is the one, Clint, in which we will get a good look and the most action we will see from – and the most action you will see from the Texans prior to their game against the Rams. I would imagine in week 3 of the preseason against the Lions, I don't think that you'll see many of those guys, especially in those couple of years. But you probably will see a good half of all the ones that you missed Saturday, from CJ to maybe Nick Chubb. He practiced. We'll talk about him in a little bit. And Nico Collins and the offensive line, hopefully all of them are ready to go. And Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter get some run. And Derek Stingley and Kalen Bullock, who's been the star of training camp, and Kamari Lassiter and all that. You'll get to catch all of those guys. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. You have a chance to be our winner. Caller number 7, Tyler, will take care of it. This will be one to watch real closely. This preseason game, and I think we'll be talking a lot about it on Monday when obviously come back next week after that game. But this will be a big one to see. What, Nick Caley's first time we've seen Nick Caley call plays with his number 1 offense in a game setting. So this will be a big one, and you'll enjoy this.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the one for sure that you're going to get the real work in. It's the one for sure that you're going to get the joint practice the day before, a couple days before, and it's the one you want to catch. As a fan, preseason games, a lot of times, boy, it's if you blink, you'll miss the action necessary. This is not one of them. I would think that we're going to get extended reps, at least the offense. I don't know that to be honest with you, I don't know that I don't bubble wrap the whole damn defense. But offensively, I think we need to see these guys work together. I think we need to see some CJ protection. Let's see if these guys can protect him. And we, like, to me, CJ needs reps in a game, in practice, whenever, with a good, clean pocket where he can step into throws, where he can see some positive, he can see some success, and we can get this thing rolling in the right direction for the regular season. Now, look, it's just been I would say a rougher camp because you're installing and you're going against a great defense every day, and so you hadn't seen. I don't think he's seen as much success. And then I'm always a guy that, man, in the preseason, let's see points going to board at the end of this drive, whether it's touchdown or field goal. Let's get this thing moving in the right direction. It'd be great to see this offense clicking on all cylinders Saturday.
Yeah. So. You got a chance. Do we got a winner, Matt? Did we say Matt Richmond?
Yeah, our guy Matt in Richmond said he listens every day, all day.
Congratulations, Matt. Matt in Richmond. Hopefully you got a special person to take with you.
He wasn't angry at us. He said also to tell you boys hello. He just wanted me to pass that along to you.
Listen, most people aren't angry with us.
That's true. We are the number one show in the city.
Yeah. Yeah, they be forgetting. Nobody listens to you except for...
I saw somebody say boycott.
Boycott. Did we get a... Oh, no, we didn't.
Oh, yeah, we got a boycott.
I said do it, bro.
Really?
If you
did we get a boycott 610 or boycott just us?
No, 610. Literally the number, not the station, just the number. 610.
Radio.
Oh, wow. I didn't know we got a boycott.
Well, look, you gotta look, guys. You gotta look. I mean, there's...
Wow.
I mean, I look at some of the folks I go back and forth with, and I mean, hell, it's right there in their bio. I mean, they literally got CJ in their pictures and in the text.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, damn, it's but hey, it takes all kinds to make the world go round, baby. Let's make this thing happen.
Yeah, why not, man? Hate listen, whatever listen.
Just listen.
I don't believe you hate listen. I think you're entertained and you just don't know how it is. But hopefully many of you are not boycotting us and riding with us as you always do. And speaking of people who are now riding with the Texans that we haven't been able to see, Damian Pierce and Nick Chubb returned in pads to practice. And here was D'Amico Ryans in particular talking about Damian Pierce, who's returned, and we haven't seen him in pads since training camp started.
Damian's had a nice progression. We wanted to take our time working him back in. I feel like our sports performance staff did a really nice job of progressing him in a smart manner of getting him back to where when he's back, we want to keep him back. So Damian has worked hard on the side. Him, along with Christian Harris, they've been working together on the side. So it's good to finally see them out getting reps today for the first time, and they're able to get in and do those reps and not overthink it because they've been working really hard on the side. So credit to our staff for working with us.
Did he mention Harris, or did he say just working?
He said Harris. See, but I couldn't get any reports or see anything. We'll talk to some people.
Something about him and Christian Harris working on the side.
Yeah,
but was he referring to, it was good to see Christian Harris on the field?
I thought he did say out, but I hadn't. Again, I was hunting down. I didn't see anybody that talked about Christian Harris was out there. So
well, it's good to get. I mean, especially again, the Joe Mixon situation. I think changes the outlook, at least my outlook, for what it's worth of Damian Pierce. Like it is absolutely paramount that you get Damian Pierce back out there and you get him rolling. I don't.
Not after what you saw from Dare?
No. I like Dare
on Saturday.
I like Dare Agumbawale, but I mean Dare is Dare. I mean he is a back that you'd like to use in emergency roles, when you got two backs hurt. He is not a guy that you want to play week one out of the gate coming out of training camp. I just think there's higher ceiling guys that bring a little bit more to the table. I think Damian Pierce could potentially be one of those. I never was a believer that he was or wasn't a fit for Bobby Slowick's system for that outside zone and yada yada yada. Now he clearly struggled, and there was clearly some rough spots. But I mean, I don't know how a guy like Pep Hamilton gets so much out of Damian Pierce, but yet Bobby Slowick can't. That baffles me. But hopefully Nick Caley can get more out of him, and because it looks like, I mean, for right now, it looks like we're going to need him, and so there's a huge opportunity for Damian Pierce.
Well, him and Nick Chubb also back. He had the non-contact jersey on.
Yeah,
and
I think I read somewhere there was a concussion protocol.
Was there?
I read it. I read it today. I don't know how official it was, but I thought, damn, that's. I mean,
well, there's video of them both running the
red jersey,
today.
Right?
Yeah.
So good to have them back, man. I think it's clearly going to be a team that, at least the small sample size that we've seen, they feel like they can move some mass up front. So we need some guys that can run downhill.
We talked about it. It looks like running the football is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we will see much more when CJ and Nico and company are out there. I don't think Brevin Jordan going down helps this either, but it did feel like coming away from that first game, and again, we understand they are more of the game plan type of an offense, but it does seem like they want to move the football, move people, run the football and play on the ground. And that whatever 10 to 15 play script that he had on that first offense, which was so efficient, they looked good, it was all predicated to the run game. That was most all of it. And Nick Chubb, and again, as you said, with the injury to Joe Mixon, you think we'll get an update on what he's right now? I just answered my own question. Like the only time we'll get one is if we see him on the side, right? Like,
I would think. Yeah.
I just hope he's good. I mean,
they're all fixable.
They kind of need him. Is to see those guys out there again. Congratulations to Matt in Richmond. Someone that people are texting in. No, we are not going to be giving away 2 more tickets by the end of the show. Sorry, that was.
But every home game this year.
You're damn right. Every home game, you got a pair of tickets you can win on Texans Ticket Tuesday all throughout Sports Radio 610. So might want to boycott, but. Coming up as we continue, T-Mill will get his best bets and the real wild card for the Astros potentially. That's coming up next.
All right, fellas, look, you already know, baby, Synergenics and Low T Center.
pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Kick Rocks. I mean, this is the only home preseason game, so yeah, I would say this is the one to go to. LOL. Fair. Second, you never know.
Well played.
Well played, but you never know. Some of you may have wanted to go take a trip up to Traverse City, Michigan, Detroit, and enjoy yourself for a good long weekend.
Tyler, mark that. Send it to our fine folks up in Michigan.
I'm just saying. Take dip out maybe on a Wednesday. Go up there. You can play the courses there.
Oh, this time of year you can go to the beach.
Oh, yes, you can. Stay till 10 o'clock, Traverse City, Michigan. Oh. Hell, you can just drive that. You can fly right from go to Bush right now. Go to United.
Direct flight.
I hear it's a hell of a trip.
And you can fly there. And they tell me, I've talked to people. Now, it's very odd. I've talked to people that the drive from Traverse City to Detroit is anywhere from 2.5 to 5 hours. So that was but you can go ahead, rent a car, drive on down, and fly on back. Get ready for the game and have you a nice time in Michigan. So just in case those of you who wanted to do that, this would still be the one to roll to. That was good, man. I'm sorry, man. That was.
Hold on, so.
That was it, man. All right, coming up behind us is Texans All Access. Is it Braxton Berrios? Is he going to be on there? Okay, Braxton Berrios,
the newcomer.
He was tremendous on the post game show this past week, y'all. He is going to be really, really good this year. In fact, we can add. I think he's worth adding to our wish list, Ron.
Get that right, Ron. I have to up Clint. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's British Brooks will be on there. Man, you set that Braxton Berrios up.
Hold on. Let me look at my text from Vandermeer.
Well, I will tell you.
Tyler said those double B's get me like the double D's.
yes, that was good.
I think I just added the D's in there too. Yeah. Hey man, who the hell is it? Damn it!
It's British Brooks.
Okay, it is
Sorry
British
about
Brooks.
that.
Still a spectacular interview, folks. You might want to listen to.
I mean,
we need it to till 7 o'clock.
Here's the deal: is since Jimmy Ward looks like he's not going to be on our short list of guys that we'd like to have weeklies with, I think we should add potentially Braxton Berrios.
He's still on my short list. I'll tell you that.
I'll get you back on the field.
I cannot believe I did that.
Now, on the British Brooks front, all joking aside, we talked a little bit about the wide receivers, Ron. I think there's a running back conversation there, stylistic. The impact that's the style of the said running back is going to impact the final roster.
Yes,
I think you got something on your mind. I just
want to say, British Brooks is the guy. He's the guy at practice, Clint. That if you guys are on opposite ends, I've watched this with kids in football practice. When you have to do hidden drills and you're on opposite ends. This dude's counting that line to see if they're even with British Brooks. This dude's over there
to make sure they're not.
Yeah, this dude's over there counting down. Hold on.
Yeah.
Was he 6? 1, 2. Hey man, go ahead, man. You step in. Hey, because he is coming and he don't give a damn about what he's about. Self. He almost killed that kid in Minnesota coming down the field. I mean, that 44. He is coming full speed and just laying folks out down there. I'm telling you.
And he's built a little different too.
Yeah, he's built a little different physically and upstairs, I think.
Yeah, that one is that's a jawbreaker, teeth chatter. I mean, that's one of them.
He can't wait to hit. He seemed like the guy that he sit up there. I cannot wait to get
and wants to hit you with the crown of his helmet and drive it through your spine. Yeah, that's him.
Well, them guys, we got hey British, we got to talk to you. Hey, keep your head up, your neck. You got to always, yes, coach. And then he going to come back and just do it exactly again. So, British Brooks tonight, not Berrios. coming up. So that's Texans All Access. They'll be coming up 6 to 7 right behind us. And Area 45, Sean Bijani, I see our guy Chris Pardee will be in for Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago as well. So they will have it for you and get you ready for the post-game show after another big game tonight. The Astros hold a 1-game lead over the Mariners right now in the West with their win last night. The Mariners are on the road in Baltimore against one of the worst teams in the AFC. I said that yesterday. In the AL, while obviously the Red Sox are in town for the Astros. So they'll get you ready for that one tonight. And here in a couple of minutes, T-Mill's Best Bets. We had a Red Monday.
Oh, yeah.
2 for 4. Right in that reddish-orangish area.
How'd you do that? The Astros kicked ass.
He had a push there. He had a push, and Correa, he got that single, but he didn't get another hit. So
lock wasn't a lock.
Yeah, and that was the one you thought would be a lot. Yeah, I thought you was in trouble there with the strikeouts, but you played that one well. You did have a push in there, so it's not as bad.
Yes,
and lose as much money.
Correct.
So that's coming up here in just a bit, but. Clint, back to last night, because tonight's a big one for Spencer Arrighetti, and we'll see what he looks like in start 2. But last night, to me, I think Christian Javier showed that he's a real wild card and can change this team big time. If he is anywhere close, he's, to me, has the highest ceiling of any of these other guys that are starting pitchers that they have that are injured, from Garcia to Arrighetti to J.P. France to Brandon Walter. He's the guy that has the highest ceiling. We've seen it. He's got a 6-2 record in 17 games, 5 starts, 2.68 ERA, 60 Ks to 23 walks, and 43-plus innings in the postseason. He has been nails most times he's been out. And, Clint, I think he changes the game, because nobody in the American League can throw out those 3 guys if he's the real Christian Javier that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I mean, he's nasty. There's no doubt about it. I think Tyler made the point earlier about it. I mean, he's got the best stuff. And he added a sinker apparently in his injury rehab here, so he's even better from a pitch selection. Look, there's no doubt he's nasty. I mean, we watched him go through the phase of his career where he was in the bullpen, he's starter, he's bullpen starter, he's a piggyback guy. Yeah. They pay him a little bit of money, boom, he's a starter, bang, he gets hurt.
Wasn't he the one that started the no-hitter against the Phillies?
Yes.
Yeah, he went 6, started the no-hitter, and the bullpen picked it up.
Yeah, he's had some huge moments, like a lot of Astros pitchers, but he's had some huge moments, and he definitely has nasty stuff. So you want this starting rotation to be at its best when the playoffs hit. Christian Javier is your third starter.
Yeah, he's like that. To me, if he's right, that's essentially like, you got 2 1s and a 2, 3. Like that is giving people problems. And obviously with the bats and how they've gone up and down, and with the injuries, you don't know. They ain't got to score 5, right? They can get things rolling, especially if we get some good news on Josh Hader, and this isn't a long-term thing. But last night was really impressive for him to recover for how that first inning started, and never gave up anything else. In his first start, 5 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, 5 Ks, 85 pitches in his first outing. Outside of the Bregman home run, he didn't allow anything else. So Christian Javier, big time to see last night, and hopefully he can pass the torch to Spencer Arrighetti, who can improve upon what he did the first time around. All right, Tyler, let's jump into it here. Let's make the people a little bit of money. You are all green. I wouldn't say red, maybe in the orange. Is what the little Astros orange is what you were in. Not to be confused with the Big Orange Wagon podcast that you can listen to.
Look at that. You're a pro.
You're on a roll, man.
Rolling tonight.
You're a freaking pro.
What is, man, keep writing them articles. What is, what? I just thought Deshaun Bijani said, this is how we're getting Marconis right here. Pissed off writing articles about us. All right, what you got tonight? What's T-Mill's best bet?
Yeah, as the face of Sports Radio 610, I got 5 more wagers for you on a Tuesday night.
That's accurate.
5 bets. I feel damn good about most of these.
You always do.
That's a good point, Ron. First bet tonight. I got Canada. I got the Blue Jays and old George Springer. I got their money line in the first 5 innings tonight against the Cubs. It's at even money, almost -110. Next up is another first 5 innings bet, and it's between the Rays and Athletics.
Are the Rockies playing anybody? They got to be on the list.
Oh, they're next. Yes, sir. Okay. Rays at Athletics tonight. I'm on under 5.5 runs in the first 5 innings of that one. Think that's my favorite one tonight. Next up, Cardinals -1 run in their game this evening as they host the Rockies, who are just not very